I woke up in total darkness, and was told I've been dead for 30,000 years. A cold mechanical voice echoed. You can either vanish forever, or travel through countless worlds to complete missions, regain your memories, and be reborn. But wait, who am I? Why couldn't I reincarnate for 30 millennia? And why are the strongest male leads across time and space waiting for me to steal their hearts? Chapter 1 Chaotic Time and Space. Surrounded by darkness, chaos is silent. A bronze mirror in the darkness of the darkness radiates a pale blue light. She wore a red robes, a bright flower on the other side of her eyebrows, and the falling pearls on her hands rang. Host, hello, welcome to the chaotic world, I am the system. Where is this, am I dead? Well, I have been dead for 30,000 years. The system icy machine sighed a bit, seems to indicate a little long. She frowned slightly and tried to find the memory, but she couldn't remember it. Although she is no stranger to any plane world and people from ancient times to the present. But just can't think of who you are. What have you experienced? Why is it dead? Your memory has long been washed by the witches of chaotic time and space, and an ethereal without memory is suitable for shuttle time and space. Do you know what I think? She stunned, and someone read her voice. I am an omnipotent and powerful system, as the only one in this world who died for 30,000 years but could not reincarnate. Host, there are two choices. 1, you can fly away. 2, complete the original pre-death commission, get the corresponding experience value. Experience can be restored to memory and reborn. A silence. The host accepts the task and immediately loads the system. When did I say that I accepted the task? Luo Dingchen said that her face was arrogant, she did not speak at all. The idea of the host has accepted the task and the system is loaded. Another silence. In the next second, the bronze mirror in front of the room gradually became brighter, and a series of fuzzy text appeared on the mirror surface. She squinted and the text gradually became clear. Luo Dust Time and Space Shuttle Detailed Instruction Manual. 1. Task Level, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Complete tasks of different difficulty and gain experience with different tasks. 2. The mission fails or the male to female partner reaches 100, and the host automatically flies. 3. The basic panel of Luo Dust is as follows. Experience, 0 out of 100. Face value, 70/100. Physical strength, 40/100. Charm, 70 out of 100. Body, 70/100. P.S. In addition to experience, all panel values are only the value of this mission, and have nothing to do with other tasks. 4. When the experience is full, you can regenerate and restore all your memories. In the next second, the image on the bronze mirror gradually became blurred, just like turning a page into a brand new page. Task Level, C. Complete the acquisition experience, 100, item, a novice gift package. Female owner, Luo Dust. Male, Zhao Anyang. Female, colorless. Task content, return to the day before the original death of the Lord, change the ending and get the love of the male owner Zhao Anyang. Host, please choose whether to accept all the original memory. Silence again. Host, this is definitely to say. You said it is. Luo Dian thought in his heart, did she say that she would not remember her? Moreover, is her soul still better? I remembered that the voice was so tender and somewhat cold that she was angry when she died for 30,000 years. Who is so powerful, can let her not reincarnate for 30,000 years? In the next second, a lot of memories flooded into my mind. Luo slammed his eyebrows, and the memory in his mind came to her, only to feel a splitting headache, and the scene in front of him seemed to flash like a movie clip. Chapter 2 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, 1. The original Lord Luo Dust is the only daughter of Luo's family. The mother-in-law is afraid of falling in the palm of her hand, and she is afraid of it in her mouth. This kind of arrogance and love makes the original master proud of being overbearing, and cannot to rebel against her. Of course, including Zhao Anyang, who loved her forever. The two most proud things of the original Lord's life, one of them helped Zhao Anyang to go south and north, to capture all the cities and help him to be the emperor, the second is that she became his bride. However, in the heart of Zhao Anyang, the original owner is a devil. For the first time, the original Lord saw Zhao Anyang. He was kneeling in the snow. The original father told her that Zhao Anyang was a blind man. Because the mother is seriously ill, begged the doctor. The original master found a doctor for him and he returned to Lieutenant. However, he did not expect that the doctor was dropped by his brother Zhao Anling. Zhao Anyang's mother left the world the next day. After a few years, it was a coincidence that the original owner and Zhao Anyang were studying at the same college. Zhao Anyang ignored the original owner because of his mother's business. The original owner was very angry. In order to let Zhao Anyang beg himself, the original party sent a bully to Zhao Anyang. Until the ugly female colorless appearance, for Zhao Anyang clearance. Zhao Anyang is very grateful and decided that one day, she must repay her. After the original master knew that he would use the power to drive away the women, they would never see each other again. Unexpectedly, after many years of careful cultivation in the original secret, dredging relations, Zhao Anyang finally admitted to the imperial examination to become a censor. But at this time, the female partner told her that she would not marry Tai Fu in her 60s, hoping that he could help her. The life-saving grace of the college once made the good Zhao Anyang agree. The original master tried his best to get the Tian Shan Xuelian and Luojia tokens to treat his eye diseases, forcing the male master to marry her, and promised to help him claim the emperor to avenge his mother. Zhao Anyang promised to marry the original owner. After that, the original owner helped Zhao Anyang to break through all the cities, and Zhao Anyang stopped in front of the women's city. Zhao Anyang couldn't bear to see her die because she was paired with her own. He asked his men to bring the women back, put them in a firewood house, and send them out of the city on the day of the election. After all, although he wants to repay, he does not want to make the original owner angry. I know, the original master finally knows. After she found out, she went to find a female partner. As a result, she was accidentally slashed and lost her child in her stomach. At this point, the original lord is no longer the one who is innocent and arrogant. Not long after, she was indifferent and never went out. Zhao Anyang wanted to see her 3 times, but she was blocked by her. Over time, he was also disheartened. 1 year later, Yan Wushang succeeded in virtue of soft words and became the most favored emperor of the map emperor in the east. But in fact, it is just an expensive captain. However, the original lord did not know it. After a few more years, the original lord finally succumbed to the self-torture of tears in the face of tears. But she regretted it before she died. She had to work so hard to stay with the boy. She should not give up. It is such an idea that the bronze mirror of the chaotic world that brought her obsessions has the appearance of the host. Is there a story about the host organizing the original master? The system saw Luo Dust sitting there for at least 1 hour, and did not hold back the opening. Well, it's almost. Luo faintly smiled and said, "Can you tell me how good the man is now with the original owner and the woman?" The original owner is 50%, the woman is 30%. This made Luo Dingchen have to sigh a little. After so many years, Zhao Anyang also had such a deep affection for the original owner, and did not blame the original master for his life to take down Tian Shan Xuelian to let him see the sky again. She thought about it, and the original host had always been strong. Whether it is for him or for anything, it is a slap in the face, never giving her a soft and petite side. Hey, how can you feel that this is closer to your character? But in general, such a character in this plane not only makes the male owner unattainable, but even makes him feel that he can't afford it. After all, men like to protect women. Then, as long as she plays a gentle little woman, and can go back and forth, she can slowly walk into Zhao Anyang's heart. However, she has a bit of pain at the moment. It's not too late, I always feel a little uncomfortable, or I have to sleep first. After all, the original owner is like a fragrant scent of Lin Daiyu, and a lot of rest is beneficial. Besides, the Raider's male actor has nothing to do this night. Chapter 3 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, 2. Early the next morning, Luo Dingchen got up early. I slept well last night and had no dreams overnight. When she turned her head, she couldn't help but think that the original owner was originally dead tonight, so that she not only trembled. Taking a deep breath, she feels that her breathing is smooth and she should not die. System prompt: the original main body is very fragile because of the fact that you have ruined yourself for a few years, please bear the cherish. If you don't say it, will I cherish it? The so-called mirror dressing is the first big thing in life. In her impression, the original owner seems to be quite ugly before death, and the ugly is not like her. Luo went to the front of the mirror and glanced at himself because he was too lazy to wash his face. He almost exclaimed. What awkward this is. Dark red rouge, it seems that not only painted cheeks, but also painted eyes. The skin is sallow and the lips are purple and black. Is it poisoned? Luo Dust gently rubbed it with his hand, it really is the gouache that can be wiped off. She couldn't help but shook her head helplessly, and the original lord was too embarrassed to herself. Although I accidentally lost my child, I can't ruin it. Come on, the basin comes with hot water. Luo dusted his head and snorted at the door outside, and his voice was hoarse. Unlike the voice she had heard in her memory, she was completely sulky. Lying in the trough, how is the sound like this? Scorpio feed, the system has no medicine to moisten the scorpion. Have. The system suddenly thinks like a mechanical cold. One comes. No experience value, no exchange value. Do you know ahead of time? We are a long-term relationship, and I will not run the road, and I will not return. My soul that has been floating for 30,000 years is still to be born again, right? The system completely ignores the idea that Luo will take care of himself and decorate the pattern. Yes, this is very system. The system silently said that it wants to host, but if you think about it, you can hold back. After all, with the existence of that person, she was able to stay in chaos and space for 30,000 years without any injury, and finally got the chance to be born again. The door was opened. A dazzling eye shines into the house, and Luo Ding only feels that a dust rises on the ground. She couldn't help but squint at the eyebrows. How long has this been out of the door? After Luo dust passed the wash water given to her by the next person, the entire face was washed 5 times from the forehead to the chin. Finally, I washed the old man who didn't know what the ghost was. Her makeup technique is not very good, but the original master's foundation is good after all. Is there any world in the world? Well, yes. Applying a thin layer of blush gouache, it looks like it is a dumping country. However, this dress has to be changed, you can't wear it so badly. Open the box where the original owner puts the clothes in the fixed position, and the chin will fall off. Who can tell her what kind of ghosts are these messy colors? Dark, dark red, earthy yellow, dark green, and pure black. The 80-year-old woman wears the color, how to wear these hearts to regain the heart of the man. No, she has to go out and buy clothes. The next time, she rummaged through the original owner's room and took out all the valuable things. In fact, the original owner has been so miserable in recent years, and has a great relationship with her father's death. When Luo Wang died, Luo's power was cut more than half. These years of colorlessness have a very high status in this palace, so that Zhao Anyang's harem has no other women except colorless. However, it is very strange here, the male owner's affection for women is only 30%. In this way, the male owner can empty the entire harem, which still makes her somewhat puzzled. Chapter 4 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, 3. Putting the value of the money in his pocket, Luo opened his mouth and opened the door. The vast courtyard is empty, and the leaves of one place are not cleaned. There is no other person except the one who just took water for her. Lord. Master. Xiaoqiu saw her master coming out of the room and almost didn't fall to the ground. Luo rushed to lift her up and shook her head, I can't afford it. This sun is good, go out and do photosynthesis together. Light. Photosynthetic. Xiaoqiu looked at her more than incomprehensible. Her head turned slightly, and the words seemed to come from a modern plane. No matter, anyway, I must go out of the palace, she wants to buy clothes. Originally she thought that this palace should not be so easy. I didn't expect it to be very incomparable. The side door was on the right-hand side. Isn't this the day to go out? Luo Dinghui went back and forth 3 times in the splendid square, and finally stopped at the 1-month white skirt. Wanting to reach out, she found a slightly rough hand and grabbed the dress with her. Which is not a long-eyed guy. She squinted slightly and looked at a woman who looked like a man. I've tried hard to search in memory. Isn't this a colorless court lady? What do you say that is? Spring flowers. Still spring peach. System tip, peach blossom. Oh, it doesn't matter, you don't have to give me a hint. The ability of the host to adapt is too strong. After less than a while, it has gradually exposed its nature. Who are you, actually robbed me? Peach blossomed with big eyes, a look of imposing manner. Luo Yanqing's eyes smacked with a faint smile, do you like it? It's not like someone who deserves this clothes. My master's match is on, if you don't want to die, let go. Peach Blossom's eyes were slightly poisonous, and such eyes and her name really didn't match. Then I can let go. Luo said as he whispered, but his hands became more and more tight. Until the clothes are torn, the dust is only allowed to let go. Hey! Peach blossomed directly to the bottom, and rolled 2 rolls. The people around me can't help but laugh. This Peach is also a favorite of the palace, and it is a bit of a favorite in the palace. It is naturally overbearing when it comes to words. You are waiting for me. Peach blossomed on the air, pointing to Luo Dust, to know that she can be a colorless favorite palace lady. After that, she went straight to the palace. Luo Dust also lazy to care for her, and the eyelids pointed to the boss next to him, this watergreen wide sleeve group. If the girl likes it, I will help you wrap it up. The treasurer had been bullied by the peach blossoms before. Someone stood up and yelled at her today, and my heart is naturally beautiful. No. Luo Dust smiled softly, I wear it directly. A pair of watergreen splendid double butterfly sleeves make her look like a reborn. Luo looked at the mirror and nodded very satisfied. Is this like going to grab a man? Just as Luo was going to return to the palace, the peach blossomed with a man in armor suddenly appeared in front of her. Big Cow brother, this is the person who just bullied me. Peach blossomed with a look of grievances, rain with pears. Luo Dust tried to search for this memory of this character, very hard. But there is no such person in memory. The people who dare to bully the uncles don't look at their own weights. The big cow screamed, and the momentum was rushing to swear. Lying in the trough, the system he wants to hit people, there is no mace to give me one. Yes, the system has no ups and downs. Come one by one. No experience value, no exchange value. Lying trough. Just as Luo's Dust was waiting for his head, the sound of a crisp bell rang, blooming day, bullying a weak woman, is also a big internal guard who can do. Chapter 5 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, 4. I go. So handsome. It is a beautiful face, like a dream moon, if you leave the flower. The eyebrows are like a new moon, and a pair of dark blue eyes are as clear as the starry sky of the sea. The skin is white and fat, and the thin lips are slightly squinted with a slight smile. System prompt, an unread hidden task appears, is it turned on? What are the benefits of completing it? This Luo Dust to ask clearly, her half-point shadow of the main line has not yet landed, there is a branch line, there is no reason to promise. Unless there is a better return. Get a mace. The system is like a perfunctory one. I don't do it, I don't want to be a big tooth now. No. Congratulations on the host to open the hidden task, let's Suli Jinbang title. Lying in the trough, when did I say that I promised? System you are sick, which word do I say? Double negative means affirmation. I am going, the system you bully the host like this, the host will be angry. Luo Dust has not communicated clearly with the system. Su is already in front of him, looking angry at the two people in front of him. Hey, it turned out to be a young master from Su. Peach Blossom looked at her with a smile, and her eyes were full of flowers. Luo Ding Ding also feels normal, after all, is it better to be 1,000 times better than your big cow in terms of appearance and name? You are going away, or are you even yelling at you? The big cow looked at the peach blossoms and looked at Su's eyes, and his voice was even more angry. The people of the court are in front of the boss's surname, are you not afraid of the sins of the emperor today? Su Lizhenjing responded with words. Sure enough, the big cow was a little shaken. After all, he is wearing the clothes of the big inner guards, and he just wanted to help the peaches scare others. Unexpectedly, it has attracted so many onlookers. If he is really told, he can't keep his life. The sound of the whistling around is getting bigger and bigger, constantly accusing the big cow and the peach. Hey, look at the government to bully people. Isn't it? There is also a maid, every time I come to buy something that is arrogant, I hate it when I look at it. Don't, you can whisper. I heard that her master can be crowned in the harem, and the emperor has not received any other shackles these years. This way, then her master is not a country. Oh, that's not it. I heard that it is an ugly woman. It is estimated that it will be a feminine technique to please the emperor. Oops, I don't know why, at this moment, Luo's heart is so beautiful. How do those gossips that are whispering, she feels so pleasing to the ear. Hey, Peach, let's go. The big cow seems to have been unable to stand up, pulling the peach next to him. A pair of peach blossom eyes looked viciously, and the eyes were all coming out. But what should I do? If I don't leave, it's really going to be a big deal. You are waiting for me. Peach blossomed angrily and looked at the dust. I said that girl, don't jump, you just said this. Luo shrugged and shrugged, with a mocking smile. System prompt, Peach Blossom has been blackened. I am going, what glass heart? Is this blackened? What is the standard of this blackening, can it be blackened? Girl, you're fine, I don't think your face is very good. After the peach blossom and the big cow walked away, Sue turned away and looked at the face of a dull, lonely dust. No, nothing. Luo Ding gently smiled, Su Gongzi, thank you today for the clearance. Change the day, you should change your wish. The girl said that she was heavy, and there was no wish under it. Su was stunned and shook his head. System, when the civil service examination begins, I have to prepare for his gold medal title, review the review homework, and always can't test the results. Tomorrow. The sound of the system's indifference sounds. I am going to your uncle. The system you are worried about. Chapter 6 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, 5. Su Xiaodia, are you not going to take the civil examinations tomorrow? Luo asked for a tentative opening. In fact, she originally wanted to say that you have to take the test tomorrow. Are you still on the streets? Still not going to endorse? But thinking of this handsome guy saved his life after all, just forget it. Yeah. Su was a little helpless and smiled, I haven't figured out the questions in the past few years. I lost every year, and that is a show. Big question. Luo Ding thought and asked, what questions do you usually be good at? Commercial. Su was a little embarrassed, scratching his head and blushing. Luo Qingqing thought for a moment and nodded and smiled and said, review the homework ha, I will go to the Gongyuan to cheer you tomorrow. Su smiled and nodded. If she remembers correctly, the big question of the imperial examination in the impression should be personally presented by the emperor. The exam will be sent directly from the royal study to the Gongyuan on the morning of the exam. Thinking of it, she still has a little time. The host analysis is good. I am going, then you just don't say it. After the horse. Hosting you are a ghost, not a horse, I am a system not a gun. The sound of the system is mechanical, without any emotion. But why at this moment she wants to take it out of a certain dimension and mad? Back to the palace, Shantao Xiaoqiu has been waiting for her at the door. After all, she is also privately out of the palace. If she is known by Yan Guozian, she might say something in front of the emperor. Xiaoqiu, where is the emperor? Luo Jianxian glanced at Xiaoqiu, very serious. The slaves don't know. Xiaoqiu is obviously a little scared. The entire palace knew that the master she was serving was the real lady of the emperor. I don't know why, these years have gradually fallen out of favor and have no status. Forget it. Luo Ding puts a hand in his hand, you should go to rest first. Hello, system. Can I ask a question? Q, the system should be heard. Then you can at least tell me how to go to the royal study. Through the imperial garden is the imperial study room. Where is the royal garden? Host, this is the second question. Yes, nothing, you are safe. At least for now, I feel that there is no difference between you and you. I have to say that the imperial garden in the palace is still very easy to find. After all, it is a place full of flowers. Looking at the father-in-law outside the royal study room, Luo Jianxian knows that the front door must be unable to enter. I originally wanted to ask if the system has something like a smoke, etc. But it will definitely say that, and then say, the host has no experience value, no exchange value. Oh, it's so angry. By the time her task is completed, she has hundreds of exchanges. Hey, hollow out that broken system. Host, please don't think about yourself. Lying in the trough, I am not letting you get rid of it. The host can try to walk from the roof. Roof? Luo Dingchen felt that this time it was a bit reasonable, he bypassed the eyes of the father-in-law and climbed up from the innermost wall pillar. Because this wall is not outside the palace, it is not very high. The distance from the wall to the roof is not high. She can climb. But there is still a problem. How can she go after she climbs? But when she first arrived at the roof, she found that her concern was not a problem. Because she fell directly into the royal study. Lying in the trough, the beams of the ancient palace are not strong. Host, this is due to the rain in the past few days. You are so worried that you want to fall to me. The moment that this sentence was passed from the mind to the system, Luo Ding fell into a warm embrace. Chapter 7 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, 6. The eyes of fear opened his eyes and groaned. Zhao Anyang's handsome face appeared in front of her. Sure enough, the skin is fair, the thin lips are gently picked up, and the dark eyes are the domineering of the king. Dust. Zhao Anyang is obviously a little surprised. How long has she not seen her? At this time, she had a light spirit in her body, and she looked forward to it. It seems that the years have not left any trace on her face. Holding his neck, his face was covered with a slight blush. The Emperor. Luo Ding is so embarrassed. Don't look away, gently call him. His eyes are a bit hot and somewhat puzzled. Once upon a time, she was so beautiful, but he could not see. Later he saw it and married her. But she has been indifferent to him for 4 years, how suddenly. Good feeling +5, the task completion rate is 55%. I am going, so I added. So easy, isn't it a minute to complete the task and receive a spree? The Emperor, the slave has just heard the sound in the house. What can the Emperor have? Do you need a slave to come in? The outside father heard the movement inside, but did not call Zhao Anyang, and did not dare to come in private. No, don't come in. Zhao Anyang's cool, watery voice came from the ear, listening to her heart. He resumed rationality and put her down, went to the desk and sat down, and kept a distance from her. The voice was cold and said, how come you? Indeed, people will become. When Zhao Anyang had nothing at all, the reluctance of the eyes was more different than ordinary people. Nowadays, it has become the owner of this eastern continent for more than 3 years. Naturally, there is a domineering position. I thought that if he talked to her like this, he would have been beaten to death by her. No, it's been a long time since she was killed by her own stick. Not right, she is not willing. I just want to understand. Luo whispered softly, and the tassels on his head swayed slightly. When I laughed, I had a shallow dimple, and my eyes were clear and moving, and I couldn't help but want to stare at her. Want to understand what? Zhao Anyang Jianmei picked up and looked at her. Luo slammed his eyes and smiled. A man can have 3 wives and 4 wives, let alone the Emperor. The degree of goodness is reduced by 10, and the task completion is 45%. Mad, you are sick. For Mao -10, I should be able to reduce 5 if I say something wrong. Do you understand the fairness of addition and subtraction? System prompt, the man does not like this sentence. Lying, I know. You have lost 10, I still don't understand that I am a fool. But you go back. Zhao Anyang waved his hand and wanted to call the father-in-law outside the door. Wait, there was a mist in the dawn of Luocheng, and some saddened said, I just missed you. System. 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 No sound. Didn't increase the sensitivity. She said that such a sensational sentence should not add 15. Please concentrate on the point, the man is watching you. What do you say? Zhao Anyang stunned, his eyes were full of unbelievable looks. She actually thought of him. Since she started to know him, she has never had a soft whisper, and her style of work has always been decisive. Included with him. Sometimes he even wondered if she had loved her for so many years. Or just her possessiveness is too strong. After all, Luo Dingshan wants everything. Everyone is respectful to her, except him. Chapter 8 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, 7. I said I missed you, coughing. Luo looked at him with a light smile and a clear look. She coughed twice and said she was weak. No problem, the original owner was really weak before. Now I want to come, the original lord seems to be dead at this time. I saw Zhao Anyang's faint light and looked at her pale cheeks and said, well, come over. Luo Dust raised the skirt and smiled and walked to his side to sit down. Sure enough, the case was the subject of tomorrow's imperial examination. It's so late, the emperor is still watching what to do. Luo's dusty voice is soft and soft, giving people a feeling of non-pointing. Of course, including Zhao Anyang. His ear is slightly red, and even the heartbeat is not consciously accelerating. In addition to occasionally seeing colorlessness in these years, he barely saw any women. Even he felt that he seemed to have no interest in that aspect. But now, she sat next to her, with a hint of aroma on her body, and a faint blush on her white, tender face. The pale pink lips make people want to kiss them. What to do, I can't control it. Luo Dianchen saw that he did not speak, turned slightly, but found that his handsome face has been closer. When she blinked and was about to close her eyes, Zhao Anyang's body moved to the original position. This makes Luo Ding a bit strange, isn't he beautiful enough? Or is it not his side? Oh, this is no wonder. He in colorless for so many years, not even a doll. Tomorrow's imperial examination, I am planning to test questions. Zhao Anyang pretending to be calm. At that moment, he had almost a decisive thought, and wanted to hold her into her arms. But in the next second, he felt that he was too anxious. Now she just came out in the shadows of the past, if suddenly with him. Will it remind her again, ignore him? What questions? Luo Dust slowly leaned against him, said sweetly. Zhao Anyang looked at her body and looked at her slightly raised mouth and licked her lips. Immediately closed his eyes, like clearing distracting thoughts, coughing and coughing, the marching strategy. Lying in the trough, finished. At first glance, the Su is not knowing what to do in the marching strategy. What should I do? System, I hide the task failure is not counted in the total experience, anyway, it is also 0, there is no deduction. Can be deducted into a negative number and all packages are forfeited. The system sounds without emotion. I am going, you are. I want to collect my gift bag and dream. Why do you want to have such a problem? Luo asked, blinking. Protect the home country, the responsibility of the man. Zhao Anyang did not face his eyes, but the eyes on the book. When I marched in front of the army, she always advised him on his side. When they finally set foot on the last city in the east, he hurt her, and she no longer wants to care for him. He only thought about these years. If she can no longer get her heart, then at least ensure that she is safe in her life. Luo seemed to know what he meant, and then smiled and said, I think that Zhaogua is so stable and harmonious now, and there are people who are fighting on the march, and they are not in a hurry to take it. Oh. Zhao Anyang's eyebrows picked up and had some interest in clearing the scorpion. What kind of talent is suitable for storage now? People who know the way of doing business. Luo said without hesitation. Chapter 9 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, 8. The Emperor thinks about it, the current Zhao Guogua is rich, but the people are not very rich. The East is such a big map, some people in the city may still chew the tree bark. Luo Dust picked up the pen on the desk, draw a rough map of the East on a piece of rice paper. Of course, she can draw such things for sure. After all, the original owner used to read Zhao Bingyang's future, read the military books, and the map orientation is more familiar, remembered. She looked at Zhao Anyang and found that he listened very seriously to her, and the unconscious feeling in her heart was nourished. For example, people in this city are rich in tea. The people in this city are good at refining weapons. However, people in one place have never seen tea, and people in one place have never seen weapons. I understand. Zhao Anyang interrupted her words, and the dawn of the light said, the meaning of the word is that tea is cheap in this city, but it becomes expensive in the city. Yes. After all, things are rare. Luo Dust laughed and said that he was very satisfied. Perhaps he listened carefully to her thoughts, or perhaps her heart trembled. Zhao Anyang has a happy color between her eyebrows. She is right, and the people are rich. Good feeling +5, the task completion is 50%. I am going, system, why do I add 5 degrees of sensitivity, -10? When you become a system, the program is written incorrectly. Is the algorithm unqualified? The system simply ignored her and continued to die. Look, it's very late. You sleep first, you have to change the exam questions. He turned and looked at her with tenderness and water. Luo dusted his head and shook his head. The long blue silk shook slightly with her shaking his head, and the tassels on his head made a sound of a bell. It makes people feel happy in the bottom of their hearts. I will be here for a while, wait for the emperor to write, you can call me. Luo Dust leaned to the left, slightly sleeved, water-green wide-sleeve group tiled on the copy, she closed her eyes, long eyelashes flutter slightly. So beautiful, really beautiful. Good feeling +5, the task completion rate is 55%. Mad, dare to do so hard, directly back to liberation. Good. Zhao Anyang wanted to refuse to let her go to bed first. But looking at her so beautiful face, suddenly she was reluctant to leave her half. Early the next morning, when Luo Dust woke up, Zhao Anyang was no longer around. Her body was covered with a white leopard coat, and there was a breath of his body. Stretched a lame, she went directly outside the royal study. I did not expect to open the door, that is, the 4 palace ladies kept outside the door. Slaves ask my wife for peace. The ladies looked at their new masters with a smile, and of course included Xiaoqiu who had followed her for so many years. You. Although I probably know what is going on, I still want to ask. Slaves are the emperor to the lady, and later serve the wife's daily diet. Xiaoqiu is obviously the most happy one, the corner of the arc is high dimples. Luo Dust nodded and said that Zhao Anyang is also a heart, but also specially sent people to find Xiaoqiu, should be afraid that she is not used to it. Kiki, a warm and intimate man. However, this ancient is not the same, this has not yet sleep with the emperor, the palace girl first with 4 for her. Sure enough, there is money and willfulness. Amount, right and willful. Chapter 10 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 9. After the washing was finished, she wore a satin-embroidered coat with a honey color, and a white jade-embroidered jade was placed obliquely on the top of the head. The spring breeze walked toward the Gongyuan. This she has done so many things for the hidden mission, not to see how the Soviet exam is, but I am too sorry for myself. Just arrived at the Gongyuan, it was just the time to finish the test. At the door, there are many fathers and relatives who are waiting for their son to finish the exam. Luo Dust patted his feet and saw a face with a confident smile, and walked over like the light. Here Luo Dingfeng waved at him. That. He hurried over and said with excitement, do you know? The big question in this imperial examination is finally what I am good at. I know. Luo Ding smiled and laughed. Nonsense, of course I know, is that my credit? Su was a little bit stunned, watching Luo Ding smiled and said, I don't know what the girl's name is. Loot Dust. There is a bustling city, and the world is in the world. Su smiled softly, and there was a ray of light in his eyes, good name. Hey, the readers are really different. A name can also pull out so many things, admire admiration. Thank you. She smiled at him as if it were a warm spring breeze. The degree of good feeling is reduced by 5, and the task completion is 50%. Lying, why? The degree of good feeling is reduced by 5, and the task completion is 45%. Your sister, wait a minute. Don't lose it. System prompt, the male owner is nearby. I know, can he be less energetic when he is not nearby? Luo Ding only felt a chilly back, but did not dare to turn back immediately. She knew that he was standing not far behind her. But she did not know, not far behind, not only Zhao Anyang. There is also the only noble color of his harem and the blackened peach. Zhao Anyang looked at him, his face was blue, like a 1,000-year-old scorpion, and looked at the woman who was not far away. Her smile is so gentle, it seems to melt all the ice and snow of the year, as if it can melt his cold heart. But she is not laughing at him, but against other men. Why is it so uncomfortable in my heart? This feeling is even more uncomfortable than she does not completely ignore him. In his heart, she ignored him and only loved him alone. But now, she is so gentle to others, what is this? Peach blossomed and blinked. Looking at Luo Ding, not far away, some angry mouth said, Yang, yesterday is the stinky head and slaves to rob the maiden clothes, and finally ruined the clothes. The sound of peach blossoms is very loud, and the sound of the peaches in the distance is clear. My God, this peach, why didn't she go to heaven? What do you say? Zhao Anyang's tone did not have a slight temperature, and even with a faint killing in his eyes. In this world, except him. No one is qualified to say that she is not good, let alone a despicable person. The Emperor, what happened to you? Yen Colorless stayed with Zhao Anyang for so long, naturally knowing that he is very angry now. But she does not understand why he is angry. Don't you see who the person is? Zhao Anyang's tone is still cold and extreme. In the next second, he stood up with his hands and went straight in the direction of Luo Ding. Yen Colorless body shocked, looking at the familiar back. In an instant, the whole body trembles uncontrollably. Next to the peach blossoms, she hurried forward and held her anxiously and said, Odd girl, what happened to you? Luo dumped, dust. She couldn't help but caress the birthmark of her face, and every word was trembled. Chapter 11 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, 10. In the next second, Luo Ding only felt that his wrist was smashed by a powerful force. As soon as he retired, he fell into the arms of Zhao Anyang. Imperial. Yang, you are all right. Zhao Anyang's eyes were filled with a sly look, and an inch and 1 inch arrogance swallowed her completely. Scorpio, is he jealous? Mother, the lady. Su was obviously stunned, and looked up at Zhao Anyang in front of her eyes, and then she smiled and said, This is. He is my husband. Luo dusted a light smile and leaned his head toward Zhao Anyang's chest. Good feeling +5, the task completion is 50%. Call, good insurance. Zhao Anyang really likes a small woman, can hide in his arms and let him protect. In the lower eyelids, I don't know that Luo girl has become a pro, it is offensive. In the next second, Su Li was relieved from the horror, and he was arrogant and courteous. Although he did not know who the man was in front of him, he could feel the temperament of the man who was emanating from the whole body. He wanted to be a normal person. Zhao Anyang's eyebrows were slightly diminished, and he looked at Su's eyes in front of him. The cold mouth said, "Nothing, it's too late, so let's say goodbye." After the ancient woman married a woman, she would roll up the blue silk, and the dust would still be blue and waste. It's no wonder that people don't know. But why do you still have anger in your heart, as if other men look at her more, he will be jealous. After all, he took Gu Qingyi's hand and turned to go to the palace. As soon as he entered the palace gate, Zhao Anyang let go of her hand and walked quickly toward the royal study. The head did not look back. He has not yet waited for the reaction of the dust, he has disappeared at the corner of the palace corridor. There is still his residual temperature in his hand, but his heart is drawn cold and cool. It is also my fault to think about it. After all, Zhao Anyang is the master of this eastern continent. Seeing my wife and others talking and laughing, my heart is uncomfortable. When she thought of this, she had to vomit her own system. If it didn't accept any branch lines indiscriminately, she wouldn't make the main lines so rough. System tip: the male owner likes to eat the female master to cook. Hey, you found this conscience, right? I finally found that such a huge mistake caused such irreparable serious consequences, right? The host should not fantasize about it. Hey, Luo slammed the dust and said that he did not care about the broken system. Cooking, she doesn't seem to be very good at it. But she thought of some dishes, as the saying goes, eat and fill. For many years, there is no child, it must be a bad kidney. The system expressed great helplessness, but did not intend to give the host any hints. Luo Dingfeng helped Xiaoqiu to fight, and spent 2 hours of time, finally made a big table dish. Among them are, pork belly stewed turtle, mutton soup, walnut black rice stew, yam fried scallops. How do you think that these dishes are not the same as the ordinary royal dining room for the emperor? Xiaoqiu was puzzled and wondered why his master asked her to do this. Change the taste, you help me put these dishes into the basket, I went to the imperial study room. Luo Dust gently laughed, but did not intend to say so much with Xiaoqiu. At this moment, Zhao Anyang in the royal study room is somewhat anxious. Just so she was so cold, she would be uncomfortable in her heart. They all blame him, knowing that it was a misunderstanding, but because of his own heart, he bullied her. When I was about to get up and go to Lanting Temple to find her, Lin Gonggan walked in, saying, Mrs. Luo asked to see the emperor. Chapter 12 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 11. Let her come in. Although Zhao Anyang still looks faint, but his heart is difficult to hide. When they had quarreled in the past, she was always awesome, waiting for him to marry her. At that time, behind her was a whole Luo family, which made him unable to match. Now he is the owner of this eastern continent, but he has never seen her let him have. Today. Luo dusted the basket, and the probe went in. She has a purple long dress and looks extraordinarily quiet and beautiful. The spirits of Shui Ling seemed to speak and squat, looking at him with a smile. The Emperor, have you ever had dinner? Luo looked at him, and smiled shallowly, if you don't eat. I made something for you. What did you do? Zhao Anyang stunned, but it was unbelievable. Whether she is before or now, her status is very noble, and she rarely cooks herself. He still remembers deeply that he was sick in bed that year, and she cooked a bowl of peach buds for him and ate it for him. The scene in front of me is like a glimpse of the sky. He saw that it has been so many years. Oh. She touched her hair, and some embarrassed said, I did it with Xiaoqiu, my cooking is not very good. Come on, bring the food brought by the lady to the heat. Yes, the Emperor. Lin Gonggang walked in and took the food in the hands of Luo Ding, and he retired with respect. Where are you doing? Come and sit down. Seeing that she had cooked for herself, and some of them were just fascinating, and the anger in my heart disappeared. Luo dusted a light, and walked to him in 3 steps and 2 steps. Slow point dash, Zhao Anyang wrinkled and held out her hand to hold her. The hot palm touched her cool hand palm, and his eyebrows were deeper and somewhat accused, when you wear so little, your hands are cold. Luo slammed into the dust and only felt a flush on his face. Pooh-like eyelashes fluttered slightly, lifted and lifted, licking the lips, not cold. Zhao Anyang looked at her so cute and shy look, and the slightly lifted lips looked at the charming color. His eyes finally settled on her pink lips, and my heart was hot and kissed. Luo slammed into the dust, and the shackles were in place. Her eyes kept groaning, looking at the fascinating face in front of her eyes, almost forgot to breathe. System, he kisses me. Good feeling plus 10, task completion is 60%. Kiki, let's do it. Can you add 40 for many parents and complete the task directly? The system ignores her daily and continues to pretend to die. For a long time, Zhao Anyang gently let go of her. There was a hot gaze in his eyes. He reached out and the slender fingers lifted her chin slightly and dropped the last kiss on her cheeks. How long has it been for how long she has not kissed her like this? Looking at her white skin like a faint blush, a little woman looks around him. This feeling is so good. That, seeing that he didn't talk, Luo softly rang, and whispered, I was also a Sui who only met yesterday. Well, I know. Zhao Anyang gently shoved the broken hair on her cheek and said softly. Hey, you know. I am going, you know not to say that it is a waste of time to make a table of dishes and ask for forgiveness. System prompt, avoid deduction, the host expression should not be too embarrassing. Lying in the trough, I just had a big eye. You actually use 2 words. System, your language is not taught by physical education teachers. Chapter 13 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tip, 12. Do you know? Luo Dingchen was a little surprised to wait and see, she seems to underestimate the ability of the emperor. Yes, he knows. She laughed at a strange man like this, as an emperor of a stranger, naturally, when she returned to the royal study, she investigated it clearly. Of course, it also includes the thing that peach blossoms bully her. This account, he will certainly count well. Yeah. He nodded. When you didn't come, I took a look at Su's answer to the imperial examination. I am going, finished. When the dust fell, the dawn was a little scared. She lowered her head and said, I was wrong. Where is it wrong? Zhao Anyang originally only guessed that Luo was dusty that night to come to him in Su's imperial examination. But now that she is honest and wrong, it is natural to guess. I shouldn't let you change the exam title in order to make Su Jinbang's title. Luo Ding raised his hands and continued to surrender. But I think the business strategy really helps between the cities. Circulation, not to help him completely. Well, it is not too late to admit the mistake. Zhao Anyang looked at her face with a pure look, and she could not bear to blame her. After all, he knew she was a man who had a good report. As for Su, and she did not know the day before, the boss of Jingxiafang has already made it clear to the people he sent. I can't help but think that I can't help her. Today, I've left her so excessively. And she was afraid that he was angry and prepared dinner for him. If you are a woman, why do you ask for it? Hey, Lin Gongong's hot dishes are so slow. I haven't sent them yet. Come on, bring the dishes up. Lin Gongong is hot and slow. But knowing the emperor's mind, the emperor did not call, how dare to destroy his solitude with his wife. In the next second, Lin Gongong brought the hot meals to the ladies. When the ladies gave a gift, they retired. Lin Gongong closed the door and silently kept it outside the door. Luo Dust pulled his robe's sleeves and tentatively asked, Don't you eat? Good. He smiled softly and held her hand steady. Luo dusted down and looked at Zhao Anyang with a look of excitement. The emperor prefers to eat which dish is inside, and I will let the imperial house do it for you every day. You know, although this is very good, there is a common point in each dish. That is, kidney. What do you like to eat, don't you remember? Zhao Anyang looked at the dishes in front of him, and there was a disappointment in his eyes. These dishes are not what he loves. But this does not blame him, after all, for so many years. She doesn't remember, it's normal. The emperor, what you love to eat is not good for your health. The dishes I have prepared for you are all for the body. Luo Dust naturally saw his disappointed look and explained in a hurry. What? Zhao Anyang stunned and looked at the dishes in front of him. He seemed to think of something, and he was skeptical. Kid the kidney. Luo Dian thought, did not think, said directly. But at the moment of the opening, she regretted it. Lying in the trough, how to do the system, I said leaking. I am going, you don't deduct my friend, I am going back round. System prompt, the host is dead, please bear the consequences. Mad, look at your gloating. The system expressed great helplessness, and it said that it did not know how the host heard the gloating mood from its mechanical sound. The meaning of the child is that the kidney is not good, or Zhao Anyang's deep eyes have a hot gaze. He reached out and took her waist and took her directly into her arms. I only felt that the soft breath of her body was lingering at his nose. He could no longer control it and kissed her seductive lips again. If you don't feel like doing these dishes, you might want to try and decide if you need to eat. He picked her up and walked toward the inner hall. Chapter 14 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 13. He put her softly on the bed, watching her as clear as water, red cheeks on the cheeks, can no longer control, and directly bent down to kiss her. I am going to, system. System. Is there any substitute? Give me one. Don't you tell me anything about experience, no exchange value, etc. Mad, I will make up later, I must make up. No. The system's cold words linger in her ear. The system said that it did not want to, but the person said that as long as the loved person is him, he must not be bad. Lying in the trough, are you deliberate? Luo dusted some flustered eyes, Zhao Anyang stroking her aunt whispered, afraid. She was a little embarrassed, not blinking, licking her lips, and the heart thumped. Cough, not too scared. People are a little shy. The words in this heart have not been spoken yet, and Zhao Anyang will get up from her. He didn't know why, looking at her some reluctant eyes, she only felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Where are you going? She knew that her actions had hurt him, and that she had already been wronged and pulled his clothes, like a gentle sheep. Mad, isn't people a little shy? You sleep first, I still have a document to deal with. Zhao Anyang will pick up the quilt, gently cover her, softly. I want to come, too, for so many years. Not in a single day, she can be restored to her former appearance. If she needs time, he will wait for her. What? Handling official documents. Doesn't the book say that spring is worth $1,000? Luo smashed his eyes and looked blind. But what can she do? Looking at Zhao Anyang's back to the hall, Luo Jian nodded thoughtfully and knew the answer. This is the bottom line, or he can't. Early the next morning, she was awakened by some noisy voice at the door. I opened the curtain of man's huzu and saw only the other 3 palace ladies, but I did not see Xiaoqiu who often followed her. I just had to ask the individual, what sound? Back to my wife, slaves don't know. Luo smashed his eyebrows and cleared his throat, change clothes for me. Open the door, a dazzling sun shines on her white cheeks. She blinked and looked at a long-lost face. It's been a long time. Sister, Yen colorless saw her first look, stepping back inexplicably. But still pulled a smile and looked at her. The birthmark on her face was covered by thick gouache, although it was not very clear, but such a thick makeup made her look very old. The face looks like a stiff face. After yesterday, I saw Zhao Anyang coming back with Luo, and it was natural to prepare for myself. If the harem still wants to survive, she must do something. Mrs. What Xiaoqiu wants to say, Luo Dingchen shook his head directly toward her. Mad, small white flowers. I am not happy to come early in the morning, I will see what tricks you can play. Come, there is a lot of time anyway. It looks so rough, I am afraid that you will not be. Yen colorless. Luo said that the dust was cold, and the woman in front of her eyes said. Bold. Peach Blossom shouted with a sharp voice, the name of the noble lady is that you can just. Hey, Luo Dian thought that he didn't want to raise his hand, it was a slap, the clear eyes were with awe-inspiring intentions, and the peach blossoms in front of him looked at the simple words, roll. Chapter 15 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 14. Luo Dian's strength is not small, the peach blossoms were beaten back a few steps, and his head squeaked. Yen colorless for a while, his face pale. She bit her teeth, why is my sister so, I saw my sister coming. What's the first time? Did you come to the first place? Luo sneered twice and said, who is colorless, who are you, I am not clear enough. This woman's face is really shameless. The tragic ending of the original lord is to worship her. Now she can still call her sister with a smile. Is it disgusting? I am afraid that my sister is misunderstood, that year. Sister. Luo's slender fingers crossed her cheeks, with endless sarcasm in her eyes, and her mouth raised her head. You grew up like this, and I am so embarrassed to call my sister. Pierre, the peach blossom behind him did not hold back and laughed. She never knows that her master is so fangs, every word can be without dirty words, when it comes to people's pain. System prompt, female match has been blackened. I am going, blackened. The people here are very glassy. Yen colorless is such a heart to bear the ability, how to live in the harem life. There is no other person except the women in the harem. Oh. It seems that you have a point. Yen colorless face pale, his face gradually lingering. She bit her teeth, Luo dust, you don't want to be too much. Now, I am the only goddess in this harem. You. But just a person who is not as good as a palace lady. After all, she shouted in her sleeves, come on, drag this little autumn down to the stick and put it in the water. As soon as the voice fell, the two fathers, who were behind the colorless, rushed forward to catch Xiaoqiu. Lying, system, she wants to beat people. Mace. Mace. I have already completed the branch line and said that a good mace is for me. System tip, redeem the mace. Mad, you have a conscience. My Luo family, the 100 insects die without being stiff. Yen colorless, what do you want to fight with a slave country? At the head is a stick, hitting the face of a colorless face. In an instant, the spike of the mace spears into her stiff skin, and suddenly it is bloody. Ah, a fierce cry rang. There was no trace of defense around the people, and I did not expect that the woman in front of me would find such an inexplicable weapon. Luo Dust immediately grabbed Xiaoqiu's hand and ran in the other direction. Take a step back and see if anyone catches up. Still not thinking about how to go next, she directly slammed into a warm chest. Just as she was almost hit by a moment, a pair of warm and powerful hands held her waist tightly, letting her whole person hang on her body. What's wrong, so confused? Zhao Anyang frowned and looked at her. If you have bumped into other things, can you not be injured? If you hit someone else's arms. When I think of it, I don't have to eat vinegar. Looking at the woman in front of me, breathing shallowly, with a touch of aroma. Just holding her gently, I can feel this fragrance lingering around him. It's so warm, so addicted. This kind of reaching out can make her feel full of feelings, so good. Good feeling +5, the task completion rate is 65%. Ha 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 ha, even added a friend. Hugging is really good, hugs have friends. The emperor dash, not far from the colorless face licking his face, crying and chasing up. Mad, this little white flower is coming to mess with her. Wait, if my sister is detained, I will definitely kill you. Zhao Anyang frowned, so good atmosphere, he actually heard the most unheard of voice. Chapter 16 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 15. The color is directly colorless. The face is indistinguishable from tears or blood, and it seems to be horrible. The emperor, you have to be the lord of the court. But the decibel of this voice, but did not reduce the half. Yen colorless goodness is reduced by 10, and the remaining 20%. This reduction is very reasonable. Reasonable, if I am a male, I will see the colorless face of this face, I guess it will be reduced by 30. The host is really whimsical. The system is not a cold word, pouring out the raging fire that she wants to reduce 30. Hey, break the system. I don't know if it is a barrier to personality when I am in the library. It is not human at all. Zhao Anyang did not speak, a look through everything, half squinting and looking at the colorless on the ground. Peach blossomed directly, pointing to Luo Dingyun, the emperor, you have to give the goddess the master. The vicious person with a weapon, to be placed in the maiden to die. The master and the servant sang together and played very realistically. Oh. The weapon? Zhao Anyang eyebrows a look, looking at the unknown object held in the hands of Luo Ding, slightly frowning. Mad, these two black and white flowers, obviously they want to die in the autumn. Don't say 100 feet, on Xiaoqiu's body, 50 feet is estimated to be a life-threatening. She is legitimate defense, do not understand common sense. Luo Ding slightly drooping put the right-handed mace behind him, and silently shouted, System, do you have the function of recovering the mace in an instant? I have run out of it now, don't need it for now, you can take it back first. When I am useful next time, I am asking you to take it. Not available yet. The system has no feelings and direct rejection. Why is it not for the time being? Then what do you mean is that there will be in the future? There is no redemption value, you cannot open the virtual space. Mad, so angry. Zhao Anyang saw her shrinking, and she reached out and took her hand behind her. Yes, this is it. Yen Wuxian seems to have seen the light of justice, crying and shouting, this is the weapon she used to murder the courtiers. Zhao Anyang did not turn to look at the colorless, but stared at the little grievances in front of him. Why are you taking such dangerous things out? He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. If she is not insecure, how can she put this kind of thing around her? Just after the early morning, I heard Lin Gonggang report, Yen Color went to find her. This heart suddenly hung up, and this just enjoyed her gentleness and stickiness around her. What should he do if something happens? You slammed this dangerous thing with you, what if you fall and hurt yourself? Luo Jian tried to explain something, but was directly interrupted by Zhao Anyang. At this moment, the colorless whole person is instantly in the same place, she is the victim, why is she worried about the woman? Why? His eyes are all her, did not look at her at all. Is her. She is the injured person, the vicious woman holding the weapon in her hand, should she be punished? But why, she heard. It is the emperor's full relationship and gentleness to her, as if to care for a treasure, holding her in the palm of her hand. She looked up at him slightly, only to see his eyes full of worried look. Luo was a dusty, and the heart was actually moved, and there was a mist in the bottom of his eyes. Little Autumn dash. In. You first send your wife back to the Purple Temple, and my wife is a little scared. You are waiting for him. Zhao Anyang's eyes still looked at him, with a charming pet, melting her heart 1 inch and 1 inch. Chapter 17 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 16. Xiaoqiu, let's go back and watch the fun. Halfway through, Luo Ding suddenly said to Xiaoqiu behind him. Since ancient times, she has been a female servant, and she suddenly wants to know what it feels like to be a male lord. Okay. But. The emperor said that he had to wait for his wife, and now the lady went to eavesdropping. If she was found out, she would be blamed. Don't be there, rest assured that I am there, whoever yells at you, I will take the mace. No problem. Anyway, no need to use white. Pass through a path from the royal garden and go straight to the location of the incident. The emperor. Yan Wuxian screamed Zhao Anyang's robes on the ground and cried, the emperor, you can't be like this to the court. I don't have enough tolerance for you. What kind of person are you still unclear? Zhao Anyang snorted and slammed the robes, and the colorless color directly slammed into the ground and fell to the ground. The emperor, the courtiers really love the emperor. Yen colorless biting his lips, no blood. In the past few years, she seems to be the crown of the harem. In fact, Zhao Anyang has never touched her. Even her purple temple has not been to her several times. The only time I have been there, I saw him looking at a portrait on the wall. The person who painted it is the one who is old and yellow. She is getting beautiful. Applying rouge gouache, she is so beautiful. When you saved the shackles, you stepped on all the cities in the east of the mainland, but still remembered to give you a kindness. Zhao Anyang's eyes were cold and thorough, biting his teeth, but you killed it yourself. Child. Not far from the bottom of the dust, she thought that the man did not care about this child. At least she and the original owner think so. But now looking at his bloodshot eyes, he can feel his forbearance from the bottom of his heart. The emperor. In the past, you looked at the eyes of the courtier. In that year, I just felt that I couldn't match her. Zhao Anyang blinked it half-heartedly, and the scene of the year emerged in her mind. At that time, he was nothing but a person with nothing, and behind her was a Luo family with absolute power. All the people in the academy said that she was a country, but he was a blind man. Hey, I have never had a feeling other than gratitude for you. Zhao Anyang said coldly. He has got everything he has in his life, except love. It is also ridiculous to say that an emperor emptied his harem after he ascended the throne, waiting for the man to turn back. He hurt her too deeply, and he watched her turn from an arrogant man to a dumb person. She did not hesitate to ruin her face and shut herself up. Yen colorless, the whole person was suddenly sluggish, looking at the person she loved so ruthlessly, her heart was broken. She shook her head madly and said, no, no, you are the one who loves me. Ha 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 ha, I said to her, if you become like me, the emperor may look at you more. Ha ha ha, do you know that? She really makes up every day, how ugly, people are old and yellow, ha 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 ha. It's good to reduce it. This person's appearance is going crazy in the past. Zhao Anyang's heart is a glimpse. It turns out that she paints a strange makeup every day, not to ruin herself, but to make him like him. This silly girl, such unrealistic remarks, she actually believed. At that time, she must have nowhere to go. Good feeling plus 5, the task completion is 70%. Yen colorless, I will give you 3 days to leave Luzhou, otherwise don't blame your ruthlessness. Zhao Anyang's voice is cold to the extreme, it seems that the surrounding air is condensed into ice with his words. Chapter 18 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 17. Inside the purple temple, there is a brocade on the wall, a woman wearing a red cloak and a face of the country. She was wearing a big red umbrella, standing in the snow, the bells of the ankles were golden and silver, and the young boy who was lying on the ground looked at the water. Why were you like that at that time? The sound of cool water like water came behind him, and Luo looked back and looked at Zhao Anyang who slowly came to her. She chuckled and looked at him in a panic and asked, the memory of the emperor is not bad. After all these years, I can still remember clearly. This is what I painted in the same year. His deep eyes were like a wave of water, so he looked at her so quietly. Luo slammed into the dust, his eyes were inconceivable, and the eyes were fixed on the date in the lower right corner. Zhao Wei 5 years. She licked her lips, when was it? He was a blind man at the time. How can a blind man paint her look, and it is still so accurate? Is it strange? Zhao Anyang slid across her cheeks and said, I asked a lot of people, I played a few times. She stood in the same place, only feeling that her nose was sour, and her tears almost never fell. The boy who had been bullied by her at the ritual academy, who blinded her eyes and bullied her, but also painted her young boy. She had thought that he was only full of hatred for him, hated her for murdering his mother, hated her for using her power to keep hurting him, she hated her for holding Tianshan Xuelian and Lujiajia to force him to marry her. I always thought that you never loved. He has never envied anyone since he was a child. When you meet you again at the ritual academy, the people around you admire you and like you. But you can't see what you look like. I am envious. They can at least see you, what they look like. Zhao Anyang closed his eyes on the chair of the Zixiao temple and interrupted the words of Luo Ding, seemingly recalling the previous things. There was a sad look between his eyebrows, but his mouth was rising. Some people's love is publicity, such as Luo Dianchen, some people's love is silent, such as Zhao Anyang. Luo dusted to him and was about to sit down. Zhao Anyang took a pair of big hands across her waist and held her in her arms. She whispered softly in her ear, let's go, the story of Luo Wang. Luo's dusty shape was slightly stunned and his face was pale. She knew what he wanted to say. The sudden death of the original lord was not the accident that the doctor said, but the original lord thought that it was colorless and there was no evidence. The colorless country is dead, how can there be a murder of Luo Wang? As everyone knows, the colorless brother Yan Zhen escaped early and survived in the world. He trained a group of mysterious killers, and when he did not know Luo Wang. Zhao Anyang looked at her face with a heartache, and her heart hurt. At that time, Luo Wang had the knowledge of him. If it was not Luo, he could not sweep all the cities in the east of the mainland, poison his father, dig his brother's eyes, and avenge his mother. I don't blame you. Luo shook his head and looked at his face, and suddenly he felt a little distressed. She loves him more than all hate. The world has been harassed, and the past has passed. Life is inherently dead, Luo Wang half-lived Hummer, died in the peace and prosperity of the world, but all the wishes of life, can be considered dead. Looking at her with a shallow smile, a pair of eyes are clear and clear. Licking his lips, the pear blossoms on his head swayed slightly, shaking his head and softly saying no to him. Why are you so moved? So I want to hold her in my arms forever. Zhao Anyang stretched out her wide right hand and put on her face. She glanced down and lowered her pink lips. He will give an account of the death of Luo Wang. Chapter 19 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 18. These days have been quite pleasant, that is, her good feelings have not been added, so she feels very depressed. System, why didn't you give me a good feeling recently? Are you a card machine? Host, the number of mails appearing only 5 times in 5 days. The tone of the system mechanic sounded. Is it? Oh, it seems to be. You said that he is busy recently. Heavenly dragons will not see the end. Useless system. Luo dusted his eyes and turned his eyes on the new clothes that he sent her in the past few days. Everything seems to have gone through thousands of choices, and the texture that she saw at the Fairview Square on that day was different. On the 7th night of his busy day, Luo Dust fell alone in the purple temple, and suddenly his back was so cold. In her dreams, she stood in the red dress and stood in the of hell. The man's hushawa in the eyebrows was a little red, and everyone bowed to her. System prompt, the male owner is in danger, the male owner is in danger, the male owner is in danger. Lying in the trough, who is talking, who is talking? Luo Dust suddenly rose and kept breathing. She closed her eyes and the sweat on her forehead fell down, seemingly thinking of something, suddenly blinking. System, what did you just say? Zhao Anyang is dangerous. Why? Why is Mado an emperor good at the end? Yan Zhen mysterious killer organized an hour after he surrounded him in the grass house in the south of the city. After an hour? Lying in the trough, the system did not expect you to have the function of predicting the future. This is worthy of recognition. This system is very powerful. Luo Dust did not think much, directly called Xiaoqiu, let her take Zhao Anyang's jade to Lingnan Wangfu to find Zhao Anyang's righteous brother Fu Hongyuan. Nowadays, the people in the palace don't know whether there is a colorless eyeliner, and they are looking for the guards to save him. She is not sure. In the memory of the original lord, this Fu Hongyuan is a trustworthy person. After all, they are the life and death. Zhao Anyang once placed the soldiers of the Wuzhou 50,000 army in Fu Hongyuan, just in case. And she picked the red-blooded BMW from the stable and went to the south of the city. Suddenly a little confused, a blank in my mind, I always feel that time is not enough. The system, how long before they surrounded the cottage? Because there is no accurate time-checking tool, Luo Dust can only estimate how long an hour has passed. The heart straight jump made her somewhat afraid to listen to the system's answer to her. Already surrounded. The system's cold sound rang in the ear. Luo Ding only felt the heart jump, watching the direction of the fire in the distance, the hands tremble unconsciously. To feel so painful in my heart. Isn't she coming to complete the task? Why are you so scared? Drive dash, in a moment, Luo dusted the whip and flew away in the direction of the grass house. I thought, since my sister likes you so much, I can spare you a life. Yan Zhenhong looked at the black robes, and the long sword in his hand pointed to Zhao Anyang in front of the grass house, but you actually get rid of her? She is crazy about you, you are so against her. Zhao Anyang still stood 2 dead soldiers in front of him, but Yan Zhen was nearly 20 people there. His face was calm, and he used himself as a bait to show his face and revenge for Luo. However, he did not expect to underestimate his ability. He was miserable and he was in a difficult situation. Suddenly remembered the face of the stupid girl in her mind, if he died, she would be very sad. I don't know why, I want to see what she looks like for her sadness. Put the arrow dash, see Zhao Anyang does not speak, Yan Zhen eyes astringent, cold channel. The cold arrows with the flames brushed in the direction of Zhao Anyang, and the 2 dead men stopped in front of him. Yan Zhen snorted and picked up his own bow. The bow was a sharp poison arrow. He bit his teeth and said, go to death dash. A dead end that has no way to escape, a 100% hit position. Between the electric and the flint, Luo Ding flew out of the grass and blocked him in front of him. I only heard a cry of snoring, her face was pale and snowy, but she was conscious but incomparably clear. Chapter 20 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 19. So tired, the eyelids keep falling down. There is a chaos in my mind, and the sound of the surrounding swords is overwhelming. She lifted her squat and looked at the man who was panicking in front of her, holding her in the woods. Zhao Anyang's 2 dead men all died in front of the grass house, but Fu Hongyuan has not yet arrived. The front is the cliff, and the back is the chase. Zhao Anyang, holding a white coat and all red, stood on the edge of the cliff, and her eyes were dead. System prompt, the body enters the danger line. I know, is the pain noticeable? And you don't have to be euphemistic, you say that I am dying. Yes. The system silently indicates that the host is not too stupid. Luo dusted his eyes slightly, looked at the flames that flashed in front of him, and gently pulled Zhao Anyang's sleeves. Emperor. Peace, don't talk. Zhao Anyang is full of red eyes, thin lips shaking slightly, the voice with incomparable panic. She took a deep breath, blinked, and looked at his almost collapsed side with a shallow smile. He lifted his hands and his cool fingertips slid over his face. Do you know? When taking the snow lotus in Qingnan Mountain, the blood on the white clothes is probably the same as now. He had a glimpse of his heart. He knew that he had to go to Qingnanshan to take the snow lotus in the sky. It was definitely a life of 9 deaths. Therefore, even if he knows that Tianshan's snow lotus can make him see the light again, he never thought that he could get it. After all, this is simply impossible. Under the heavens, there are 6 in 8. As far as he knows, there are very few people who get the snow lotus in Tianshan. The heroes who died in the Qingnan mountain are numerous. At that time, she must have done her best today. Even life. She did so much for him, and what did he do? Using the Luo family behind her to succeed in the emperor, the woman who died in the country returned to the palace, watching the woman personally destroy her favorite child in this life. What did he do when she was saddened? Li Yan is colorless for the noble, let her spread the rumors that she is rushing to the crown palace. And the woman who did all this for him, in a desolate palace, washed his face in tears every day. This useless self, why do you love her? He simply does not deserve to have her love. Poor the child. Zhao Anyang's body kept shaking, and a crystal teardrop fell. Looking at her pale, paper-like face, Zhao Anyang's heart is like the pain of mixing together. How much he hoped that the arrow would pierce his chest and kill her. Don't cry. Luo Dingchen seems to feel that the hot liquid keeps falling on the back of his hand. She uses her strength to take a deep breath. I love you so much. I don't want you to be sad, I won't die. You don't want to cry. At this moment, Zhao Anyang almost collapsed. She was in her arms, her cheeks were bloodless, and she looked at him with a pair of eyes. On the edge of life and death, in order not to worry him, she still used the last glimmer of strength, pulled out a smile and surrounded him with warmth, glaring at him. Luo Dust, you can't die. If you die, I will accompany you. He snorted and snorted, squatting down, his hands clasped gently, her brows, it is absolutely determined. He used me instead of jealousy. The blood that has passed through the body has gradually blurred her brain, and the last weak consciousness collapsed. There was no blackness in front of me. Good feeling plus 20, the task completion is 90%. Chapter 21 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 20. Mad. When she finally felt the end point in front of her eyes, how did she feel so chilly? Breaking the system, will I fail if I die? Yes. Dear handsome and charming system, please make me alive, come back, I will buy you 2 candied fruit gourds. 3. 4. Don't talk, I am afraid. No, you are not dead. The system finally couldn't stand her sugar-coated shells, a cold response. Lying in the trough, you don't say it early. Luo did not know how long she had slept, only to know that she slept for a long time. It's been a month later. A bright sun shone into her eyes from the window, and she opened her eyes slightly. At first glance, she saw Xiaoqiu in front of her bed, but Xiaoqiu was carefully helping her to wipe her body from beginning to end, completely ignoring her eyes with her big round. Lying in the trough, Xiaoqiu's sister, don't rub it, look at me, you look at me. Xiaoqiu completely ignored her inner cry, while helping her wipe her feet, while she swallowed and said, Mrs., what can you wake up? The emperor visited all the famous doctors in the east of the mainland, but did not let you wake up. You, don't leave your slaves. Your uncle. I woke up, look at me, look at me. For the lady, the slave said that the Yen Guifei was hanged outside the city gate yesterday. The death is really horrible, the whole face is smeared, and the blood is a little bit bright, even the slaps are shocked. If the lady saw it, maybe she could eat a bowl of rice tonight. Eat a bowl of rice? Does the host listen to the scene you describe and spit it out? Cough, she didn't have a bit of strength all over her body, but she still coughed twice with a scorpion and showed her presence. Ah, Xiaoqiu was stunned and stood in the same place, staring at the big eyes and stuttering, Mr. Madam, you are awake. Come. Come, please go to the emperor. No, first go to the doctor first. Luo swallowed water and rubbed his eyes twice. Mister, don't talk, if you are uncomfortable, your eyes will be closed, and the doctor will come soon. Xiaoqiu's anxious hands trembled, but he didn't understand the shallow and easy-to-understand eyes. I am going, baby wants to drink water, baby is thirsty. Why is it so difficult to communicate with Xiaoqiu, and there is a generation gap between people and people, let alone 30,000 years apart? When she regained her vitality, the first thing is to teach Xiaoqiu what is called the telepathy between the master and the servant. Zhao Anyang is faster than she imagined. Looking at him as a servant, it should be rushed back from other cities. At the moment when he saw him, the eyes were unconsciously red. She has no strength, and her pale lips move gently. He was like a locust in her stomach, immediately greeted, ran to the table and poured a cup of hot water, and gently lifted her up. Kiki, Xiaoqiu's sister. The host retracted the words just now, the generation gap between people is not because of the length of time, but because of the IQ level. The sly mouth sipped, and Luo Ding felt that he was really living. The doctor stood down and said, "The lady's pulse is still weak, but it has gradually stabilized. Chen believes that there is no serious problem. She can clearly feel that Zhao Anyang's body is shaking, holding her arm around her, and her strength is aggravating." Chapter 22 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 21. During the rest period, Luo Dust heard a lot of things about Yanjia from Xiaoqiu. The colorless face was scratched by Luonan County and hung on the gate. The death is terrible, and a pair of eyes must fall. Luonan County is the brother of Luo Wang, her uncle. There is a saying that she is right, Luo Jia 100 feet of insects, to death is not stiff. Yen colorless is so bright and straight, the black hand is extended to Luo Ding, Luo family naturally someone for her. As for Yen Zhen, it is said that Zhao Anyang did not let him die, but sent him to the deserted swamp in the dry land. What is the ridiculous marsh? Just throw it in for one night, and the next day there is no bone residue. This is also a metamorphosis killing. I feel that the whole thing is very complete, but her friend's degree is as good as 90% of the Millennium Ice. I am going, it will not be 90 in my life. The thought drifted through her mind for a moment, but her mouth was unconsciously revealing a smile. It seems that if it is 90 in a lifetime, it is also very good. Zhao Anyang is still very busy these days. Luo Dian did not understand that he is busy, but he will return to the Zixiao temple to eat dinner every night. I am in a good mood today, Luo thinks, and makes a meal for the busy man. Bishi porridge, sugar-steamed yogurt, sweet-scented asmanthus steamed chestnut cake, rui cake, acacia soup, pearl jade round, jade celery shrimp dumplings emperor. Luo dusted his nose and moved, looked at a table of dishes, satisfied nodded. "Madam, how is the dish you made today is so much worse than the last time?" Xiaoqiu took the most out of his favorite rose cake and watched Luo. She only felt a red cheek, and turned a big white eye to Xiaoqiu. "You want to be blamed by Xiaoqiu." The question of this embarrassment is the same as Xiaoqiu. Zhao Anyang walked slowly from afar, wearing a blue and white robes with a shallow smile between the eyebrows. She rarely saw him wearing some suits of color, and it was not pure black or pure white. Xiaoqiu spit out his tongue, and he played a trick in a playful way, and he retired. Luo dusted his lips and looked at Zhao Anyang with a hint of smug look. The emperor today seems to be earlier than before. Looking at her some arrogant expression, with a soft smile on her lips, a pair of bright eyes looked at him seriously. Zhao Anyang only felt a tremor in her heart, and she couldn't help but think of the way she was wearing a white dress. The fingertips trembled slightly, and with a quick breath, she walked quickly to her side and suddenly held her in her arms. Luo Dingchen was scared by his sudden move, and he blinked and blinked. "You, the emperor, what happened to you? I won't leave me alone in the future, I will be afraid." Zhao Anyang hugged his body and whispered in her ear. "No, we will always be together." Luo laughed and licked his lips, licking his chest with his small head, especially cute. "You lure me." Zhao Anyang saw her soft body leaning against her body, and instantly felt that the cells in her body jumped. "I didn't." Luo Dust quickly jumped out of his arms, staring at him with big eyes, shaking his head in desperation. "Then, when I am tempted, I will confuse you." He stretched out her pink sleeves and took her into her arms again, sat down with her, put her on her lap, and smiled. "How do you not make pork belly stewed turtle, walnut black rice stew, oh? Stop. Why does the emperor tease me?" Luo Ding only felt a blush on his face. It was really a shame to throw home. "You don't have to call me the emperor anymore." Zhao Anyang smiled and looked at her eyes and said, that I just said to Xiaoqiu is the last time I used this word to call myself." "What?" Luo slammed his mouth open, and the whole person instantly caught it. Chapter 23 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 22. Mom. System, you are coming out, why is Zhao Anyang not the emperor? This month, I won't sleep, Zhao Anyang is forced to die. God, what should I do? Is the first letter to my uncle or run away first? He is automatically giving way. The system didn't want to answer her question, but she couldn't stand her noisy voice. I gave the emperor's meditation to Fu Hongyuan. Zhao Anyang touched her head and patiently explained, I am sitting in this position, and there will be enemies after all. Although the palace is heavily guarded, it is precarious, I don't want you to have any danger. Zhao Anyang looked at her, like a treasure, and put on her cheek. Luo slammed the dust and felt that he was not moved by words. It's true that I don't love the beauty on the river. She raised her hand, wrapped his neck around, sucked his nose and leaned against his shoulder, whispering softly, "You are so good to me, even if you, not too good, it doesn't matter." What? No. Zhao Anyang's whole body cells are like hot dragons. I still think that he can't do it in her heart. Well, Emperor. Anyang brother, no matter what you do, I love, oh. Luo Dingjian has not finished, he leaned down and firmly locked her delicate lips, the tongue of the light road is soft and wrapped around her small mouth, 1 inch and 1 inch allowed to her tenderness. What the hell, I haven't finished the confession, how come I kissed it? The system has not been abolished for itself, silently squinting on both eyes and ears. Oh, it doesn't seem to have these things. For a long time, until her cheeks were red and powerless in his arms, he gently let go of her. The physical strength is so poor, I can't be tossed to death in the future. Zhao Anyang looked at her huddled in his arms and shy, and actually joked her. Hey, she snorted softly, and the shyness in her voice seemed so embarrassing that he couldn't help but lean down and kiss her lips again. The strength of the arm is getting tighter and tighter, as if to integrate her with herself. Ah, the wound was accidentally touched, and she was so painful that she couldn't resist shouting and her face was pale. What's wrong? Zhao Anyang immediately let her go, and the fingertips in the panic didn't feel trembling. There was an anxious look between his eyes, like a child who was doing something wrong, staring at her deeply. Hey, Luo Ding slightly slowed down a little pain, watching his anxious look did not hold back the laughter, leaning his body against his warm chest, softly said, "You don't have dinner?" He was busy for a day and estimated that he hadn't eaten anything yet. If he kissed it, the food would be cold. The desire that I had already controlled was hoped that she would rely on her to burn the boiling point. He smiled softly, wrapped his arm around her wound, and gently attached it to her ear. "I want to eat it first." You. Before she could wait for her reaction, Zhao Anyang had already picked him up and walked to the inner hall. Scorpio, how is this scene so familiar? Looking at her cute face, recalling that she was shy and said nothing, "It doesn't matter," Zhao Anyang's eyebrows unconsciously spread a thick smile. "Let's go, don't try to know." Zhao Anyang put her softly on, and her eyes were extremely hot. Like the next second, she will swallow her. Chapter 24 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, 23. On the soft couch, he couldn't wait to kiss her, and she was surrounded by her in an inch. The cool fingertips wandered around her fair skin, causing her to whisper softly. The air is filled with a sigh of relief, rendering his inner heart. But just as he was about to lose control, he stopped. Luo's dusty pink dress has been torn into pieces. She breathed deeply, watching him suddenly stop, and the words, "No," were flashed again in my mind. I saw Zhao Anyang slowly coming down from her, lying next to her, holding him in his arms, gently touching her hair and said, "I am hurt, don't bully her." Luo has a glimpse of the dust, and his heart is full of feelings that cannot be said. Looking at his hot eyes, somewhere has been swollen. Somehow, she suddenly wanted to say a word, actually. It can actually be bullied. Who is speaking? Who is talking? Definitely not her. Luo Dingchen has not swayed from the shy scene, Zhao Anyang has been sideways, and the whole person has pressed her under her body. His eyebrows are clear, his eyes are soft, and his mouth is faintly smiling. The next second, a raging heat hits. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, felt his overbearing enthusiasm, felt his cool fingertips, and felt his hot temperature. Her mouth rose slightly, blinked and slammed into his tender relationship. Suddenly remembered a word, I don't know where I heard it. According to the gaze, this life does not change. I love you, Luo Dust. His gentle voice echoed in his ears. Good feeling plus 10, the task completion is 100%. The sound in my mind broke her weak consciousness. She actually completed the task in this situation. Can the host choose whether to stay? Whether? Yes. She didn't want to answer the system. The whole brain is blank, only this one word is very clear. She wants to stay, whether she is sick or sick, she will spend the rest of her life with him. Early the next morning, Luo Ding only felt that it was a difficult task to open his eyes. The bones of the whole body are like scattered, and the soreness is unbearable. She regrets that she used to completely underestimate the man last night. Absolutely regret. Mrs. Emperor. I said that the slaves will pick you up outside the palace gate. The slaves have already collected them for you. You can wash them. Xiaoqiu came in from the door and said to her. Nanchengman, where are you going? If you don't want to be an emperor, do you want to run away? Follow Xiaoqiu all the way from the Taihe temple to the palace gate, and suddenly someone called her name. Luo Dust Dash. Lying in the trough, who specializes in name and shouts my name. Turned around and saw the long-lost face. Su is away. Yeah, isn't this the legendary actor? Fortunately, thanks to you, I have exchanged the legendary mace. Being hated, the result is an arrow. Now I want to come, I almost lost my life. Look at your dress, the gold list title. Luo Jianchen saw the sign in his hand, naturally know that he has entered the DPRK as an official, do not know the official worship of a few products, the number of rankings on the gold list. That's thanks to the dust, the amount, do you say that you are not in the same place? Su couldn't help but think of the man he saw that day, claiming to be her husband, and the man who exuded the king's momentum. No. Luo dusted a light laugh. Call, Su was long and smiled with a sigh of relief. Thanks to the encouragement of dust, I finally concentrated on the will to suppress the big question, although it is not the champion, but the name of the second place I am very satisfied. Su Shi's smile is very special. It is the kind of person who can make you feel warm with a smile. Coughing cough. She cleared her throat and said quietly in his ear, you can thank me for the big problem. Oh. Su's eyes flashed a trace of doubts. He thought about it, is it a bad time to be in the bachelor's office? It is no wonder that the man looks like a noble man of bureaucracy. He was originally a bachelor's house. Hey, Luo Jianchen saw him suddenly realize that he generally nodded his head and couldn't resist laughing. Patted his shoulder and said, Su brother. You guessed wrong, the correct answer is, the question is out. Chapter 25 Affectionate Emperor's Heart Tips, 24. She turned and walked away, not looking at Su's expression, because she was afraid that she would finish laughing and laugh. Zhao Anyang's carriage waited for her at the south gate, but she guessed it well. He wanted to take her away. Madam, can you be ready? Zhao Anyang wore a white robe, embroidered with elegant white bamboo leaves, and it looked extraordinarily elegant. She couldn't help but sway, as if she had seen him in lieutenant for the first time. At that time, he was still a blind man, a thin grey dress, squatting in the snow, only to cure the mother's illness. It's true that the world's people are not willing to do so. I don't know if his mother would have worked hard for a few days. But now, he is still so good to her. I gave up the world that the Half-Life Hummer hit, and joined her in the rivers and lakes. Ready. Luo dusted his good-looking hand and sat in the carriage. Yeah, don't you bring a small forest? Madam, don't you bring Xiaoqiu? Without. The two people refused in unison, how beautiful the picture is. They all know that as long as they are accompanied by each other, they can go on and go to the end of their lives. Lin Gongdan hired a deaf-mute driver for them, and she and Zhao Anyang were on such a mighty road. Give up status, give up the food, and give up Ronghua. No, Ronghua is rich and she has not given up. Because when she was out of the palace, she brought a lot of gold, enough for a lifetime. Where are we going to go? On the outskirts of Zhangzhou. Luo Dinghui leaned his head on Zhao Anyang's shoulder and asked with a smile. Would we like to go to China? Zhao Anyang touched her head, and a gentle voice came from the ear. She glanced and her head snorted twice. Zhongluo Luo Wangfu. He is going to take her, go home. Zhao Anyang. She suddenly straightened up, lifted her head and looked at him with a sullen look. You are not the emperor now, and it is still the world of my Luo family. What does the lady want to say? Zhao Anyang took her messy haircut through the ear. Is it still going to bully me? How come? Luo looked at his gentle face, and the tone was small. It seems that I didn't bully me. I regret it. Luo slammed his mouth and said with indignation, if it wasn't that young and energetic, then the round got the colorless diamonds. Zhao Anyang smiled a little and shook his head, the ending is the same. Why? Whether it is colorless or other women, there is a dust between me and them. Zhao Anyang looked at her eyes and smiled. He knew that she would not let him be with anyone. Her love used to be so arrogant, she thought a lot and changed her mind now. It is her, not like her. Luo Ding light smile, seems to suddenly think of something, looked at him and asked, Yi, if you don't have a small forest to call you up in the future, would you not get used to it? No, I have a pen. Zhao Anyang almost blurted out and did not hesitate. Oh, it's so direct. Yeah, you don't have a banquet room to eat for you in the future, will you not adapt? No, I have a slap. Zhao Anyang suddenly seemed to think of something and added the following sentence, as long as she does not want to give me kidney. Lying in the trough, how do you remember this thing? Cough. Luo Dingqing cleared the throat and continued to ask, Yi, when you go to bed later, there is no Gongtai companion on the side to help you dress and bathe, will you not be happy? No. He turned and looked at her slightly licking lips, and said with a touch, I have a dusty dust. There is absolutely no dust in the world. Chapter 26 Affectionate Emperor's Apex Pet, End. This year, the middle of the country had a heavy snow. Zhao Anyang piled a snowman in the back garden of Luofu, and his eyes were covered with black cloth. Hey, you piled yourself up. Luo dusted out of the room, watching the cute snowman with a fat smile, and a big smile on his lips. Zhao Anyang saw her ran out without wearing a coat, her eyebrows slightly picked up, and went into the inner room to take out her big red cloak. Luo Dust stood next to Cher and walked 2 laps, laughing. Don't catch cold. He put a cloak on her and gently glared at her. Like me? He saw her always watching the snowman not talking, asked with a smile. Luo smashed the dust and touched the face of the snowman, only to think that the cool snow melted in the palm of his hand. She smiled faintly, it's a little fat. Is it? Zhao Anyang glanced at himself now and laughed at himself, it seems almost the same as it is now. Yes, you are so fat. Luo looked at him with a sweet smile. In the past few years, they have been in the rivers and lakes, and they have seen thousands of miles of water and traveled all over the world. In addition to eating is to play, Zhao Anyang can be said to be a whole fat circle. Mrs. This is a disgusting me. She was still clear and watery, and she looked like a few years ago. It seems that the years have not left a trace on her body. Where, obviously you are abandoning me. Luo dusted his mouth and pointed at the snowman, you have only piled up oneself, no heap of me. It's snowing, I am afraid that you are cold. Zhao Anyang held her little hand in the palm of her hand. Soft, warm. Nonsense, you just don't want to give me one. Luo slammed the dust and piled up the grass and piled up a snow. She put the big red cloak on the snowman and watched him smile. Like me? It's too fat, and it's much better than it. Zhao Anyang took the cloak of the snowman's body and put it on her, and took the cloak on her body and put it on the snowman. He glanced at the snowman, and his mouth inadvertently revealed a faint smile, if I had a prominent status when I met you, then I should be able to put the cloak on the body. Luo slammed into the dust, and smiled for a long time, it's a fool. No matter what status you are, I like you just like you, nothing will change. Good dear, he licked her waist, letting his head rest on his chest, but the snowman with his eyes in front of him was laughing, now I am covered, it is counted as it's not too late. She glanced at the silly snowman piled up in front of her eyes, wearing Zhao Anyang's cloak, looking at the snowman in front of her undressed clothes, and suddenly felt a touch of emotion in her heart. Such a scene, but they are generally the same as they were. Zhao Anyang, she lifted her eyes slightly, watching his handsome face shouting his name. Well? He looked up at her. She smiled lightly, tiptoed her toes and kissed his lips, I love you. Zhao Anyang reversed her hand into her arms, bowed her head and kissed her voice. The words were as cool as water, I love you too, and live forever. After that, he picked her up and walked toward the room. The snow was flying outside the window, and the 2 snowmen were quietly waiting in the snow, just as they were in the past. This generation of Zhao Anyang lived to be 60 years old. In ancient times, such ages have been very good. Luo Jianchen has been with him all the time, until the pear tree, the moment he will die, his eyes are still so beautiful. Look, I am so useless, go ahead of you, and ask you to suffer parting. Zhao Anyang lay in her arms with tears in her eyes. Stupid, we will meet each other in the afterlife. Say it well, live and die, never get apart. Luo Dian has already been red-eyed, she is not willing, but useless. The system told her this morning that Zhao Anyang's lifespan is as it is today. You want the 3 to die, and who dares to stay with you? Yeah, the pain of parting, she will bear. Well, it's... His breath is getting weaker and weaker, and his lips are repeated over and over again. I am at me. She hugged him, tears rushing out of her eyes. I love you. He closed his eyes and said the last sentence. Me too. She hugged him, her consciousness gradually blurred. If you have been there, I have always loved. Chapter 27 Zhao Anyang. Zhao Anyang, I always believe that God will let a lover become a genius, really, and live up to me. My mother is the woman Zhao Wang bought from the brothel, so my birth is a tragedy. Zhao Wang loved my mother in the beginning. Although I was not as noble as Zhao Anling after I was born, it was not as despicable as it was later. Zhao Anling's mother is a famous family, but it is a pity that Zhao Wang does not love her. Long time into hate, became the woman's life. After all kinds of planting and blaming, Zhao Wang finally no longer believes in us. In the end, my mother was locked into a cold house, and I was accidentally blinded by Zhao Anling. The first time I knew her, I was 12 years old. At the banquet of Zhao's 30-year-old birthday, it was a pity that I was already a blind man. I couldn't see for myself how much she danced in the snow. I only know that after a dance, the audience cheered her up. On that day, I was originally in the boundless darkness, and I saw a little light. When I met her again, my mother was seriously ill. The moment when the bell on her foot rang, my heart was restless. Here is Zhangzhou, and she is in lieutenant, how is it possible? But when she spoke to me, I knew that it was the light in my life. She said she could help me find a doctor, but I asked her to go to lieutenant to find her. At first I only knew that she was the lieutenant of the lieutenant, but she did not know that she was the daughter of Luo. The words of Luo Wang, both in my eyes and in the eyes of Zhao Wang, are so far behind. Even so, my heart still wants to find her. Although, I can't see anything. But the next day, my mother died. Zhao Anling said that my mother was finally dead after losing his sister. I know the meaning of Zhao Anling. He said that she killed my mother. However, I don't believe it. After burying my mother, I don't know where to go, but I don't want to stay in Zhao Wangfu. When I was a child, I taught me how to write a book and practice the words. I am sorry and asked if I would like to go to his newly opened ritual school. I was happy in my heart and agreed to it without thinking. After all, the ritual academy is in lieutenant. In fact, she did not know, I knew her earlier in class at the ritual academy. Of course, I also know that she is the only daughter of Luo Wangfu. I can't help but smile, this is a gap that can never be crossed. It is impossible to pass, and even hard work has become a ridiculous thing. However, she still talked to me. But I know that it is impossible between us. Later, I studied hard and didn't know why my road seemed to be getting better. A few years later, I became a supervising censorship from a teaching aide. Later, I learned that I am a blind man, the official path can be so smooth, and there must be high-level people to help. And this high man is her. At this time, Yen Yu, who had helped me, was forced to marry a 60-year-old Tai Fu to be his little sister. I want to come to my nephew, and I can't be with her in this life. After all, colorless is good for me, and it is still. But I did not expect that on the eve of the wedding, she actually appeared in front of me with Tianshan Xuelian and Lujiajia, let me marry her. I actually have a chance to marry her. Luo Wang really spoiled her, and did everything to satisfy her. Even if she wants to marry a blind man. The night I was married to her, I opened her hijab nervously and saw her face for the first time. Really beautiful, so beautiful, why does she like me? How much I want to spend the rest of my life with her, even if I don't take revenge. However, she did not stop to help me to pursue the name and profit, and tried my best to capture all the cities in the east of the mainland. But I eventually hurt her and hurt our children. When she came back to me, I thought she was different. She used to be proud and decisive. I don't know why, but it has changed now. She became so cute and secretly cooked for me. Although the dishes are really a bit. But she changed, she would say soft words, she will have a little emotion, she will cry to me, she will hug me. If I used to admire her, now I just want to get close. Because I am no longer the blind man. Because of me, I finally have the opportunity to stand in front of him like a man and protect her. This life is for you, drawing the ground for the prison, and trapping it. Chapter 28 Small Theater. The chaotic world is nothing. System, 10 questions and 10 answers are on the scene, welcome to the head of Emperor, plain male Zhao Anyang. Applause enthusiastically, hey, only the only mechanical applause. Hello, Zhao Anyang. Okay. The first question, when you saw her falling from the sky in the royal study for the first time, what do you think? It's a bit nice, a bit cute, a bit heavy. You must tell the host, you said she is heavy. Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Don't, the front is the focus, followed by the blind spot. As a system, please define the area. Second question, the first time she cooked the dishes for you, how do you feel? If you want to seduce me, you don't need to be so indirect. Just point it, I can satisfy her. What position can be? Blinking, so dirty, don't dare to look, happy face. No, you should listen to a lot of things. Will you abolish me? Equals. Not for the time being. Third question, what do you feel when you see her laughing at Sue? Anger, jealous, dissatisfied, possessive desire. At that time, you seem to be playing Sue. No, I want to throw him directly into the ridiculous swamp. The system patted his little chest and took a long sigh of relief before continuing to ask. The fourth question, what is your first feeling? I can re-answer the question just now, I have a new answer. What is the problem? I will abolish you. I am still a baby, give me another chance. Well, please ask. The fifth question, did you receive surprise when you saw her holding a mace? What did it feel like at the time? Yes, I think that thing is terrible. Why did she carry it? I didn't give her enough security, I feel sorry for her. The sixth question, what do you feel when she is colorless? I don't feel it, just swear. If she needs me, I can help her. The seventh question, which one do you hate most about the entire plane? Yen Zhen. Because he almost made my loved ones lose their lives, he made her so painful, so uncomfortable. Oh, so you threw him into a ridiculous swamp. Well, 6 and 8 shortages, I can't think of a more painful place that can make him die. The system continues to pat without a small heart, and must not offend him. The eighth question, when she blocked the arrow for you, what do you feel? Do you feel scared? I was very scared. I felt that I had to lose her at that moment. I wanted to hurt her, and die for her. The system said that it was forcibly used for a wave of dog food. It felt that it didn't like it and felt that it should not be delicious. The ninth question, in her heart, you used to have love for colorless, is it true? No, I have never fallen in love with any creature other than her, including chicken, duck and fish. 10th question, do you love her before, or later? No response, am I asking something wrong again? Sigma. This world, no matter how it changes, no matter where it is, I only love it. He is cold and picky, so handsome, so special. I am now announcing the interview of Zhao Anyang, the male leader of the Emotional Emperor, and gave warm applause. In the chaotic time and space, a single mechanical applause sounds again. Congratulations to the soul fragments into the space of the Lord God. 1/100. Chapter 29 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 1. Welcome the host back to the chaotic world. Oh. Luo Ding has not yet swayed from the last world, he is already in the chaotic world. I don't know why I feel a little sad, a little sad. The bronze mirror in front of the eyes glowed blue and green, and the smoke was shining. The following is a summary of the value of this task, please read carefully. Name, Luo Dust. Planar space, the heart of the Emperor. Experience value, 100/10,000. Exchange value, 500, replaced with mace deduction 300. Mission completion, 80%. Reward, a novice gift package. The trough is so expensive. And, for the gross finish is 80%, I think I am very happy. Su failed to high school champion deduction 20. WTF, he is best at high school, can't blame me. Yes. System, you are so indiscriminate, will your conscience not hurt? Will not. Maid, the novice spree helped me open. Open a novice gift package. Luo smashed the dust and looked at the things in the bronze mirror. Base point, 100, exchange value, 1000. This package is not bad, the base point is used to add to the character properties panel. A little reversal of the taste. Does the host choose whether to open the points mall? Whether. Oh. There is such a thing. Hurry and open. The value on the bronze mirror instantly flips the page and enters the point redemption mall. I went, and Lin's blind items appeared in front of her eyes, making her feel instantly overwhelmed. Sure enough, the system is not deceiving, it does have everything. But this is the exchange value, and some things are too high. Silk satin, balloons, dolls, paper planes, textbooks, computers, smartphones, bread, sports cars. Sports car, something modern. Luo Dian gave an indifferent expression and decided to turn off the mall. Because she, root. This. Change. Do not. Up. The host will start the second task in 3 minutes. The task base panel is as follows. The trough, so fast. It's not so fast to catch the ducks. The system completely ignored her, and the value of the next task appeared on the bronze mirror. Experience, 100/10,000. Face value, 90/100. Physical strength, 15/100. Charm, 45/100. Body, 50/100. PS, in addition to experience, all panel values are only the value of this mission, and have nothing to do with other tasks. Yes. The value is high, I like it. The next second, the bronze mirror enters the page. Task level, C. Complete acquisition experience, 200, item. Female owner, Fong Tian Tian. Male, Su Yangchen. Male with, Tang Wei. Women's wear, Qian Feifei. Wait, Luo Dust carefully looked at the task panel over and over again. Didn't find her own name at all, isn't she in this plane not called Luo Dust? Because. Oh. I know. My plane is called Qian Feifei, right? Female match counterattack male owner, I like what I like. No. The sound of the system's indifference sounds. The trough, that task is too simple. I turned out to be a woman. Luo Dust laughed unconsciously. No. The sound of the system's indifference sounds again. WTF, I shouldn't be a man. The system did not want to pay any attention to her, directly turning the bronze mirror over the next page. On the panel, there are 3 big characters, Loot Dust, and she said that she is immediately in the same place. Cannon fodder, Luo Dust. Task content, return to the original 3 months before the death of the Lord. 1. Let the female partner receive the punishment. 2. Get the love of the male owner Su Yangchen. Host, please choose whether to accept all the original memory. What is acceptable in the memory of cannon fodder? Luo Dust said that her heart is broken at the moment. Memory is being imported, please support the host. WFT, system, when can you not read my thoughts? Chapter 30 Cannon fodder counterattacks high cold school grass, 2. After Luo Dust carefully combed the memory of this original cannon fodder, I felt that my thoughts were not wrong. The so-called cannon fodder has seen the number of male lords. The person she originally liked was not a male owner, but a male with Tang Yin. Just because she likes Tang Yin, she is a school flower, and she is actually a female with 1,000 Feifei's follow-up. Because Tang Yin likes Qian Feifei. Thousands of Fifi like Su Yangchen. Su Yangchen. In the memory of the original lord, Su Yangchen did not seem to like people. The reason why it is called a male owner is because Fong Tian Tian likes him. A story always has a little 3-corner love, 4 corners of love, or how can it be so pleasant? The original lord's ending was suicide. He jumped from the top floor of the Royal High School and ended his life. The reason for suicide is very funny, because Qian Feifei let the original owner buy breakfast for himself. As a result, Qian Feifei had trouble after eating. Tang Yi felt that it was the original owner who liked himself, so he deliberately harmed Fei and became ill, and slandered the original lord, so that the original lord never appeared in front of him, and he died best. The original subjective nature is weak, and he is said by his beloved male god. He is so disheartened and chooses to end his life. However, the original owner remembered his parents and family before he died, and could not help but regret it. Your skin and hair is from your parents. Your life will not only live for yourself, but also for those who love you and hurt you. Finishing the story of the original master, Luo Dingchen sat on the stone bench in the playground and looked at Su Yangchen, who was playing basketball. System, can you tell me how this so-called task completion is calculated? The second task is the main task, the first task is the branch task. I will go, I will know that you will not be so kind. It is not difficult to say the first task, but this second task. You will talk about the good feelings of the male master and the goodwill of others. The original owner is 0, the female owner is 0, the female is 0. It's a very cold man. But in other words, everyone is on the starting line, whoever wins and wins is really unknown. Dust, Feifei let you go to help her buy Yakult. Luo Dian is still thinking, next to a little fat girl, a command of the tone. Luo Dust tried to recall it. In the memory of the original lord, this little fat girl is also one of the small followers of Qian Feifei. However, she belongs to the kind of flattering followers, bullying and hard. It is estimated that there is usually no less bullying by Qian Feifei, and now I can only find another person to vent. Luo Dust directly got up, his hands in the pocket of the school uniform, did not take care of the little fat girl, went directly in the other direction. The chubby girl apparently squatted directly. Is this the wrong thing to eat? Dare to go so far? Back to my class, the same table is a rare friend of the original, called Yang Mengting. The results are very good, it is a schoolmaster. Forgot to say that the original owner is a school scum. Yes, the age is ranked in the bottom 50, and her name will always be there. Dust, you said that you have gone to Qian Feifei to do things. Yang Mengting talked to her while writing notes. Luo Dust took the textbook out and smiled slightly, who is mentally retarded who has her time. She didn't want to pretend to be too pretending in front of Yang Mengting, because in her impression, this girl is good. Yang Mengting was obviously a glimpse, and even the hands that kept writing notes stopped. For a long time, she looked at the hard-working Dust and said slowly, well, that's good, we will have a college entrance exam soon, and don't think about those things. She naturally knows what Yang Mengting is talking about. Don't look at it. System, I will help you add a branch line. Did Tang Yen abuse together? The system is almost awkward. Chapter 31 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 3. After school, when Luo dusted out of the school gate, he saw two familiar voices. Women with thousands of Philippine and chubby sister Wang Zhuangzhuang. Did not hear the mistake, she is called strong. Luo Dust, why didn't you buy Fifi's sister to buy more music today, and it hurts my sister to be thirsty when I was in physical education class. Wang Zhuangzhuang is a straightforward look, wearing white and blue sportswear, big belly it is the same as 5 or 6 months of pregnancy. On the other hand, 1,000 Feifei, the body can be, the face is okay, the makeup is good, the face is unknown. You are so distressed by your Fifi sister, why don't you buy her? Luo dusted his eyes and raised his mouth was a mocking smile. Wang Zhuangzhuang did not expect that the usual weak Luo Dust would talk to her, and a word was hard to say in the throat. Zhuangzhuang and my physical education class, naturally have no time to buy. Thousands of Philippine white, a dusty look, the tone is very bad. She feels very strange, Luo Dingchen really took the wrong medicine today. Dare to talk to her like this? Oh, she hugged her hands and looked at Qian Feifei from top to bottom, what about me? Luo Dust. Qian Feifei was unclear by a gunpowder's sudden resistance. She pointed to her nose and said, are you going to buy it? Hey, Luo Dingchen coldly smiled and said, I said that you are stupid or fake, I said to you to give you some face, you still do not understand. Originally, Luo was not going to tear up his face with Qian Feifei, thinking about stepping further. It is a pity that she is the kind of character that is quick and confusing. Instead of twisting and squeezing the plan to go, it is better to be straightforward. Luo Dust, you dare to talk to Fifi's sister. Wang Zhuangzhuang apparently thought that he had caught the handle of Luo Ding, and later her image in front of Qian Feifei must have a more status. This sentence is quite good. Luo dusted his lips and smiled coldly, I don't even want to talk to your Fifi's sister. After that, she turned and wanted to go. Do you want to participate in Tang Yan's birthday party tomorrow? Qian Feifei's cold voice rang behind him, threatening naked in disguise. Luo Ding gently smiled, did not stop, the sound floating in the wind, oh, then you have to say a happy birthday to me and Tang Yan, I really did not intend to go. System prompt, mail with Tang Yan is nearby. Oh, it's nearby. When you said it was nearby, I was a little embarrassed. Luo Dust, don't ask me if you have a kind. Qian Feifei stood in the same place, sulking, red face. Not far from the Tang Yan half squinted, looking at the girl who walked lightly in front of her eyes. Her mouth was smiling with a shallow smile, her skin was white and snowy, and there was no cleanliness. Long black hair slid across the face, inadvertently touching the softness of the heart. The heart suddenly jumps a little faster. He had never seen Luo Jian before, and his buddies all admired the school flower like him, but he felt extremely irritated and troublesome. In his heart, as long as 1,000 Feifei occasionally look at him more, it is enough. Tang Yan took a deep breath and shook his head, taking his eyes back from the dusty body, forbidding himself to think. He gracefully stopped the bicycle and walked toward the 1,000 Philippine not far away. The wind passed slightly over his delicate cheeks, with a charming smile on his mouth and a bad feeling. Chapter 32 Cannon Ash Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 4. Who is making my family lady angry? Tang Yan touched the head of Qian Feifei and asked softly. He and Qian Feifei are childhood friends, and he likes her since he was a child. Like a good guzheng that she played, she likes her pride. But he knew that she couldn't see her from small to big. Over time, he didn't know if it was a love, or just a habit of guarding a person. Don Juan, I tell you, you can't look at Luo's eyes in the future, otherwise I will break with you. Qian Feifei slammed Tang Yan gently touching her head and said with a sigh. Thousands of Philippine hearts, Luo Dust, you have the ability to arrogant, you are arrogant. You guys only love me, you know, you are not my follow-up. What is the use of good looks, do you think this is a world of looking faces? Well, you are our little princess, you have the final say. Tang Yan retracted his hand, but still smiled and said, in addition, I have never seen her before. System, can you tell me where Su Yongchen is now? When she left the school bell, she went to the school gate. As a result, she did not see the male and female adults in their family. Instead, she met two mental retardation. Oh, no, it's 3. The corner of the alley, 90 degrees coffee house, the male owner will work part-time for 1 hour after school. What? Only one part-time job for Mao. Because the coffee house was opened by his aunt, he waited for his brother to leave school. Oh, search. Sure enough, the system still knows a lot. But to speak, this can't blame her. To blame only the intersection of this cannon fodder and the man, it is too little. Luo Dust directly changed the direction of walking, and walked toward the 90 degrees coffee house. How can this male get hard to get it, and take the first step? The feeling of goodness always stops at 0, and it is not a solution. The 90 degrees coffee house is a very elegant coffee house on the corner of the alley near the school. At the entrance, the wind chimes ringing at the door, the smell of the coffee beans in the air. She found a position by the window and quietly glanced at Su Yongchen who stood at the bar to make coffee. The men who say that they work hard are the most handsome, and Su Yongchen is no exception. The white cufflinks and the neat and clean shirt uniforms are fair-skinned, with a touch of handsomeness in the 5 senses, and a touch of indifference in the handsome. His slender fingertips cross the coffee cup, and the calm and elegant appearance of the gestures of the hands and feet exudes a feeling of being close to the cold and solitary. Classmates. What do you want to know about this classmate? I don't know that I've come to see a few of them who are looking at their male gods. It's really annoying. Luo Dust suddenly pulled back his thoughts with some sharp voices, and looked up at the waiter who ordered the meal. Her face was full of impatience, her mouth tilted slightly, as if others had owed her millions. Forehead, give me a cup of Mountain Blue Mountains. Hey, bye. The waiter frowned and thought he had got it wrong. He randomly wrote 2 pinyin on the menu and went to the bar. Luo Dusty light and bright, with a faint smile on his lips. Looking at the waiter's face full of infatuation and Su Yongchen whispered. Luo Dian thought, this first contact should be there. The woman who will be tricky is terrible. The system was cold and a word, scared him. Don't just listen to other people's ideas, and take a moment to see how my friends are going up. Luo Dust took his eyes back, took out the textbook in the bag, and placed on the table elegantly wrote notes that she could not understand. The warm wind blew, and she blinked slightly. The skin is as white as snow, and the scorpion is as clear as water. She knew that the man was slowly coming towards her. Chapter 33 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 5. His classmates, we don't have the recipe for Mountain Blue Mountain for the time being. Do you need to change one? The cool water of Su Yang rang in the ear, so I heard the bones. Sure enough, it is a male tyrant, and the word mountain is hard to beat him. This kind of coffee originates from the Warren Ford farm, and the English to Chinese should be called Jamaica Blue Mountain Coffee. Luo dusted the corner of the dust slightly raised, she carried the shackles, handed the paper strips that had been prepared to Su Yongchen and smiled, there is a recipe on the paper strip, the handsome guy can follow the above adjustment. The breeze blows, the colorful bracelet on her wrist creaks, so quietly looking at the boy in front of me. Su Yongchen stunned, the slender fingers took the paper and opened directly. There is no such thing as the Mountain Blue Mountain formula on the note, but the 7 words that are very beautiful. I am cool, I like you. WTF. Why do you want to open it directly, and the receipt of a beautiful woman's note should not be sneaked open after going to the bar? Your uncle. System, how can you deduct this good feeling? Of course, you can deduct. Then why don't you deduct 100 directly, and deduct all of you to split up? She is really angry, her stomach hurts. Because the male owner's dislike of the host failed to reach 100. I will sue for nothing, for... What? What? Su Liangchen looked at her face and couldn't help but feel a little funny, just like who was talking. Classmate, do you really want this flavor of coffee? He asked, clearing his throat, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Yes. Luo dusted and bit his teeth, the more bitter the better. Slightly wait. He smiled with a very slight smile. 5 minutes later, a cup of pure blue mountain black coffee appeared in front of her. System prompt, the original owner's stomach is not very good, it is not appropriate to drink bitter coffee. Take care of it, in a bad mood, drink it first. When Luo raised the coffee cup, he drank it. However, after 15 minutes, she regretted that she did not listen to the system. The stomach hurts, it hurts. She blinked a little, and the stomach sighed and pumped. After a few rounds, her face turned pale. No, go back and talk. Luo Ding took a deep breath, raised his slightly trembling hand, put the textbook into his bag, and waved his hand, check out. Come. A dissatisfied waiter shouted. Wait, I will go dash. Su Liangchen frowned and walked down from the bar and slowly walked towards her. Just watching her speed of drinking coffee is a bit worried. After she finished drinking, she should be uncomfortable. The recipe for this cup of coffee is not in the menu of the store, it is his own. Although he didn't know why he would make a messy cup of coffee, but if something went wrong, it wouldn't be great. How much money? Luo dusted his right hand and licked his stomach. When someone came over, he was too lazy to raise his head and asked directly. Su Liangchen's cool palm directly grabbed her right hand holding her stomach, only to find that the other hand's hand was even colder. He frowned tightly, is it all right? Luo slammed into the dust, looked up fiercely, and a pale, paper-like face reflected into the other's eyes. Good feeling plus 10, mission completion is 0%. Mad breaks the system, you have a conscience. Chapter 34 Cannon Ash counterattacks high cold school grass, 6. She nodded and bit her lip, slightly. It doesn't look like a bit. Su Liangchen took away the cup on her desk and said, you wait for me. Luo dusted his lips and his right hand was still holding his stomach tightly, and the sweat on his forehead was a little bit. She lifted her hair slightly and looked at the direction of Su Liangchen. I saw that he took off his overalls and put on his school uniform jacket. He spoke to the waiter and said a few words. He picked up the bag and walked in her direction. Can you go? Su Liangchen helped her pick up the bag and gently lifted her up. Can. Luo was a little embarrassed, and the pale cheeks had a faint blush. She said, my bag. I will help you. Su Liangchen held her arm and said, there is no hospital nearby. Go back to the school clinic and give the teacher a look. What? Back to school? Are they two? How many eyes to greet? Su Liangchen saw that she did not leave, and some doubts asked, what's wrong, can't you go? No. No. Luo Dingxiang endured the pain and put his right hand down from the abdomen and said, now I feel better. Back to the school clinic may also be closed. You will pick up your brother later. The amount is not very convenient. You are, I know very clearly. Su Liangchen bowed slightly. What to do, suddenly feel a little shame. You should feel when you send a love letter, not now. Roll. Recently, the system has jumped more and more, and will brazenly mock her. That. Her face was red and almost forced to cover her white cheeks. Say something good. She is also desperate. Is your home nearby? Su Liangchen broke the slight sigh of the air and a touch of ambiguous atmosphere, asked. The 2 stations are here. I have a bicycle, you mind? Don't mind. Luo Ding's voice decibel is obviously a bit higher, a pair of clear flashes, she slightly raised her right hand in the oath of general action, expressing her eager hope. Su Liangchen looked at the girl in front of her eyes. His face was still cold and expressionless, but his heart felt that this person seemed to be a little cute. Sitting behind Su Liangchen's bicycle, passing through the alleys near the campus. The air is filled with the breath of spring, and the cherry blossom petals on the tree fall with the wind. A little pleasant, a bit beautiful. And they did attract the attention of many students and the eager discussion of the people who eat melon. Oh my god, isn't that school grass and school flower? I am going, are they together? This is definitely the biggest news of this year's senior high school. Luo dusted his wrinkles and couldn't care for the pain. He narrowed his neck slightly. The person riding in front seemed to feel her move, and the corner of her mouth showed a slight smile. His bicycle has never carried a girl, it feels better than he imagined. Good feeling +5, the task completion rate is 5%. Oops, you can. Finally broke through 0. Coincidentally, such a beautiful picture is also reflected in the eyes of Qian Feifei. Tang Yen stood by her side and looked at Su Yongchen and Luo Dingchen who had passed by them. The eyes flashed a mysterious look. Doesn't Luo like dust like him? I liked his school flower for more than 2 years. How did he suddenly change his love? I don't know why, there is a feeling of discomfort. It seems that something that was originally yours was suddenly taken away. Chapter 35 Cannon Ash counterattacks high cold school grass, 7. Thousands of Feifei angered the newly bought cake directly to the ground, turned and looked at Tang Yen and said, Don Tang, you give me the dust to catch up with the dust, don't let her wrap the school grass. I will say how this girl recently suddenly it became so arrogant, it turned out to be a new joy. Tang Yen looked at the bottom of his heart and looked at the cake on the ground. The slight pain came from his chest. This is the cake she bought for him just now, and it changed in a flash. Do you really care so much? Tang Yan's eyes were faintly sad, with a bitter smile on his lips. Thousands of Philippines have changed slightly and screamed at the mouth, Don Juan, if you help me to chase the dust, let her not entangle the school grass, I promise to date you for a day. 3 days. 1 week. No more. Thousands of Fifi arrogantly opened Tang Yan's hand, some angry said. Tang Yan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, I know. Yeah, it's best for Tang's brother. Qian Feifei shook his hand and smiled with a big face. I don't know why, at this moment, Tang Yan had an urge to break away from her hand. Once upon a time, he was so excited when he held both hands. Today, he feels a little uncomfortable. On the other side, Su Yongchen said a word after he sent it back home. What do you think is, drink more hot water. Still, go to bed early. Or maybe, take some medicine. Do not. Su Schoolgrass said 2 words. Goodbye. Lying in bed, Luo Dingchen summed up the person of Su Yongchen. It's harder to figure out than imagined. System, I think you are not fair to me. You see, except for one of my planes, except for one in the liberal arts class, all the other people are in science classes, and they are in a class with Su Yongchen. How can I get the first month in the calm water platform? A week later, although she and Su Yongchen did not welcome any intersection, but the high school of the emperor ushered in the anniversary, Luo Dust also finally saw the so-called female host. That is, Fong Tian Tian. Impression, this girl is not bad. The name of her and Su Yongchen was posted on the list of the anniversary program, and the four-handed piano performance, My Future is Not a Dream. However, the sweetest hand was injured in the hour before the night of the game. It was picked up by a high-altitude flower pot and cut to the back of the hand and fingers. The backstage of the school performance room was chaotic. After all, this program ranked the highest in the student expectations list. It can only be cancelled now. This song is for men and women to sing. Even if only Hanchen plays a single person, there is less female voice to sing. The young man sighed and said. I heard that the thousands of Feifei in our class will also be musical instruments, that is, they are not very good at singing. Said one of the boys in the performance department. Oh. What kind of instrument? Duan Chang, I will Guzheng. Qian Feifei did not know where it came from, and had already dressed the show clothes, heavy makeup. Duan Chang lifted his eyes and almost didn't recognize it. Guzheng. Duan Chang looked a little embarrassed. It is not in the same dimension as the piano's tone, or cancel it. Su Yongchen looked at the distance between the thousands of Feifei and the eyebrows, directly interrupted the paragraph-long words, refused. I can sing. Qian Feifei said, biting her lip. The performance that has never been rehearsed, or forget it. Su Yongchen no expression of rejection. Qian Feifei had a glimpse of her heart. She rarely had the opportunity to talk to Su Yongchen. It was such a cold rejection that she was filled with sadness and unwillingness. Why didn't she even give her a chance, and she couldn't make Fong Xiaozan's performance on stage? She thought that this opportunity was stable. At the same time, standing behind the curtains, Luo Dingchen will have all the sights in front of him. System, singing my line, piano I should not do it, there is no way for me to suddenly have the piano skills. Yes, you need to redeem the value of 100. Deal. Finally, I don't have to listen to the system saying that there is no word for, no redemption value. Luo Dingchen said that it feels good. Chapter 36 Cannon Fodder Counterattack High Cold School Grass, 8. That length. Luo Ding came out from behind the curtain and smiled at his lips. I will play the piano, show me the spectrum, I can play. Luo Dust. Xian Feifei naturally did not expect to see her in this place, she bite her teeth, Tang Yen that guy has not yet settled her. Like Tian, the same sweetness, to hook up their school grass. Isn't that school flower? So beautiful. It's a school flower, it's fascinating to look good. The boys around her eyes fell on her body, of course, including her high school cold grass, Su Yangchen. Thousands of Feifei looked at her as the focus, and the whole person was violent. Have your ears smashed. Did you just hear what Su Xuezhao said? The performances that have never been rehearsed. If it is a piano, you can try it. The cool voice of Su Yangchen came and interrupted the words of Qian Feifei. He quietly disappeared at the fingertips of the slender fingertips, and the page was repaged in a brand new song list and handed it to the dust. She took the piano and opened it to see the 4 characters, exclusive taste. No, she was on the program that she saw that day. He and Fang Tiantian's 4 hands are not the song, it should be, My Future is Not a Dream. System, is I remembering it wrong? No, the man changed the song list temporarily. Luo slammed the bottom of his heart, with a faint smile on his lips. 5% of the goodwill can turn inspirational songs into love songs. It seems that 5% of the students in the high school are unconventional. Well, then you two are ready to go, and you will be playing soon. Duan Chang saw that Su Yangchen agreed, and naturally it is not easy to say anything. After all, it is very troublesome to change the performance temporarily, and he directly agreed. System, can help me exchange. Deducting the exchange value of 100, successfully redeemed the piano skills, only for the use of this plane. Luo Ding changed his clothes, and Su Yangchen was a set. Commonly known as lovers. She is a white shirt with a red skirt, Su Yangchen is a white shirt with a dark red jacket, a pair of black pants. When he was preparing to go on stage, Duan Chang hurried over, shirt bow tie, the makeup artist just forgot to give you. A pair of dark red plaid bow tie, tied to a white shirt, is more youthful. I am a little nervous. Luo licked his lips and looked up at him. Su Yangchen's mouth is smiling with a smile. Why are you not nervous when you send your love letter? Is that not so good? Luo dusted his face in a flash of red, and he tried his best. Just follow me. His cool voice was slightly introduced into his ear, only to feel a restless heart, and gradually calmed down. Moderator, there are the following 3 high school sects, Su Yangchen and Luo Dianchen, for our wonderful 4 songs, Exclusive taste. The 10 fingers of the black and white keys on the white, let Luo fall into the dust, and she can have a chance to sit side by side with him. Hand. She glanced, hurriedly put her hand on the piano, took a deep breath, listening to his light countdown. 1.2.3. The sweet melody follows their hands and sounds melodious. Woman, I met you and I know how important you are to me. Male, no one can feel your sweetest smile. I don't have to look for someone else. Because I have found it. Female, you are so busy at the entrance to the cinema on Saturday. It's good to take you to the night scene on Sunday night. I am holding you around. Where are my dreams? The sweet female voice fits the warm male voice, and the beautiful song of the 4 hands is blooming in the air. After a song, the students in the audience applauded and seemed to be the hottest cry for their high school career expectations. Chapter 37 Cannon Ash Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 9. After the anniversary party, the young man called them to the lounge in the background. After a month, I will take the winter vacation. The students will leave the address and telephone number. After the jury has selected the rankings, the school will send the prizes and gifts directly to your home. It will be a good year. Duan Chang's smile is very splendid, it seems that she is quite satisfied with the performance of the anniversary tonight. Luo Dust walked behind Su Yangchen, and a pair of alums stared at him until he picked up the pen and wrote his phone. 135 ***** 1314. Gu Qin licked her lips and whispered. After Su Yangchen finished writing, she rushed forward to register her own information, and the words were a bit crooked. She said that this is not her fault, because all her memories fall on the elegant font of Su Xuezao. System, you help me remember the address. This system does not provide this service at will. What do you mean by you? You are a computer system, you can't even remember a thing, so I am saying that I am a system? Who said it would not? The system said that she did not want to care about her. In the end, Luo Dust still only remembered the phone number, the family address only remembered about a few, Jinfu Courtyard XXXX, cannot remember behind. Because all her brain capacity is used to remember the phone number. When I got home, Luo refused to wash the dust and took a shower and took out a mobile phone to send a text message to Su Yangchen's number. On Saturday's cinema entrance, you are so busy, do you have time to watch a movie together? Then heart. BY. A long night passed, and the mobile phone of Luo Dian still did not vibrate even with the vibration. Hearted, old iron. The next day, she decided to take the gap in the physical education class and go to e-science class 1 to block people. But what she didn't expect was that people were blocked. However, it is too. He and Fong are sweet. If it really comes with a female aura, Luo Dingchen always feels that Su Yangchen is talking about her, and there is no kind of indifference that refuses people thousands of miles away. I am very sorry about the anniversary of Su classmates. Fong Tian was dressed in a standard school uniform, wearing a white sweater coat, long hair with ponytails, pure and lovely. Although she does not have the same high value as Luo Dust, but she stood there, slightly blushing down, but another beautiful scenery. I don't know why, when the face is sweet, Luo Ding is not as strong as Qian Feifei. Always feel cannon fodder versus female. The latter wins. Nothing, do you have to keep your hands? Su Yangchen's cool, watery sound came, and the nice people were covered in sorrow. His eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes looming on the corner of the looming colorful bracelet, a slight smile on his lips. No, it doesn't matter, thank you. Su classmates care. She saw his shallow smile on his mouth, couldn't control the joy in his heart, bite his lips slightly, lowered his head, and a blush on his face. That's good. Su Yangchen did not say anything too much, turned and prepared to enter the classroom. Luo Dust is not far away, my heart jumped to the mouth. It seems like a voyeuristic confession of someone else. Fong's sweet dawn, the whole person squatting in the same place, as if getting the biggest concern in the whole world, so ecstatic. She fiddled and looked at the back of Su Yangchen. Su classmate, I have something to say. It's not that I like you, but I have something to say, this sweetness is too much to hold a little. Does the host think that everyone is as direct as you? The mechanical sound of the system sounded in the ear. The system turns into a ball, why should you go? Luo Ding took a deep breath and walked out to clear the scorpion, cold chin dash. Yes, the old lady is going to call it cool. After all, holding 5% of the good feelings is so capricious. Chapter 38 Cannon Fodder Counterattack High Cold School Grass, 10. Fong sweetly turned slightly and saw the dust of the dust. She did not see the performance last night. Su Yangchen's smile on her is so charming. But she finally thought that this was just for performance. But now, why is she so intimately shouting his name? Lend it to your male god. Luo Dingchen smiled at Fong Xiaotian, and immediately grabbed Su Yangchen's arm and walked toward the empty playground. Fong sweet, I thought that Su Yangchen would break away from her hand. Unexpectedly, he did not resist. Why, no resistance. As soon as he arrived at the playground, Luo Ding immediately released the hand of Su Yangchen, put his own hands behind him, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. What? Su school grass, let's make a deal. Luo Dingchen looked at his faceless but handsome face, directly interrupted his words, decided to preemptively, to avoid his 3 or 2 sentences minute. Oh. He raised his eyebrows and his eyes were full of exploration. Let me be your girlfriend. Luo dusted his eyes closed and took a deep breath. Her system has a saying that is right, she is not as sweet as ink. As a deal, I want to know, what benefits do I have or you have? There are advantages. Instead, he did not directly reject her, but looked up and down at her, with a shallow smile on her eyes. Advantage? She thought about it and said, I look good. Vulgar. Su Yangchen said concise. She bit her teeth and continued, I will sing and play the piano. Vulgar. He squinted and waited for her next sentence. Mad, how difficult it is to wait. No. Seeing her squinting and not talking, Su Yangchen blinked slightly, then I am gone. Seeing that he turned and wanted to go, Luo Dingfeng immediately grabbed his arm and his heart slammed and looked up. But. Block. Peach. Flower. The name of the school flower is not blowing, as the value of the roll, it is still possible to block the residual flowers that are constantly rushing up. Su Liangchen stopped and had a very light smile between his eyebrows. His thin lips were light and said, "It's a bit interesting. What kind of ghost is it? This is promised, or refused." A crisp campus ringtone broke the slightly awkward atmosphere in the air. "Oh, class bell. Luo Dust classmate, I did not intend to fall in love in the third year." Su Liangchen's cool voice was introduced into her eardrum, letting her heart fall to the bottom. She licked her lips, slightly coveted, and frustrated with her face. Su Liangchen gently looked down at her lost expression, and there was a glimmer of joy in her heart. For the first time, there is a person's emotions that can affect his heart. This feeling is true, a little meaning. Okay. I know. Luo said that plan A would not work, and fortunately I changed to plan B. But I did not expect that a sentence has not been finished, it was directly interrupted by Su Liangchen, not because I am afraid of early love, but because I do not want to go through the graduation season of the third year of high school. Luo Dust immediately lifted his eyes, and a pair of clear eyes reflected in his eyes. Good looking will shine. Good feeling plus 10, the task completion is 15%. The system has been stunned for so long, and finally added friends. Does this mean that he promised me? Which ear does the ear hear him promise you? Humph. Really a system that doesn't understand the style. Learning to study. Su Liangchen looked down and looked at her blushing cheeks. Chapter 39 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 11. After all, her grades are really bad, and such an achievement is estimated to be too difficult for the undergraduate investment line. Luo stood in the same place, blinked and blinked. Looking at his back, Luo Ding felt that his heart had to jump out. System, call system. In. What does he mean, is my school bad? It is clear. Misty grass, bad academics have anything to do with me, is the original master stupid? After the inheritance of the original body, the results have not improved, but several people have fallen. That's because I don't think the results are good for the task. Oh, so what he meant is that I have a chance to have a good grade. Right. The word is removed, I think it is. Oh, this is easy. I have a solution. Silent night, Luo Ding Dust lying in bed over and over again cannot sleep, full of thoughts are Su Liangchen's touch. So elegant, so handsome, so beautiful. He seems to be everywhere a light, shining into the hearts of countless people. It seems that no one's light can shine into his heart. Well. I must be the light that shines into his heart. Luo Dust suddenly sat up from the bed and said, talking to himself. The next second, she picked up her mobile phone and sent a second text message to Su Liangchen, tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the evening at the cinema door, I will see you. Spring is 10 miles, not as good as you, I am waiting for you. P.S. You don't come, I will wait. Wait. B.Y. Click, send, Luo Dingchen feels that her palms are full of sweat. In fact, it is very embarrassing, she also feels very embarrassed. There are 99 things in my life, and one night has passed. She still hasn't received any reply. So that she got up the next day, with 2 big dark circles. System, you said that I remembered the phone number wrong. Come over and check it for me. Nuclear. Correct. 1. Under. Yes. The system's cold sound sounded, and instantly poured into her anxious heart. Really cool. A depressed face went to the restaurant, Ms. Su had prepared breakfast for her, and the loving father was watching the morning news. In other words, the original lord is an only child, who has been favored from a young age to a big one. It's no wonder that she regretted leaving her loved ones before her death. What's the matter, my baby? A listless look. Ms. Su asked her a bitter face and asked. Oh, my husband, my child is under high pressure, you don't ask questions all the time, she is more annoyed when asked. Her father frowned and said to Ms. Su. Well, my mother doesn't ask. Ms. Su put the noon milk and cake into her bag and said, I remember to eat, hee. Know it, Mom. Luo licked his lips and was very moved. She has never enjoyed this feeling, although it is only a small pet, casual move, but warmed her heart. No wonder the original owner is so sad. If she is born in such a family, she will certainly cherish it. The prostitute, the weather forecast said that it was raining tonight, remember to bring an umbrella. Luo Dust, while eating breakfast, while thinking about the movie at night, did not hear the profound words of Dad. At this moment, the things in her head are probably, did Sul Yongchen receive the text message in the end? Did Sul Yongchen see the text message in the end? Oops, will Sul Yongchen come in the end? Chapter 40 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 12. As a high school student, Luo Ding has been full of 8 classes throughout the day. All music lessons, physical education classes, and computer classes have become English lessons, and English classes. This cannot help but make her feel that this society has the importance of 2 languages. Yawn dash, in the last section of the English class, Luo Ding sneezed. She blinked. Axie, who is yelling at me? The sky outside the window was covered with thick black clouds, and the cold wind whizzed past. This day, it has become very powerful. Which someone is jealous of you, it is too little to wear yourself. Yang Mengting turned her head and looked at her with a sullen look. Luo dusted his head and saw the light pink sweater on her body, only wearing an autumn section of clothing, licking his lips and laughing 2 channels, it seems to be oh. But the most depressing thing about her is not that she wears less, but that she does not have an umbrella. Fortunately, the cinema is not very far from the school. And as an excellent time and space shuttle, she is not afraid of rain. She carefully put the movie ticket in her pocket, pulled the hat and ran towards the cinema. The moment the rain hit her, I only felt the body tremble slightly. Still serious, a bit cold. It was only 6 o'clock when I arrived at the entrance of the cinema. Next to it was a fried chicken shop. She thought about it. Sul Yongchen should have no food to eat, buy him a little. Give yourself, buy more. The fragrant fried chicken and the chilled cola, the feeling of eating into the mouth together, crispy and cold, really good. But her head and stomach are not so lucky. When I have a meal, I feel that my head is getting more and more heavy, and my stomach is still sore. After reading the mobile phone 10 times in an hour, I finally got it at 8 o'clock. Originally thought that the end of life is over, but she did not expect that the rain outside the window is getting bigger and bigger, but she did not wait for the cold boy. I don't know how long it has been. I only know that when the gods came again, the waiter of the fried chicken restaurant told her that she had to fight. Looked at the watch, it is already 10:30. The huge rainstorm cleaned every street in the city. She stood at the entrance of the cinema, her nose was sour, she couldn't hold back her tears and fell directly. It turned out that even if she had a 15% feeling of goodwill, in his eyes, she was nothing at all. In fact, she did not say that he must come. In her heart, as long as he can return a text message, she is very happy. Just looking for an excuse to push, she also has the courage and motivation to approach him again. The majestic rain in front of her eyes caused her heart to fall to the bottom of the valley. You didn't bring an umbrella? A slightly familiar voice rang in the ear, and a dark blue umbrella appeared on top of her head. Luo dusted slightly, and some of the surprised squinted his eyes. Don Juan. Tang Yen saw her moment of turning, a slight glimpse. The dark eyes are filled with her figure, long hair shawl, Lu Hai with shallow water drops, a pair of clear and pure. He jumped in the bottom of his heart, but he was a little embarrassed and didn't look at it. I just passed by, want to send you. Luo Dust looked up and down him and said without hesitation, no need dash. Although the host has been slightly hurt, it does not mean that the host has forgotten the original experience. As a 1,000-year-old spare tire for Qian Feifei, she suddenly talked to her inexplicably. She said that she could only sum up 4 words. Not good. Chapter 41 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 13. There was a slight surprise in Tang Yan's eyes, and the girl in front suddenly became so indifferent. Indifference to even the right. I did not give him a decisive look. Such a woman and the person who had quietly followed her in the past 2 years, was judged by 2. Luo Dust, are you trying to squat? Tang blinked and his lips were light. He does not believe that one can become so fast. In the past, she liked him like that. No matter what he said, she always stayed by his side, not disturbing the silent attention. Sometimes when I look at her stupid look, I will feel, a little cute. Suddenly I felt a bit stupid. Why did he not like such a girl before, but would like to kill Qian Feifei? Perhaps people are like this. If you don't get it, you will always be in turmoil. If you are favored, you will have no fear. When one day, when you are favored, you will discover that you have missed the best time and the person that suits you best. For you, cough. Do I need it? Luo's throat suddenly felt like a fire, and itching was not good. The last sentence was almost hysterical. The head hurts, and the cold sweat drips from the back. She raised her hand slightly and touched her forehead. Damn, it's hot. At the moment, she has no mood and no physical strength, and she does not want to talk to Tang. Still, go home as soon as possible to take a hot bath, drink a cup of 999 cold and come safely. Wait, Tang Yen saw her turn and walked away. Her heart was anxious. She reached out and grabbed her arm. The feeling of lightness and coolness came from the palm of her hand. Luo Ding only feels that his head is heavy, and some of them are unsettled. Tang Yen extended the other hand and held her steady. The soft voice rang in the ear, "You are not very good, I will send you back." Not an inquiry, but an affirmation. Luo Dust wants to open his hand, but finds that his strength is extremely heavy, it seems to be with a faint anger. Hey, what is he angry about? The more you don't get, the more you want, the common problem of human beings. Foggy grass, stupid humans. Luo dusted his teeth and used all his strength. He said, "Don't you get sick?" She looked angry, because of the fever, her cheeks had a faint blush, the seductive lips were gently picked up, and a pair of bullied cute looks. Don Juan didn't know why, suddenly liked it, so I liked this person. Originally, this evening, I was asked by Qian Feifei to wait for Luo in the door of the cinema. She went to stop Su Yangchen. As a representative of the physics department, Qian Feifei, when he published the book in the self-study class, accidentally saw a text message on the screen of Su Yangchen's mobile phone, and the signature was officially Dusty. The text message is short, and she thinks that the excellent brain will remember it immediately. No, absolutely not. How can I make them date too? She made a phone call to Tang Yen and let Tang Hao help to mess up the date. As a representative of the physics department, she used the name of the physics teacher to call Su Yangchen to the laboratory on the 4th floor, so that he must wait for the physics teacher to arrive. She knows that he is an excellent student, and even if the physics teacher does not come, he will wait. But I did not expect that when the time was almost 8 o'clock, he did not choose to continue waiting, but made a phone call to the physics teacher. "Teacher, I have something today, if you are not so late to do A-level experiment, would you like to come back to the lab tomorrow? A level A experiment is not done after the day." The teacher's old voice came from the phone. Su Yangchen glanced, his eyes whispered, "Well, I remember correctly, don't bother the teacher to rest." After that, he hangs up the phone and walks toward the door. What he could not think of, the laboratory door was locked outside. Thousands of Feifei outside the door bit their teeth. "My heart, I can't get it, I don't let others get it. Don Juan, I believe that you can catch up with Luo Ding. With such a big rain, you should be a flower ambassador." Chapter 42 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 14. The rain in the sky seems to be getting bigger and bigger, and there is no tendency to stop. Luo Ding took a deep breath and shook his head to make his head as clear as possible. Although Tang Yen is not bad, but the ghost knows whether he will do anything for the phoenix. Dangerous people, hurry away. She blinked, the rain trembled slightly on the eyelashes, and she was ready to rush in the rain. "Luo Dust," Tang Yen shouted her name, stepping into the rain one step ahead of her. He gave her all the umbrellas, and drenched him in a rainstorm. He bit his lip. "You don't want me. If you send it, the umbrella will be for you." She frowned and looked at Don Juan in front of her eyes. Suddenly she felt that this person was not as bad as she thought. Although the death of the original lord was indirectly caused by him, if he had not saved his life, the original lord would not like him so much. Life may be an endless cycle. You like him, he doesn't like you; you love him, he likes you; you leave him, he falls in love with you. The degree of good feeling is reduced by 5, and the task completion is 10%. What the hell? WTF? I think that Tang Yen is not as bad as he thought. Why do you reduce your feelings? I am already cold, I don't want to water my heart again. I do not. Heat. System prompt, the male owner is nearby. What? He actually came. Luo Dian never thought about it, the system will say this to her. Or she never thought about it, Su Yangchen will be nearby. Her glimmer of light, the right hand forced the umbrella, and ran directly into the rain, biting her lips and crying with all the grievances and thick nasal sounds tonight. "Su Yangchen, I know your neighborhood. Even everyone in the world, I don't know if you are there, I know. I tell you, I like you, I like you, I like to die. Dust, he can't be. Tang Yen ran towards her in the direction of her, propping up the umbrella for her. Do you know? Why do you know? Luo dusted his eyes and turned his eyes. He looked at the flashing eyes of Tang Yen in the rain. I think if you don't say it, I can guess it. Dust. He was slightly coveted. The night is heavy and the rainstorms continue. At this moment, she could not see his expression, but she could feel the uneasiness in his heart. For a long time, he was thin and light, and whispered, "Do you like him so much? Please remove the word, we, your family is not worthy of being with me." Luo slammed into the night, watching the night of the dignified night pulling the last hoarse voice, "Su Yangchen, listen, I am leaning dust likes you to the end of the world. You take a foot, I go in. You better run faster, otherwise one day, you will be chased by me." In the last few words, her voice has not produced any sound. Booming, a loud thunder ran through her eardrums. She turned slightly, and her eyes were filled with a calm self-sufficiency that ordinary people never had. I said, "You go back and tell Qian Fifei, I will never let her go." After saying this, Luo Ding turned and left. She put her hands in the pockets of the paragraph, and the waist was straight, without a trace of weakness. Tang Yen, the whole person is lying in the same place, watching her like this, the heart has never been embarrassed. In the night, a boy who was drenched by the rain, with a faint smile on his lips, his feet limping, not falling from the palm of his hand, but the blood mixed in the rain. Chapter 43 Cannon Fodder Counterattack High Cold School Grass, 15. She didn't know how she got home. She only knew that it was raining all the way. When she got home, it was already dark. Lying in bed, the forehead is like a hot fire, the ear is the anxious voice of the parents, but in front of it is a fascinating night. In her dreams, she wore a big red robes, standing in the dark temple, and the candlelight was green and burning. All the enchanting sorrows bowed to her, and the other side of the eyebrows bloomed with great brilliance. As soon as she raised her hand, the candlelight went out and the ghost trembled. Luo dusted his eyes and sat up, found himself drenched, touched his forehead, and was not hot. Ms. Su heard the rush and rushed in. She saw her waking up and asked urgently, "Is my baby better?" "Well, much better." Luo dusted and nodded, "Dad. Your dad didn't sleep with you for one night last night. You got a fever in the early morning, and he went to sleep. Ms. Su handed the medicine to her, "Drink first, my mother has already helped you with your leave." "Mua, thank you Mom." Luo was dusting his lips and was very happy. There are such parents, she is willing to stay in the ivory tower for a lifetime, as a baby who is not big. "I am a niece, thank you." Ms. Su's eyebrows are gentle and kind. She helped her with new clothes and continued to say, "Your class teacher is also very funny, and I asked you a sentence. Is the prostitute recently in love?" Puzzling, Luo Dingjian almost did not spray out, she asked with big eyes, She. Why do you ask this question?" Ms. Su is also puzzled, I asked her as well. She said that she received an anonymous letter saying that you are in love with the science class. I didn't believe it, but you have taken leave today, and she suspects that you both have time off. It is for a date. Mad, 1000 Philippine, this small report is really a time to play. No, why did Su Yangchen take time off? Ms. Su looked at her frowning look, and she looked at her with a sense of justice in her daughter. Baby, don't worry, I answered your teacher very seriously. I said that my daughter is lying 40 degrees high. The bed doesn't move, and the person who writes the anonymous letter is too immoral. At first glance, it is the kind of person who can't eat grapes and say that the grapes are sour. Looking at her mother's righteous words for her early appearance, Luo Jian did not hold back and laughed, my mother is so good. However, her heart is still very confused. What is Su Yangchen's leave of absence? The appearance of Tang Yin last night must have been instructed by Qian Feifei, then. Luo dusted slightly frowning, and in his head desperately recalled the address of Su Yangchen's home, it seems to be the Jinfu compound. What? Hello, system you can't remember. The host wants a detailed address, and can exchange for the exchange value. You are full of brains and want to dig my redemption value, you. Do. Dream. Not the Jinfu courtyard. It's not good to stand at a certain intersection, and she hasn't done much in this kind of thing. In the afternoon, Luo was screaming that his parents were still taking a nap, wearing a brown rabbit ear coat and crept out of the house. Using a mobile phone to locate the specific location of the Golden Palace, she took the bus and headed for the destination. However, when she stood at the door of the Golden Palace, she's still stunned. Chocolate-colored duplex mansion, so the Su male not only looks good, tall 182, academically top-notch, still very rich. This is not the legendary, high. Rich. Handsome. Chapter 44 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 16, for the flow of tears plus more. However, this door should be a magnetic card to enter, there are 4 guards, it seems that the door is strict. Luo dumped his head and went to the burger shop next door to buy a fried chicken. After packing it, he took a deep breath and walked toward the guard. What? The guard number went straight to stop her, and it looked a bit fierce. Send the takeaway, didn't see it. Luo Dust raised the bag on his hand and said cold. Send a few more. The guard number 2 wrinkled and walked up, and asked a question that looked very mathematical. Luo is a dusty, awkward, this group of thoughts is quite delicate. No matter what, just pick one. 7 buildings 301. Luo dusted a bright light. These words are spoken, and the guard number 3 and the guard number 4 have come out, an incredible look. They whispered something to say, and Luo couldn't hear it. However, she is also quite confused. Even if she has a problem with the guard number, it will not be discussed in such a large scale. System, why are they discussing for so long? The 7th building 301 of the Golden Palace is a sinister house. 5 people have died in 4 years. No one has asked for more than a year. The system obviously despises someone's IQ. Oh my god. What kind of luck is this for me? How can I not find luck in buying lottery tickets? The baby is wronged, but the baby does not say. That, I may have just said something wrong. I should have looked at the 8301. Luo slammed his eyes and changed his mouth. Oh, the guard seemed to believe a bit, but the guard number 2 is still insured and asks, what is the name of the orderer? Axie, how can he still ask me to order people? Su Liangchen. No way, only this way. You check it out. Gatekeeper number 2 said to the guard on the 3rd behind him. Don't check it. A familiar voice suddenly flashed behind the door, and the cool, watery sound was particularly nice. He inserted the right hand wrapped in gauze into his jacket pocket and frowned slightly. The girl in front of her face was slightly pale and the clothes were not worn enough. Yesterday, I had a heavy rain. I didn't stay at home today and rested. Why did I run out? Luo Ding slightly raised his hand and smiled at the corner of his mouth, hey dash. When you see Su Liangchen, the doorman will open the side door, not to make it difficult. Luo dusted to the side of him, slightly lowered his head and squinted in confusion. You go first. Su Liangchen said to her, she said to her. Luo Dian didn't know why he wanted her to go first, but she did it and walked in front of him. He let her go ahead because she didn't want her to find her foot hurt. Su Guangchen shouted at her until she walked to a pavilion, come back. He relied on the vermilion pillars of the pavilion, his hands in his pants pockets, and closed his eyes slightly. The sun is pouring like a waterfall on his long eyelashes, so quiet and beautiful. Luo Dian looked at his beautiful side, and his mouth showed a faint smile. At this moment, he seems to be shining. Su classmates, you yesterday. Luo dusted his face slightly, his hands on his hands and kept spinning. I thought I wouldn't return information, you can understand. It seems that I still overestimate your IQ. Su Liangchen turned around and looked at her coldly. Looking at his so cold expression, her heart felt awkward for a moment. But if she really wants more, what would he go to the cinema door last night? So, didn't you come last night? Did I go to you, don't you know? Are you waiting for me? Su Liangchen's thin lips and light teeth looked at her and asked. Yes, it turned out to be high and cold. Of course, if you come to this host, I know that although my system is very tricky and useless, I can't fool people. The system is in hand, although I don't have to be in the world. However, if you are here, the host is still very clear. She was so bright that she suddenly thought of a way. Common name, radical method. Chapter 45 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 17. That's right, how can Su Xuezhao like someone? Luo Qingqing licked his lips, I know. I want to come to my heavy rain last night and let me see it indirectly. Don Juan is a good person. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Ding felt that there was a hint of indifference in the air. The boy who leaned against the pillar in front of him had a slight brow, and he stepped toward her step by step, with a slight anger in his eyes. Is this person's patience only so much? Last night, I swear in the rain and said that I like him. Has it changed in 24 hours? Tang Zhen is so gentle and excellent, so that she is so happy to love. So, Luo has a new love. He put his hands in his pockets, and his footsteps did not seem to stop. He went forward and she stepped back. It was not until she was behind a wall that she couldn't retreat before he stopped. The palm of the right hand is photographed on the wall and directly walled. Luo dusted the bottom of his heart, shortness of breath, and the eyelashes fluttered slightly in front of Su Yangchen. He was very close to her, and she could see his white cheeks near. Deep eyelids, long, slender eyelashes, high nose, thin lips. Everything is so handsome, so beautiful. Cough, she cleared her throat and shook her head gently, dispelling the emerald curse, brought by the Sushan god, and slightly bowing her lips. What is his new love? It has always been old love. I like Tang Yen is not a day or two. I have been waiting for 2 years. Now he suddenly shows me good, and it is fulfilled. What? His tone was cold, half squinting, and a look of his eyes. Luo Jianchen knows that he is angry, but I don't know why, but my heart is secretly happy. One of the most exciting things in the world is that you think you have never had the chance to get close, and you fall in love with you. She looked up at him, her clear eyes with unparalleled determination. Then you go with him. His breathing was no longer so smooth, and finally he had a little emotion. Why do I feel so angry at the bottom of my heart, and I still have a slight disappointment? He used to ignore this kind of thing and never ignored it. It's not that no girls are so radical, but he can treat them with cold eyes every time and never stop. I can face him, but my emotions are somewhat unstoppable. Go, hey. She hadn't finished, a quick but gentle kiss, falling on her soft lips. Her whole person was kneeling in the spot, her cheeks were quickly flushed, her brain was completely blank, and all the blood in her heart kept beating. She closed her eyes subconsciously, until the anger of the person in front of him slowly disappeared, and he let go of her. I still want to go. Su Yangchen blinked and looked at the girl in front of her eyes. Her breathing was a little bit rushing, and her eyes seemed to be demonstrating her nervousness, looking down and shy, and looked particularly cute. Good feeling plus 40, the task completion is 50%. I am going to, system you are really interesting. I am definitely better for you in the future. Su Yangchen saw her not talking, looking at her slightly dry lips, thinking that the girl was still sick, turned to go to the supermarket next door to buy her bottle of water. But did not expect that just stepped, she shouted at him. Su Yangchen, her sweet voice shouted his name, and stretched out his right hand and grabbed the black tie on his shirt and pulled it in his direction. A glimpse of the foot, kissed directly. Kiss me, how come back? The host wants to kiss relatives, but also find an excuse. You. Go. Open. Chapter 46 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 18. The sun shines on their side, the warm air smashes through the shirt's corner, and the air is filled with a touch of grass. So harmonious, so good. I like you. Her right hand gently loosened his tie, a pair of bright eyes staring at him, no dodging, no panic. It is surprisingly calm and serious. I know. Su Yangchen's mouth with a very light smile, you said many times. So, do you like me? Luo asked with 2 eyes. Su Yangchen took the right hand back, and she saw the gauze after her eyes narrowed. Are you injured? Luo Dingchen looked at his right hand with some bleeding, and exclaimed, Are you asking for leave because you have a hand? Well. His tone was very weak, and he seemed to have no intention of putting his own injuries on his mind. Luo dumped his head and said, You didn't come to the cinema in time because of the injury last night? Well. Su Yangchen limped down and walked down the chair in the side pavilion. You have also injured your foot. What happened? When I jumped out of the building, I didn't care. I didn't have to step on it. It seems that there is something about physical gravity and resistance. I have to read the textbook again. Su Yangchen shrugged and said, But I really want to know, you why was it so late last night? I am around you. Because I have a system. The system is shamelessly deducting your affection for me. Host, if you say so, he will definitely feel that your brain is broken. Cut, you are stupid. I am saying this to you. Shameless. Take the risk. Luo Jianchen looked at his eyes and cleared his eyes and said, "We have a heart. This reason is quite unprofessional." Su Liangchen looked at her slightly bulging mouth. "I will tell you after the next week's quality inspection." "Tell me what?" Luo slammed. She apparently forgot the question she had asked him. "Forget it. Don't." She tried hard to remember. She just asked him if he liked him or not. She immediately said, "I will try to get close to your results." "That doesn't need to be." Su Liangchen's mouth smirked. "I never have to be a person to do what she can never do in her life." "Ah, system, what he meant is saying that my grades will never be close to him. Very obvious." "Humph. System, you should have something that makes your IQ very high at once." "No. How can he have this kind of thing? You look down on me." Luo slammed his lips and looked awkward. "It's not a small look. It's respecting the facts. Let's talk about the last 50 people. Luo is a dusty, Su Men's is really a panic, but also knows that his score is down to 50. He said, since she suddenly appeared in front of her, he silently paid attention to her achievements. Reasonable, it is indeed terrible. As a science student, he simulated her papers and scored twice as much as her. I really don't know what she was doing in her high school in the past few years. Is it true that she spends her time on Tang Yen? Thinking of this, I don't know why my heart is stuffy and uncomfortable. You wait and see. Next week's quality inspection, I will make you marvel." Luo slammed the dust and sighed. Even Xueba can't be so brazen to bully the school. How can the school can be done? The results are not good, the mother does not love, the teacher does not pay attention, she is also very desperate. She can't help but feel that every scum must be an angel of wings. Chapter 47 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 19. In the next week, Luo Jianchen was studying hard. She has some careful thoughts, no one has told me. Oh, of course, who doesn't include her system? System, I found that I can still work mathematics, but I can't speak English. Do you have any memory like Rubik's Cube, you can quickly remember English words? Yes, memory bread. A redeem of 200 is required. The system is cold and I think of it. It's a day, system, you are sitting on the ground. For hair piano skills only need 100, memory bread to 200. Precious, memory bread is a secondary item. The host can choose whether or not to redeem, yes/no. People are deceived by people, change and change. Can I make a blockbuster if I don't change? Deducting the exchange value of 200, successfully redeemed 100 pieces of memory bread, only for the use of this plane. How to use this memory bread? Looking at the pile of bread suddenly in front of him, Luo Ding suddenly caught. Put on the word list of the English textbook and eat it. Eat, eat, eat. WTF. How much should I eat? How many words do you want to remember, how much you eat? The system completely ignores her almost collapsed mood. She took a long sigh of relief, sat on the straight board, and looked at the bread in front of her to pull out a smile. In order to get closer to Su Liangchen, in order to avoid the third-year breakup season, she must work hard again. After a night of eat hard, Luo Jianchen said that she didn't want to eat bread in her life. I yawned, carrying a school bag and preparing to go out. Bypassing her own restaurant, she trembled. The breakfast on the table turned out to be milk and noodles, pack. Baby, go to school after breakfast. Ms. Su saw her anxious to go, took the bread and milk to the entrance, ready to put in her school bag. There was a tumbling in the stomach, and she waved her hand, Mom, I am full. Say, she rushed directly to the kitchen door, keeping a distance from the bread. This morning, a new round of city quality inspection will be carried out. Luo Dingchen came to the school early and knocked on the door of the long office. Handed a copy of the transfer application. Yes, she has to transfer from a liberal arts class to a science class. Duan Chang pushed the glasses and carefully read the narrative of the application of the dumping, and finally fell on the final sentence. I promise that if the City Quality Inspection School gives me a chance to participate in a science examination, I must count down from the age of 50 to 50 in the year. Let the school agree to transfer to the department and become a member of the sciences. Luo Dust classmates, this subject matter is not so easy to choose cucumber or carrot, you have to think clearly. Duan Chang took a look at Luo's past achievements, perhaps she is indeed as she said, not suitable read the liberal arts. Yes, I think very clearly. Luo Dust nodded and said, I hope that Duan Chang let me try once. I also hope that the results will be improved, for my future, for the honor of the school. The host is really unscrupulous in order to achieve the goal. The system was cold, and she was so scared that she was half dead. Wu Cao, when I am righteous and speechful, you suddenly interrupted, will scare the baby. Okay. Duan Chang listened to her words, and could not help but say with some excitement, but the exam will be taken this morning. The seat arrangement is still interspersed with the original liberal arts. I will explain the situation with the invigilator. Classmate, you have to cheer. Thank you, Duan. She was 90 degrees old, with a deep smile on her lips. Su Liangchen, I am constantly working hard in your direction, have you seen it? If there is still 1,000 steps between us, since you are willing to take the first step from me, then the remaining 999 steps will let me go to you. Chapter 48 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 20. Luo dusted the dust and sat on the seat to look at the right and finally looked at the left behind the line of sight, and smiled at the bottom of his heart. Good luck, even an examination room with Su Liangchen. Ah, looking at the male exam always feels a bit distracting. Su Liangchen looked at her, shook her head and looked slightly. Do not check the admission ticket and exam supplies before the exam, and do what you see left and right. Luo Ding looked at his slightly brow furrow, rubbed his lips, and said, look at what happened, so fierce. Look at it and you won't lose a piece of meat. He looked at her with a look of grievances and couldn't help but feel funny. The thin lips and the soft teeth said silently, hey. Luo Dian Dust understood his silent lips, turned around straight-waist, waiting for the circulation of the test paper. Coincidentally, Qian Feifei is also in the same examination room. She looks at the interaction between Luo Dingchen and Su Liangchen's eyebrows, bites her teeth, quietly takes out her mobile phone and presses the camera button. The first test is English. Luo Dust asked himself to eat so many memory breads, and should give her a corresponding return. Then, this is not the case. The title is not difficult, she will almost every question, it is the uncomfortable tummy. It is estimated that the bread is eating too much. The left hand presses the position of the stomach, and the right hand lifts the pen one by one to write the words, and the sweat on the forehead. Really hurts. She took a deep breath and blinked her eyes and wrote questions. Teacher, I want to hand over the volume. Just as Luo turned to the fourth page and began to read and understand, the cool voice behind him came. She glanced up and glanced at the wall clock hanging on the wall, only after an hour. This is even worse, it is impossible to finish it. The invigilator frowned and said with a strong heart, check again. Although it is a schoolmaster, it is not so fast. This city's quality check is the most difficult one this year. As everyone knows, Su Liangchen got up slightly and put the papers on the podium and walked out of the classroom. Luo Dingchen looked at the back of his departure and was very puzzled. What did Xue Ba's head do? In the next second, she shook her head gently, avoiding her own thoughts being run, and causing the stomach to hurt more, and quickly bowed her head. After writing the last word of the composition, Luo Dingchen took a long sigh of relief and looked at the clock for half an hour. The next subject is physics. She is in this state, and it is estimated that it is possible to fail. However, if the time to pay for the drug is not enough, the pharmacy is too far away from their school. After a fierce ideological struggle, Luo Dingchen decided to sit still and maintain physical strength. All the students stopped the pen, stood up, and handed over the volume. The invigilator's voice, Hong Liang's voice, sounded through the whole classroom, and almost jumped up the drowsy Luo. After the completion of the volume, some students chose to go out of the classroom to relax, and some students took out the contents of the next subject to review. Luo Dust is on the table, thinking about bread life. She half squinted and had intended to take a nap for a while, but she suddenly fell on the table and let her sit up quickly. First take medicine, there is no hot water nearby, you can only use mineral water, you drink less. He opened the pill box, slender fingers, and took 2 medicines in the hands of Luo Dust. Luo Dusted a glimpse, the whole person stared at her as if she had taken the medicine in the system, and there was a mist in the bottom of her eyes. It turned out that he had long seen that she was not very comfortable. She handed in the paper in advance to run to the pharmacy to buy her medicine. Why, my heart feels so touched. Chapter 49 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 21. Don't watch, eat first. Su Liangchen seems to be unable to stand her so focused attention, a blush on her cheeks, I am embarrassed to go. Luo Dust took the medicine and swallowed it. He drank 2 waters and smiled. Thank you, but it really doesn't matter. You're English. Doing half an hour is higher than you, rest assured. His mouth showed a hint of light smile. That may not be the case. Luo Jianfei proudly screamed, the public list seized the day. So confident. Of course. Luo turned his head and turned around, as if he suddenly remembered something like a lip. If my English score is better than you have to promise me one thing. Su Yongchen wanted to retire. After all, if she wants to enter H in the college entrance examination, she needs to spend a lot of time to study. But if you think about it, it would be fine to promise. After all, her performance cannot be better than him. You said. He shimmered and looked at her eyes. I don't know why he always thinks that her eyes are particularly beautiful, and she is crystal clear without a trace of impurities. Dating. Her eyes were full of expectation, a shallow smile on her lips, a slight lips, and people saw unconscious heart. Su Yongchen should be glad that the two of them are in the examination room. If they are in other places, he can't guarantee that they can suppress the little monsters in their hearts and kiss them. He whispered softly, although she was very light, she still heard it. My heart is so happy. Behind him, Qian Feifei took all of this to her. She put the phone that should not be brought into the examination room to the deepest part of the pocket, and a sneer rose in the corner of her mouth. After taking the medicine, Luo Dingchen felt that he was much better. Although she is not good at physics, it can be regarded as a lot of hard work. There are 2 questions in the big question, and the rest are still smooth. The exam was conducted for a total of 3 days. Due to the approaching Chinese New Year, the school teacher stayed in school and revised the papers overnight. On the 4th day, the school released the red list. Luo Jianchen ranked first with a score of 148 in English, and the total score was ranked 48th in the science year. Looking at the red list, her mouth was full of smiles, and she was very satisfied with the result. However, an anonymous letter received by the principal's office made her feel that the world was not good. The content of the letter is a long story, but the conclusion is that she is cheating. The whistleblower also attached a photo of her and the first name of the year, Su Yongchen, before the exam, but the informant is also absolutely. Principal indoors. Luo Jianchen, in the absence of investigation, the school should not have suspected you, but because of the difference between your performance and the last time, do not say physical chemistry, your English. The headmaster with the eyes of the gold wire frame, a look of heart. Principal Luo Dingchen is trying to blow people, Su Yongchen directly interrupted her. The distorted face that made her angry, instantly fixed. Su Yongchen cleared Qing Zizi and said, according to the anonymous letter, it should be that I gave the answer to Luo Dingchen, but this time my score is not as high as her. Moreover, she only deducted 2 points, it should be deducted in the composition, the English teacher should know best, what level of her composition. There is some truth. The headmaster pushed his eyes and nodded intently. Furthermore, Su Yongchen picked up the photo on the desktop and blinked. In the perspective of this photo, it should be taken by the student sitting in the back of the 2 students. Bring the camera into the exam room, or bring a mobile phone. Aside from the dust, I unknowingly swallowed the swallow. In this case, I can analyze the arguments so well, and finally put the center of the incident on the photo, it is absolutely. Chapter 50 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 22. 15 minutes later, the principal called the 2 seats behind Luo Dust to the office according to the location map of Luo Dust. The legendary perpetrator, Qian Feifei. Of course, she upholds the resolute attitude of killing and ignoring, and claims that she has never seen this photo. Thousands of Fifi students, have you really seen this photo? The principal looked at her again. Principal, I have said no. It is estimated that which live Lei Feng sees some people cheating really can't stand it, only to be heroic and worthy. Thousands of Philippine hands clasped their chests, and their eyes turned their eyes to the sky. Hey, this idiom is quite good, 6, blink of an eye, her conscience will not hurt. Natural is not painful, and her English scores have always been good. The host exceeded her, and her anger was full. The system has little patience to explain. When you are full, you can't test it yourself. Blame me. Luo Dingqing finished the scorpion and said, I have an uncle who is working in the appraisal department of the police station. Even if you have never seen this photo, should there be your fingerprint? Hashtag. Thousands of Philippines heard the words, their faces changed instantly. As for the little girl in her school, how can she think of fingerprints? When I took photos, I naturally didn't bring any gloves. Why, nothing to say. Luo Qingqing looked at her and said, with the mobile phone into the examination room is to remember the big, 1,000 Feifei, are you ready? Thousands of Feifei are so arrogant and unreasonable, at this moment, they are still students. If the dust is dusty, it will be pressed step by step, plus the eyes of the principal. After a few seconds, she surrendered. President, I admit that this photo was indeed taken by me. Qian Feifei slammed the dust and pointed at her, but this person must be cheating. The principal wants to see her previous bad results. Like Achilles, how could this be a sudden test this time? Oh, you are just like you, your entire community is the same. System, is this person's brain given to the thunder? Principal, Su Liangchen watched it for a long time, and finally said after Qian Feifei said this sentence, you can remember it. Sure enough, fast, accurate, and awkward. The views and purposes of the Su men's elaboration are quite clear, that is, to remember the Philippine. Well, I understand. For a long time, the headmaster nodded and said, remembering is a must, but in view of the fact that Qian Feifei did not use the mobile phone to do substantive actions, he will remember for a while and criticize the year. President. Thousands of Philippine fans must jump up. She bit her teeth and said, do you believe that you will redeliver a roll of paper, and she can't write anything, the score is still 3 or 40, or it's all about the multiple choices. A person who used to be so junk in the past is just because she looks good and can steal her male god. She is not willing. Do people look at the appearance now? Shouldn't you look inside? That's more than a game. Luo turned to the dust, standing with his hands on his lips, with a faint but confident smile, we are both in the same test room, and then write an English test paper. The whole school broadcasts, you dare. Is there any fear of this? I am still afraid of your scum. Qian Feifei smiled coldly, his mouth said. This suggestion is simply perfect for Qian Feifei. She would have to look at it. Under the eyes of the public, how can she cheat? If you remember it, you will criticize it. If you win this time, all of her faces will come back. Chapter 51 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 23. She and Qian Feifei's English test competition will be held at noon tomorrow, and the test paper is the reserve volume B of the City Quality Inspection. To say that this B volume is more difficult than A volume. Out of the principal's office, the sun was just right. Luo Ding closed his eyes and took a deep breath and smiled at the next Su Liangchen, let's go back. Every time, every class. He put his hands in his pockets, and in this kind of sunshine, he looked particularly handsome. I don't know why, I have some pleasure in my mood. Perhaps it is because the promised date is coming, or perhaps because of the boring mechanical life suddenly has a look. Suddenly, he began to look forward to the alarm clock every morning, looking forward to seeing her back at a corner of the school gate, looking forward to walking with her to receive the hot eyes of the gossip, looking forward to seeing her every day. It turns out that school days are more refreshing than days off. He was so confused when he sat in his seat, the class teacher had come in. Today our class ushered in a new classmate who transferred from the liberal arts class. Her performance in this city's quality inspection is better than many people present here. The voice of the class teacher's voice slowly rang in the ear of Su Liangchen. His heart was a little excited, and the heart followed the teacher's voice and jumped. Everyone applauded to welcome the students of Luo Ding. In the next second, her figure appeared in his sight, a plaid shirt school uniform, a shallow smile on his mouth, a slight blink of an eye, his eyes fixed on him. Hey, a warm applause from the applause. Of course, the only person who did not applaud was Qian Feifei. She glanced at Don Juan and found that Tang Yin's applause was louder than anyone else, with a smile on her lips, and her eyes seemed to glow. Thousands of Feifei unconsciously raised their fists and knocked them the wall. The result, the wall did not move, she hurt half dead. The boys around saw the dust, and they were all excited. After all, male hormones can't stop the charm of beauty. What's more, she is still a big girl at the school flower level. I am going, school flowers are transferred to our class. Then we are not representatives of yen value after our class. It's so good, when I was in high school, I transferred to the department, and the results are still so good. I am envious of people who have a good value and have a mind. Ah, I heard that there is no boyfriend in the school flower. Hey, everyone has a chance. In the front, Su Liangchen seems to be easy to ignore, but the last sentence still makes him squint. So, where is Luo Ding's classmate sitting? The class teacher of science class is not a very rigid person. This sentence seems to be asking for opinions. Teacher, the position next to me is empty. Teacher, Here, no one here. Teacher, I am stinky at the same table, I want to change to a table. I don't have to give up your body odor in the trough, do you dislike my foot odor? Teacher, I may get sick in a few days next door. Who said that I will get sick? There are few girls in science classes, and suddenly a girl is transferred to school, or school flowers, naturally becoming the focus of attention. Looking at everyone's noisy look, Luo Ding's mouth raised a smile. It seems that except for Qian Feifei, there are other people who seem to be good. She ignored the other people, lifted her footsteps and went straight to the empty position around Su Yongchen. She put the bag down and turned softly, Su classmates, please advise. Chapter 52 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 24. Before transferring to the science class, she silently investigated that Su Yongchen did not have the same table from high school to high school. Because he and the teacher said that any table at the same time will affect his study. The teacher of course agreed to his request. After all, his achievements have always been the first in the year, and he will certainly win glory in the future. That, the class teacher said something embarrassed, the position around Su Yongchen can't be. Teacher, it doesn't matter. His cool, watery voice came from her left ear and instantly rushed into her heart. Good feeling plus 10, task completion is 60%. It seems that Su God still likes me very much. The feeling of goodness is coming again, I am a little shy. Ha 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 ha. Host, please don't be too crazy. Hey, what do you know? How many winds and waves have the baby experienced from 0 to 60%? What happened to the baby, why did you hinder your meal? The system does not eat. The system said that my heart is so bitter. Is this close to you? Su Yongchen asked while he was writing a note. The sunlight outside the window sprinkled on her white cheeks. He looked at her slightly and looked at her. It turned out that her so-called closeness turned out to be a transfer department. A rote-learning student who can count down the bottom 50 can even turn to a science department that relies on logical thinking and brain operation for him. It's really moving. Good feeling plus 10, task completion is 70%. System, not much nonsense, you are awesome. Next time if I am obstructing your meal, remind me. Our relationship is so good, the whisper of my heart is easy. The system really does not eat. The system is speechless. Have you seen a computer to eat? Humph. Love not to eat, save money. Luo Dingqin calmed down his mood, licking his lips, and with a deep smile between his eyebrows, he answered the next Su Yongchen road, of course, after all, the water tower is the first month. Wrong. Which is wrong? Luo Dian recalled what she said just now, nothing wrong. She said that her language is not bad yet. This question is for you to calculate if f, x, takes the extreme value at x equals 1 and x equals 3, then the rate of the bevel of each point on the image is not more than. Su Yongchen will cross the black pen dust test this way, I think if you hand in to write x equals 3 floor first month, you should return to the liberal arts class tomorrow. Luo slammed into the dust, and immediately looked down at his own book, quickly smeared the words, and then whispered, this can't blame me, this is the inertia of the person. When you are talking, you may write unconsciously. Come out. No problem. Have you not been there? Well, Su Yongchen handed her own problem-solving ideas to the paper on the sticky note. As my desk, as long as 48 years is not enough. Hey. Luo Ding felt that he had a blood in his heart, and he almost didn't squirt it out, this is just the end of the city's quality inspection. Can you do something easier? For example. He had a brow in his eyebrows and a very light smile on his lips. In fact, she knows what she wants to say. Looking at the look she was looking forward to, I don't know why my heart was soft. Dating. Luo Ding a pair of clear flashes, long eyelashes tremble. The so-called dating is the main driving force for studying, and it is absolutely necessary to carry it through to the end. For a long time, he saw her eyebrows grievances into a singularity, tomorrow. Chapter 53 Cannon Fodder Counterattack High Cold School Grass, 25. On Sunday, the sun is just right. Don't ask her why she is going to school on Sunday, and high school students are not eligible for a holiday. When she first arrived at the school, she went directly to the principal's office to report that Qian Feifei had already arrived, and she looked like a high-spirited person, and let people look at the instant to spit out the vegetables in the morning. Yes, she recently changed breakfast. Changed from milk bread to soy milk dish. A conference room, 3 invigilators, and 2 180-degree angle-less cameras. The captured picture will be synchronized to the large screen on the school playground for students to watch. Under such a public view, no one has done it. The principal felt that his decision was very correct. One was a student with a mobile phone in the examination room, and the other was a student with a spurt of progress. Both students are suspected of cheating. This time, the B-volume test not only tested their abilities once again, but also gave them a chance to clear themselves. The examination time is a total of 120 minutes. After the submission, the invigilator will be on hand to correct the results, and the results will be announced immediately. Luo Ding closed his eyes and arranged the stationary and listening headphones to be used in the exam. Everything is ready. In addition to the 30 minutes that the hearing used, the answer to the back of the dust was only about 40 minutes. Although this is slower than Su Liangchen, she scores higher than him. Finally I can test Su Liangchen again. Although, it seems that it is a little bit victorious. Know it. The system can't listen to her inner monologue. Humph. Paying is rewarding, you eat so much bread for me. The pen tip fell in the last word, Luo dusted up, his eyelids moved a little, and looked at Qian Feifei, who was reading and understanding on the second page, and went straight to the podium. Carrying up, handing over, everything is so confident. She walked downstairs, bypassed the line of the ring, and watched her boy under the pear tree. He was slightly decapitated, with a faint smile on his lips. This is him, laughing at her for the first time. This kind of smile is so warm and warm. The people who eat melons on the playground of the school have exposed their incredible expressions. The speed of this dust is too fast. It took only 70 minutes to finish writing. Don't be surprised, it is estimated that it is filled. A good English person pushed the glasses and said, "You, don't eat the grapes and say that the grapes are sour." A woman next to her turned a blank eye and retorted. The two invigilators took a look at the papers of the dusty dust, and they couldn't open their eyes. The English words written in this beautiful font turned out to be all right. The difficulty of the big volume composition of the B volume is on the A volume. This time, the dust has raised his own fortune and the content of the composition has been written with enthusiasm. All kinds of good words are good, and the ones used are unforgettable. After 10 minutes of proofreading, the final invigilator wrote a score on the answer sheet of Luo Dingchen. The screen of the playground swayed and the red pen stroked, and the students all closed their gaze. 1. 5. 0. I am going, full score. The classmates boiled, and who knew her, who didn't know her, applauded her. She whispered and frowned, what do they applaud? How to give a kind of D-silk counterattack, white rich feeling, baby is white X beautiful. It should be your score coming out. Su Liangchen looked at the noisy people in the playground ahead. He couldn't help but feel a little bit of a taste. He turned to a small road in another direction, let's go here. He had never known before that he had such possessiveness. Now he seems to see her talking to other boys, and my heart is stuffy, especially the Don Juan. Chapter 54 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 26. At the same time, Qian Feifei, who was still in the examination room, could not sit still. In order to be fair, the invigilator did not tell Qian Feifei's achievements, and gave her own space to answer questions. But her heart, how can it be quiet? The difficulty of this volume is really a bit big. When I saw that Luo dust was so easy to answer, her heart was even more flustered. Time passed by little, she didn't even write about her composition, and her mind was blank, and even the words of bananas could not be spelled out. Time is up, hand it over. The solemn voice of the invigilator was uploaded from the podium, so she had to stop the pen in her hand. Teacher, can my grade surpass Luo's dust? Qian Feifei's heart is extremely embarrassing, her book teacher has not seen it, although the composition and the last reading comprehension she did not finish, but there should be nothing too big in front. The problem. The invigilator gave her a look and swept her blank essay and said, no. Teacher, you haven't corrected my paper yet, how can you make a final decision? Qian Feifei is a little angry, at least they must be corrected before they can see who wins and who is negative. At the moment, it is still unknown. This teacher is so determined. The invigilator pushed the glasses with the gold frame and said with no expression, because she is full. What? Qian Feifei shook his head and said incredulously, I don't believe, you show me her paper. Thousands of Feifei students, is this a respect that a student should have for the teacher? The invigilator's voice was very loud and shouted, I will tell the principal that you are not so simple in this year's criticism. 1,000 Philippines screamed, licking his lips and actually, wow, and cried out. After all, students are students after all. Students who are inferior, teachers and parents will feel aggrieved when they speak loudly. But what about it? The wicked have bad news. You don't go to class in the morning. Luo whispered to follow the footsteps of Su Yongchen and whispered. How do you feel that he is not too happy? Why, is he not wanting to date with himself? Su Yongchen seems to be able to feel the grievances of the people behind him. He smiles faintly and feels that his sulking is unreasonable. Yeah, Luo Dingchen has been walking down, and did not expect that the person in front suddenly stopped, and the inertia hit his broad back. She lifted her head and gently touched her nose. How come you suddenly don't leave? Wait for you. Su Yongchen put her hand down and looked at her nose. This collision did not know if there was any pain in her. Suddenly, there is a bit of pain. I knew that I should go slower and knew that I should not stop temporarily. Luo slammed into the dust, and the whole person stood stiff in place. The male in front of her is less than 5 centimeters away from her. She can clearly see his focused eyelids, long eyelashes, and the thin lips that make people want to stop. What do you think? The face is so red. Su Yongchen's mouth is slightly raised, with a shallow smile. She stunned and blinked. I am smashing red. Is Luo's face in front of the nose? Su Yongchen smiled, watching her try to cover up the shy expression. How so cute, how can it be so exciting? Suddenly, it's a pity that I didn't read the liberal arts class. In this way, he will meet her earlier. But also, this encounter is just right. Chapter 55 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 27. Luo touched the back of his head and deliberately shifted the topic. What are we going to eat? What do you want to eat? He walked to her left and the pace echoed her speed. KFC. Suddenly, my stomach is very hungry. She wants to eat a plate of chicken legs, want to eat the original chicken, want to eat. It's not good for the mind to eat junk food regularly. When she just figured out 2 pictures in her head, Su Yongchen's sentence instantly gave her a cold water. Seeing that she didn't talk, he added, occasionally you can eat. Eat and eat. Hearing this sentence, Luo Dust immediately lifted his eyes lit up, and the nature of the food was fully revealed. The KFC near the school had a lot of people at noon. They found a seat by the window and looked at the lazy sunshine outside the window. Suddenly, they were somewhat comfortable. This week, 1, 3, 5, 7, a single class does not go to class. Su is cool and elegant, pick up the French fries, and gently send it to his mouth. Looking at her gorging, her eyebrows gradually became gentle. His cheeks were particularly gentle under the glare of the sun. Just the sound, or with a touch of coolness. Luo Ding biting the hamburger while inexplicably lifting his eyes, blinking his eyes and blinking. For a long time, she only reacted. This is the question she asked him just now. Shuaba is awesome, and the topic can be dug up after a long time of transferring the topic. Great, admire. After satiating, he walked out of the KFC gate and a beam of sunshine shone on her face. Luo was stunned and blinked. The first thing that came to mind was to sleep, just as the words flashed in her head. The cool voice of Su Yongchen sounded in her ear. Is there an ID card? WTF? ID card? He shouldn't want to. Oh, the system baby is a bit square. People are still a baby, will this be too fast? Host, don't think about it. She thought so in her heart, the shallow smile raised in the corner of her mouth, a blush on her face, a shy look. You can tell me, what are you laughing at? Su Yongchen saw her bowed and shy, looking like a sly look, thin lips and awkward, could not help but want to laugh. He naturally knows where she wants to go, and the girl's mind is really, somewhat incredible. She lowered her head and kept her hands on her chest. She whispered softly, that, I have a photo ID, but, we will not be a young man. Oh, no, I am 18 years old. Adult, already. Having said that, she looked up and found that Su Yongchen had already walked half a meter away. For a moment, I only felt that the whole body was running countercurrent, and my face was covered with flushing. What the hell? Is it that I understand the mistake? He is not asking me and... What? Luo rushed to keep up with his footsteps and asked, where? Aurora City. Su Yongchen looked at her embarrassed eyes and smiled. Luo closed the eyes and closed his eyes. I am so embarrassed. It turns out that he wants an ID card to buy a ticket. Otherwise, what does the host think? The system's cool sounds. What are you doing, staying with you? Seeing your look at the scene, I want to hit you. The system has no choice but to spread the hand that does not exist. It does not know where she saw it from, and it is very clear to see it look like a movie. Chapter 56 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 28. Aurora City is the most famous tourist destination around a city, so it is named Aurora because it can see different colors in the sky at some point. Taking a ride to the Aurora City, there was a trace of tension in the heart of Luo, which seemed to be her first time to drive. At least this body, the first time to drive the car. Sitting next to her male god, a little excited. Aurora City is not far from City A, and the one-way train is about 40 minutes. Why are we going to Aurora City? On the train, Luo turned to look at the teenager who closed his eyes slightly. He seems to be the focus of his eyes, so quietly relying on it, you can get some short-term stay. For a long time, he did not speak, just as Luo thought that he did not hear, and wanted to turn his head. His good voice rang next to her ear, dating. Cough, she tried to cover up the joyful tentative opening of her heart and asked, the Baidu library said that the date 2 words are used to describe the meeting between lovers, then we. This time, Su Liangchen did not have a long time to answer him. Instead, take the mobile phone in the out pocket, a few touches on the touch screen of the slender finger, and then hand it to Luo Ding, you see it yourself. She took the phone, the first sentence in the Baidu library on the screen, dating is one of the human courtship activities, to understand each other by talking. Find the fit, use it as a test and choose one as a spouse. Lying in the trough, this vocabulary is too fake. Test, choice, fit. What are these ghosts? Don't look. Luo Dus took the phone to his arms and turned his face. He looked at the deserted mountains outside the window and was sulking. The trolley on the moving car sipped in the distance. Do you need melon seeds, peanuts, juice, mineral water, instant noodles? Luo, dusting the probe to look at the brain, gently rubbed his lips, his right hand touched the belly. Yeah, a little hungry. Su Liangchen was dark, and took her to KFC at noon. She ate at least 2/3 of her family's bucket, plus a burger and a Coke. It's only been about 3 hours before, and she is hungry again. He now knows that if there is something in this world, Su Liangchen must be better than Luo, then this thing must be, eat. Seeing his frowning face look incredulous, as if to say, you still eat? Luo Dingyun helplessly will be able to withdraw from the trolley and look back out the window. Give me a Häagen-Dazs. Just as the stroller was about to be pushed away, Su Liangchen's good voice sounded. The waiter's face was red, and he looked at him with a smile. What is the taste? Chocolate. Luo Xiaoding next to him looked at their family. Su God was looked at by such a flowery eyes, a stomach suffocating instantly disappeared, but turned full of domineering. The waiter's face looked a little embarrassed. She handed the chocolate-flavored ice cream to Su Liangchen with a reluctant smile and walked forward to continue to sip. Is there a need for melon seeds, peanuts, juice, mineral water, instant noodles? Give, he turned around, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes, and handed the ice cream to her. Slowly eat, cooler. All the dissatisfaction and anger in her heart disappeared and scattered, only his handsome face and gentle look. I still remember the profound slogan, love her, take her to eat Häagen-Dazs. System tip, chocolate is easy to eat. Fat. 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 What happened to fat? Have you eaten your rice? Chapter 57 Cannon Ash Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 29. When I arrived at Aurora City, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky gradually dimmed, but Aurora City was another scene. Each family hangs a colorful lantern that echoes the dark red sky to form a colorful landscape. It's so beautiful, just like the Milky Way. This is the first impression of Luo Dingchen standing on the bund in Aurora City. You wait for me, I will buy something to eat. Su Liangchen slowly got up and walked towards the food stall on the opposite street. It turns out that there is more food around, and I will feel hungry. Luo Dian looked at his back, and his mouth raised a bright smile. She lifted her eyes slightly and watched the ever-changing beautiful stars smooth the night sky. Mysterious, dreamy, it is a strange night scene in the Arctic city, attracting countless hunger. Suddenly remembered the song in the ear, Sunday night to take you to see the night scene is good. It is now Star Flag Day, night, 6:30. Su Liangchen ordered the more famous snacks in Aurora City, mala tang, barbecue skewers, coconut milk jelly, chicken wing rice, bean sprouts pancakes and 2 bowls of fruit iced rice. On the way back, his pace increased slightly. Already 7 o'clock, she should be hungry. Unexpectedly, when he returned to the beach, Luo Ding was not there. Subconsciously dialed her mobile phone. After a few seconds, the phone came over. The call you made was temporarily unanswered, please dial later. He is anxious and keeps playing. Look at her look, it should be that I have never been to Aurora City. I blame him for not being good, and should not leave her alone to buy things. After the 3 phones were not connected, his heart burned like a fire. Looked at the watch, it has been more than 7 o'clock. Due to the evening of the fireworks fountain on the bund tonight, the surrounding sound is a bit noisy. He frowned, looked around and listened carefully. There are children who are playing, students who are chatting, couples who are quarreling, and there is no voice of her. Suddenly I couldn't hear her voice. I only felt that my heart was in a panic. I was very scared. I lost a person, and I felt scared in my heart. Su Yongchen took a deep breath and shook his fist. The next second, he decided, the alarm. Just as he pressed the dial-out button, Luo patted his shoulder and said, "What are you eating delicious?" He trembled on his shoulder and quickly hanged up the phone. He turned around and saw her in his arms and held it tightly. Luo dusted a glimpse, widened his eyes, and his heart pounded. At such a close distance, she could smell the faint grass lemon soap on his body, some quick breathing, and the hot hug. For a long time, he gently let go of him, looking at her with a look, "Where have you been?" Luo Dust is a little embarrassed to touch the red ear roots. Just an old man asked me the way. I saw that she mentioned a lot of things to help her find the way down. Are you sure that you are going farther and farther? Su Yongchen Mei slightly snarled. This girl is also the first time to come to Aurora City and give others directions. Good intentions are correct, but we must do our best. How do you know? Luo dusted the light, and then the momentum disappeared immediately. I thought I had a mobile phone to locate the map. I know that there are so many roads here, and I am going around it. Seeing that she looked down on her feelings of grievances, he could not bear to blame her. I want to be kind and good, to do good things and be blamed. My heart must be uncomfortable. Su Yongchen raised her hand and touched her head and said, "Will you wait for me to come back next time?" Hey, the fireworks of the hustle and bustle traversed the starry sky like the Milky Way, and it was beautiful. Okay. She nodded happily, with a deep smile on her lips. Good feeling plus 10, the task completion is 80%. Chapter 58 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 30. The city of Aurora is indeed well deserved, and the fireworks are full of water. The faint mist slowly wanders around them, like a fairyland on earth. They leaned on an inflatable recliner on the couch and looked up for a moment to get the entire galaxy. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple are intertwined to form a beautiful landscape. Really beautiful, beautiful. Her mouth unknowingly smacked a touch of curvature, and the song was slightly lifted in the mouth. You are so busy at the entrance to the theater on Saturday. It is good to take you to the night scene on Sunday night. Oh, the night scene is beautiful. She turned and looked at Su Yongchen next to him. When the cheeks were red, I found that the other person had been staring at her. You sang all the words I want to say, then what about me? Su Yongchen looked at him, his eyes were gentle, his eyes were deep, but with a touch of starlight. Luo dusted the eyes and flashed slightly, and the ears were red. She had never seen him so gentle, with a shallow smile on her lips, and her eyes staring at her as if she were looking at a treasure. Precious. I don't know. Luo dusted his eyes and blinked. He didn't dare to look at his eyes. He only felt that his heart was jumping fast and he was short of breath. Luo dust dash, his voice rang slightly, scaring her to look up. The next second, his right hand took her messy haircut across her ears, her long fingers sliding over her face and resting between her lips. Her lips are very beautiful, and it seems as if she is about to drip out water. He pushed hard and pulled her closer, gently printing a kiss on her forehead. The warm touch made her calm down, and the previous nervousness seemed to be swept away. She closed her eyes, and when she opened it, she not only had her eyes, but also completely calmed down with the original tremors. After a little hesitation, he kissed her gently. I saw her shy and flushed, and closed her eyes tightly, and then dared not look at his face. Her lips are unusually sweet, and her nose is drifting past her sweet but not greasy fragrance. He only feels that he has always been self-controlling, as if he is likely to get out of control at any time, and his ears are red, like a big boy who kisses his first love. Be careful, afraid of breaking his dreams. For a long time, until she was short of breath, she was so soft and could not make any effort. He slowly left her lips, and her deep black eyes stared at her, seemingly flashing inexpressible light. Good feeling plus 10, the task completion is 90%. She seems to have completely forgotten the system's tips for her, a pair of alum to look at him seriously. I saw him smile lightly, read well, I don't want to have a girlfriend in college. I know. However, even if I work hard, I can't go to the same university with you. Luo dusted his lips, and it seemed to have his gentle breath, unconsciously red-faced. Said, I actually want to test C big. Su Yongchen frowned, the score of your city's quality inspection should be on Q. C is a university that has just passed the second line. It is a poor school in this city. Q is a very good university in the line. Her achievements, hard work in the past few months, going to Q is not a big problem. But Luo licked his lips, and his heart was not a taste. However, C is far from A, just next door. She knows that the result of Su Yongchen must be a big, even to send a big. Chapter 59 Cannon Ash Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 31. But the cherry blossoms of C are very beautiful, I like it very much. Luo smashed his eyes and blinked, and a pair of alums took a very serious look. A serious nonsense. Su Yongchen looked at her gaze, and guessed that she would know the little 99 in her heart without guessing. She is not able to go to Q, but because C is closer to A. If she went to C, she was closer to him. Really, little fool. When I got back to a city from Aurora City, it was already 9:30 in the evening. On the tree-lined path, Luo Ding couldn't help but look up and ask, would you like to be sent to A or to participate in the college entrance examination like us? What? He has a glimpse of his heart, and he is unconsciously uncomfortable. I have never done anything for her. Now I have to ask her to apply for her, just for her own sentence. I don't want to feel the breakup season of the third year. You don't care about your future. His voice was a little cold, and he stopped to look at her. The street lights pulled their shadows long, and the cold wind blowing in their ears was like her heart at the moment. Why are you murderous? I just ask about it. She was somewhat wronged, and she just felt the sweetness of her lover. How to say indifference is indifferent. What do you think in your heart? I am very clear. Su Yongchen is carrying a sigh of relief, with a hint of blame, the future is your own. The gap between Q and C is not 1 or 2. If you don't care about your future, then I can't help it. This sentence said that he regretted it, but he was good for her. Why do you want to apply for such a university when you study so hard? The pressure of social competition is getting bigger and bigger. Although a good diploma cannot play a decisive role, it can give you a good internship opportunity. You know everything, you know everything. Luo's eyes lit up in a mist, his nose was sour, and his tears almost didn't fall. She bit her lip and said, Su Yongchen, I just want to go to C, I just want to be very close to you. You are so cold, you will never understand. After all, she turned around in anger and ran towards the home. Su Yongchen standing in the same place, his feet are invisibly locked like iron bolts. He provoked her, angry. Luo dusted back home, washed a hot bath lying in bed, angry and sulking. How can he be so fierce? She is not trying to go to C. You must know that Q and A are both in the city of A, but they are separated from each other. It's almost like going out of love. She doesn't, she never. Just as she was angry, Miss Su poured a glass of milk and came in to tell her that she would return to her grandmother's house for the new year. She glanced at it and took the calendar and looked at it. It turned out that tomorrow is already the New Year's Eve. What to do? Have not prepared him a New Year gift. Thinking of it, she immediately shook her head and muttered to herself, I am angry now, don't give him a gift. System tip, don't forget your task, the current task completion rate is 90%. I know that I am 18 years old, my memory is not so bad, and drinking milk every day is very good. I don't know why I got rid of the system, but my mood is not so depressed, the system is really a good baby. Why don't you say that this system is a punching bag? Good luck. Chapter 60 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 32. Sitting in the car of his father, Luo Ding decided to ignore him this year. This morning, she received a text message from Su Yongchen. The content is 3 words, sorry. Hey, she suddenly felt that she should be the first love of the Soviet goddess, because he was ignorant and even apology was so creative. On the other side, Su Youngchen's heart is very embarrassing. I watched a dozen mobile phones back and forth in the morning and did not receive any reply. Although he did not show it on the surface, he did his best in action. For example, his mother asked him to buy a few eggs, and he bought a duck egg. His brother asked him to bring him a cup of pearl milk tea, he brought a coconut milk tea. His dad asked him to buy a newspaper and he bought a magazine. The moment they got home, their whole family was shocked. For the parents of Su who have memory problems, how can they all be mistaken? Son, are you okay, are you sick? Su said, anxiously. Brother, you should not mutate. Su brother asked with a look of horror. Son, do you like the girls who ran with people? Su-da asked with a look. Dad, what do you say? Su Youngchen's brain is smart enough to skip the words of Su Mama and Su Didi, only accepting the words of Su-da. Oh, my son finally fell in love. Su Dad looked at his eyes and knew that there must be something. The child was exactly the same as when he saw his mother, and the deep scorpion was full of light. Su Youngchen was awkward, watching his father like the lottery, but let him shake the sky. He put their duck eggs, coconut milk tea, and magazines on the table and said, I will go out. Son, you have to come back early, eat New Year's Eve at night. The mother's voice echoed behind her ear, but he had already left the house. In the pocket is a small, beautifully wrapped box with a Swarovski swan necklace, a New Year gift he wants to give her. Although, he wants to put a ring. Luo's family address was also recorded by the last school anniversary. Although he only glanced at it, he remembered it very firmly. Half an hour later, he appeared in the downstairs of her house. I took out my mobile phone and sent him a text message, Happy New Year, I am downstairs in your house. Dash is eating the roast chicken legs in the grandmother's house. I heard the phone ringing, holding the chicken legs while holding the mobile phone text message. In the next second, the chicken legs fell directly to the table, and the whole person was in a circle. System, call system. What kind of home is he called downstairs? My home. Nonsense, otherwise. Lying in the trough, how does he know where my home is? Moreover, in the New Year's Eve, he didn't eat chicken legs at home, why did he come to my house? The system is dead in an instant, and she is not going to care about her meaningless question. Luo Ding's heart is called anxious, and now that the New Year's Eve is accompanying the elderly for the new year, she can't ask her father to send her back. Forget it, go back. She quickly ate the chicken legs and drank a few soups to get up and said, Mother and granddaughter, my grandfather, I will go back to school first, the teacher said something. As soon as the voice fell, she picked up her little bag and ran to the station. When the grandmother's family is taking a train from the city of A, there are 2 stations. She doesn't want to wait for the first class. There is a station ticket. I have to go to school in this New Year's Eve. Now students. It's really hard. The voice of Ms. Su and her grandmother came slowly from not far away. She said, she can't hear. Chapter 61 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 33. After getting on the train, she immediately took out her mobile phone and wanted to send a text message with Su Youngchen, indicating that she was on the road. The moment the phone can be taken out, she laps again. No. Electricity. Now. What to do, he will not be angry, will not go away, will not ignore her. I blame myself, nothing to sulking. It is clear that the other party is also good for himself. After all, after 18 years of hard work, I can't be fooled by my own willfulness. System, is there any such thing as a door? Have. I am going, really. Can you change one for me? The exchange value is 10,000. The host exchange value is insufficient and will not be redeemed. 10,000. Why don't you go to heaven? In my life, I don't know if I can have 1,000,000 in my next life. Luo Dust sees the system completely and doesn't bother to yell at her. When I moved the car, I immediately hit a car and flew toward myself. I don't know how long it took. I only knew that when she got off the taxi, it was already dark. I looked around and didn't see the familiar figure. She woke up her nose, and suddenly she was a little sad. Reaching out to the bag and holding the key, I found that there were too many things in the bag, and I couldn't catch the key. Suddenly, I only felt a pain in my fingers. She immediately pulled out, but found that she didn't know what was being scraped in the bag, broke her skin, and bleed. The more and more sad in my heart, every family around is Happy New Year, but I am alone here. Parents are not around, and people waiting for him are not around. She was angry and threw the bag on the ground. The whole man squatted and buried his head in his arms, faintly twitching, with a slight cry. Oh, it's really aggrieved, really good. For a long time, a clear hand touched her head, and the cool, watery sound came gently. What are you doing? Get up soon. Such a warm hand, such a familiar voice, she knows who it is, but buried her head deeper, crying even more fierce. It's like a child who has fallen, and is injured, if the adult has no concerns. Instead, he happened to climb up and pat the wound. However, if the adults are eager to care, it will make the seeds of grievances in his heart take root instantly. At this moment, Luo Dust is this feeling. I'm sorry, don't you cry. Su Yongchen listened to her crying louder and more suddenly became awkward. It was his fault. He should apologize earlier, not so late. It's all his fault. Dust, I will not bully you in the future. His tone was soft, a pair of sobbing voices, and the original cool water, the words like the sound of beads, as two people. Hey, listening to some of his grievances, Luo Ding did not hold back and laughed. She lifted her hair slightly, and there were a few drops of crystal tears hanging on her face, but with a shallow smile on her lips. You don't talk like Su Yongchen like this. She rubbed her nose and licked her lips. He raised his hand and gently wiped the tears on her face. He said softly and politely, what do you want me to be, what I am like? This sentence is like a love sentence and not like a love sentence. From his mouth, let her lick the next numbness. It's good. She opened her arms and hugged him gently. Wait, he stepped back, put his hand in his pocket, and took out a beautiful box with a pink bow and handed it to her cool voice. Happy New Year. Chapter 62 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 34. Luo dusted a slap, a blush on his cheeks, and even the ears were red. This time is not shy, I am embarrassed. The other party carefully prepared a New Year gift for her, but she was empty. What to do, how to lose face? How can this be said? System, you give me a gift. Yes, need. No, it's especially expensive to think about your gift. And you have a problem with this system. I like to sit on the ground, specialize in extorting me as a simple and lovely innocent girl. The system really wants to break itself into pieces. It was originally intended to say that only 50 redemption values can be exchanged for the equivalent of Su Yongchen. The result is not finished, the hard-boiled beggar. Human things are so cheap, how can you need a particularly high exchange value? Is the host silly? Of course, the system said that Luo Dust is completely inaudible. The system is very proud and does not intend to tell her again. Why, don't want it. Su Yongchen saw her eyebrows dancing, her expression was a bit strange, and she shrank her hand and shrank, don't take it back. If you want to. Luo rushed to take the box and tried to nod. Don't take it, I want to. Open it and see. He smiled a little embarrassedly, I sent a girl gift for the first time, I don't know if you like it or not. Like. She looked up and looked at him with a smile. I like what you send. After all, she carefully untied the ribbon and was afraid of breaking such a beautiful gift box. The next second, she opened the box, a delicate swan necklace appeared in front of her, the necklace was dazzling, beautiful, beautiful and unbeatable. It's so beautiful, thank you. She took the necklace and the whole heart pounded. Su Yongchen picked up the necklace from her hand, and the clear-cut hand gently wrapped around her neck to help her. The swan fell on her white neck and seemed so appropriate. Unique and suitable. Luo dusted a glimpse, and did not dare to move. She looked embarrassed at the teenager in front of her embarrassed and said, but I forgot to prepare your New Year gift. She really didn't mean it. She wanted to buy a New Year's gift, but it was so angry that she didn't buy it. In fact, she never thought that she would receive his New Year gift. Still a beautiful necklace, he must have chosen it for a long time. I regret it. Why do you want to be so capricious? Good New Year, even the gift is not ready for my own God. You sent it. He said with a smile, he picked him up from the ground. For a moment, Luo Ding felt that his feet were numb, and he fell back and fell directly into his warm arms. The scent of his body rushed in the air, and her long hands hugged her tightly, fearing that she would not stand falling in the next second. He frowned slightly, his eyes flashed a fluster. Why is this girl not careful? What should she do if he is not with her in the future? Half sounding, she only stood firm, remembering what he had just said in his ear, and asked a little, I sent it? I didn't send it, what did I send? She doesn't remember what gift she sent. Is it a dream that I sneaked to the Golden Palace in one night? Until his cool voice rang slowly in his ear. You. What? You sent me a dusty dust, I like it, thank you. Chapter 63 Cannon Fodder Counterattack High Cold School Grass, 35. Throughout the winter vacation, she remembers the words that Su Yongchen said every night. You sent me a dusty dust, I like it, thank you. This sentence is like the invincible Diamond Sutra, lingering in her mind. After the end of the winter vacation, we will welcome the most important sprint in the life of the students. The college entrance examination countdown is 150 days. The results of Luo Dust are still stable. The scores of several simulated tests are more than 20 points above the Q line. Su Yongchen also simulated her level. It should be no problem to apply for Q. I think that the countdown in the upper right corner is decreasing day by day, and there will be some tension in her heart. This is a journey of racing against time, or a college entrance examination, that is, 1,000 armed horses crossing the Singlewood Bridge, and the body will be broken if you accidentally fall. The college entrance examination countdown is 50 days. Today, she is worthy of cleaning up, in addition to cleaning, but also responsible for writing down the content that needs to be reviewed tomorrow. She stood on the bench chair and thought about it in her eyes. She was struggling to answer the physical questions tomorrow on a blackboard. A small ball of mass m is fixed at the bottom of the tube, and the small ball is connected with a small mass of mass m equals km by a light and smooth thin wire. The rate of the small ball is constant during the turning process, and the small piece falling process is obtained. The magnitude of the acceleration in. It's a little hard. Luo said, muttering while writing a question on the blackboard. Try it with Newton's second law. There was a sudden sound in the empty classroom. Luo was so frightened that the whole person fell off the chair. Between the electric and the flint, Tang Yen immediately hugged her to avoid her intimate contact with the earth. Don Juan. Luo dusted his eyes and squinted, picking up a book on the podium and knocking on his waist. The strength is not light or heavy, but it just happens to let Tang Hao let go. In the next second, she quickly jumped half a meter away, with a look of indifference and cold voice. What is the class of Tang? For Tang Yen, she does not hate. But I absolutely don't like people like this. I want to come to this plane, and she has a great relationship with Tang Yen. If it weren't for his self-righteous words, the original lord would not jump to the floor and commit suicide. Moreover, since she came to this plane, Tang Hao did not give him trouble. Although Qian Feifei is the initiator, but it cannot affect Tang Yan's bad impression in her mind. He said something, and looked at her like a pear who didn't want to be close to him. I don't know why my heart was particularly uncomfortable. Once upon a time, he was the gathering point of all her gaze, as if he had gone where her eyes were. But now, he is a little closer to her, she is full of disgust and indifference. Why is this? If he had done something bad before, can he not come over? Cough. Luo Dingqing clears the throat with a sneer smile. Maybe I should ask, what is the price of Qian Feifei? Nothing goes to the 3 treasure hall. This Tang Jin came to find her in addition to Qian Feifei, but she could not think of a second reason. It doesn't matter to her. Tang Yimei had a glimpse of his emotions. I don't know why, he doesn't want to mention Qian Feifei. He used to like her so much, but now it seems that it is not the case. Compared to Qian Feifei, he seems to be more interested in the girls in front of him. Chapter 64 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 36. I am going to take the college entrance examination soon. What school do you want to apply for? Tang Yen saw that the atmosphere was awkward, and he smiled and squinted at the dust in front of him. What is it about you? Luo Dian did not hesitate to go back. This person buys a problem. He doesn't care about what school Fifi wants to apply for. What kind of school does she care about? Also really fulfilled the system's statement, since ancient times, deep feelings cannot be retained, only the routine is popular. Don't be nervous, I just ask. Tang Yan's eyes suddenly bleak, and there was a kind of uncomfortable feeling in his heart. He asked himself not badly, and he was able to rank in the top 30 in the middle of the year. If he has the opportunity to go to college in her school, will there be a chance? After all, Su Yongchen is stable on A. And she can't go up. They are destined not to be in the same university. Hey, Luo slammed the light and said, what? You don't ask your school what is the school. She wants to go to A. Tang Yen shrugged, but smiled helplessly. The performance of Qian Feifei is worse than that of English. Others are not as good as him. She even wants to go to A, he also feels incredible. But since people are going to chase their love, as a year-round spare tire, there is no qualification for anything to say. And he really, not willing to be a spare tire. Haha dash, Luo dusted his lips and smiled 2 channels, just her. The result of such is to be a big. Okay, not kidding with her. Perhaps Qian Feifei will say, if there is a will, it will happen. But I would like to ask, who is the best in the entire Dandan High School then to go to A? Is her boyfriend good at A? Okay. Okay. But people still have to be self-aware, and A's big score is not something that mortals can get. She can't do anything with memory bread, let alone Qian Feifei. I also advised her, but she just wants to go, no way. Tang Yen said with a slight meaning, maybe she likes the goddess for so many years, it is worth her effort. Oh, Luo Ding cold smile, it's just laughing baby. So where are you going? Is it a big, in order to get close to Su Yangchen? Tang Yen was carrying a sly look, and a pair of eyes with a little look at it looked at her with deep affection. Off you. Where is she going, and doing it with you? Luo Dingchen was trying to get back, and a cool, watery sound came from the back door of the class. Su Yangchen was wearing a white shirt and carrying a shoulder bag slowly toward her. The sunlight outside the window spilled on his white, cold cheeks, and the good looks would shine. His eyes were full of indifference, and he passed through Don Juan for a moment, even watching him without looking at him. It's like there is no one standing there, it's all air. Su Yangchen. Tang Yen frowned slightly, looking at Su Yangchen who stood by her side. I don't know why, my heart is not a taste. I saw him pick up the chalk on the table and wrote all the big questions on the blackboard. The speed is like the fluency of the ancient words. 2 minutes and 18 seconds, he put down the chalk in his hand and wrote all the big questions. Luo dusted the whole person in the same place. When he wrote the answer, he went from one big question to another, and there was no gap in the middle. It's like a whole test on a blackboard, all the same. What are you doing? Su Yangchen put his hands in his pockets and watched some of the sluggish Luo Dingchen with a pet and a hegemonic tone, go home. Chapter 65 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 37. At the school gate, Su Yangchen said that his mood was very pleasant, and his mouth was always with a shallow smile. Because, he finally took the identity of the tyrant, and he slandered the Tang dynasty. Su school grass looks good. Luo dusted his side and smiled softly. She seems to know why his mood is so good. Well, after all, I ran away from the enemy. He raised his right hand and touched her head with a shallow smile. I have some possessive power, will you not like it? He is somewhat worried that his slightly possessiveness will make her feel stressed. I don't know why, his heart is so small, I hope her eyes will always be on him. No. Luo Dian dusted very seriously and looked at him and said, I like you more than any other in this world. For a long time, he chuckled and pinched her little face, a fool. The rest of the setting sun pulled their shadows long and long. In a corner alley, he gently held her hand. He knows that he will not let go of this soft little hand in this life. Because of the temperature from the palm of his hand, it warmed his cold heart. He and she are so happy. Time flies very quickly, they are holding hands again, it is already after the college entrance examination. In the cafe next to the amusement park, Luo Ding wore a blue bib and ordered a strawberry smoothie. Staring at the teenager who seriously helped her to assess in front of her, or a teenager who attracted a lot of attention. Well, there is no problem with Q, the score is higher than 30 points. Su Yangchen put down the pen and the score line manual, watching her smile. Luo shrugged and shrugged, I know. I have estimated that you have to estimate it once. In fact, being able to go to Q is not as happy for her as she is, and she and he will soon be in the city. She is desperate. Why is Q big not next to a big? System, when is Q relocated and moved to a new campus? Host, I would like to guess too much. After all, that's impossible. The system has ruined her thoughts without feelings. In order to smash the system, I have forcibly added so many words, you directly said that you will not move. I do not. The system said to feel the taste of proud. Although it knows that it is possible to be killed by someone. Goodbye. 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 Recently, her system has become more and more arrogant. Before she licked it, it was the most decisive thing to die. Now. Hee hee. However, although her system is sometimes not too cute. But it still brought her a good news, about Qian Feifei and Tang Yan. This is the male and female match of this plane. It is said that in order to go to A, Qian Feifei used high-tech products to escape the electronic scanner and successfully brought the mobile phone into the examination room to cheat. Of course, in the end, I still can't escape the fire eyes of the invigilator. In the end, she was disqualified from the college entrance examination and entered the youth prison for 3 months. She will no longer be eligible for the college entrance examination for the rest of her life. Luo can't help but tremble at the bottom of his heart. Now the college entrance examination has been found to be cheating so tightly that he has to close the prison. However, she said that she is completely different from Qi Feifei, and everyone has to be responsible for what she has done. Good and evil are reported at the end. Her secondary line is completed, that is, the main line is still staying at 90% of the good feelings are not moving. Oh, my heart is tired. Chapter 66 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, 38. As for Tang Yan, his college entrance examination is not very good, and he did not get to the Q big score. When he was assessed, he also ran to ask Luo, who was the second volunteer to apply for it. He thought that if he fell into the dust, he could still suffer with her. This thought made Luo's heart unconsciously screaming twice, and it's just brain damage. After the college entrance examination, there will be a 3-month-long holiday. Luo Dingchen said that in addition to occasionally coming out with Su Yangchen for a meeting, the rest of the time is blowing air conditioners at home, watching TV dramas, plus eating and drinking. So on the first day of school, she was full of fat. The moment she walked out of the house, she couldn't help but feel that the title of school flower might have to give way. Why do people eat not fat? She can drink 3 pounds of mouth. How is God so fair? She said that she was very uncomfortable. But fortunately, the value of yen decided everything. She wore a cherry-colored pleated skirt. When she walked into Q, she still received many hot eyes. In the morning, she also sent a text message to Su Yangchen, asking him if he wants to accompany him to Q. After all, A and Q have different start dates. Unexpectedly, their family Su School Grass actually refused, the reason is to accompany his brother to the wild. She instantly angered back to the sentence, goodbye. Nowadays, boys are like this. If you get it, you don't know how to cherish it. Super invincible is too much. She took a notice of admission in her hand and looked around. Q was very beautiful. The trees on the tree-lined path were filled with pear trees, and the petals of the warm wind would fall. Of course, in addition to the pear tree, there are also a variety of clubs to attract people, dazzling, and should not be overwhelmed. There are a lot of students who report to the new students. Q is big and big, so that she can't find where the freshmen are when she is left and right. Standing at the crossroads, she looked left and right. I finally decided to go to the left because there are more people on the left. The book says that it is always true to follow the direction of many people. Luo dust dash, just as she walked 2 steps in the direction of the left, a cool, watery voice came from behind. The warm wind blew and blew her pleated skirt, and the pear petals on the tree fell on her long hair. She turned around and saw Su Yangchen not far away. He walked slowly toward her, and the left hand lifted the petals on her hair and pointed at the right side and smiled, the new students are here. You, aren't you going to accompany your brother's picnic today? She said with a smile that was difficult to hide, and asked a question that was meaningless. Su Yangchen's face-like smile doesn't look like a cold male god. He gently picks up her hand, I lied to you. Ah, Luo looked at him with a slap in the face. After all, she did not expect that Su Yangchen would actually lie. Go check in. He smiled and was in a good mood. Luo dusted behind him, vaguely saw the admission notice on his hand and asked with some doubts, a big is not a newborn report. What do you bring with the admission notice? Who said that I reported a big? Su Yangchen smiled, seems to say a very common thing, the tone has no ups and downs. At this moment, the dust is not calm, she stopped and found that she did not even have the power to move 1 step. You reported Q. Although she was not convinced, she was not a fool. Chapter 67 Cannon Fodder Counterattacks High Cold School Grass, End. Time, place, person, admission notice. When all the impossible is ruled out, the rest is even impossible, that is the truth. Yeah. He turned and held her hand in the left hand. She saw her slightly bowed and said, I don't want to leave my girlfriend in the north, I want to be with her. Su Youngchin, she sucked her nose twice, slightly lifting her eyes, tears in her eyes. Don't cry. He took a tissue from his bag and wiped her tears from his bag. For me, it's the same everywhere. As long as she is around, it is enough. She gently nodded her head and threw herself into his arms and sighed with tears, I like Su Youngchin most. He whispered, with a deep smile on his lips, and hugged her tightly, I love you, Luo Dust. Good feeling plus 10, the task completion is 100%. At this moment, she felt that the 6 words of gentle and supple, far more than 100% of the system made her happy. Can the host choose whether to stay? Whether? Yes. Without any hesitation, this is an inevitable choice. College life is faster than they think. Whenever Luo is sick, he will stay with her for the first time. Whenever Luo wants to skip classes, he will skip school with her for the first time / or take her back to the classroom, see his mood, and he can easily go whenever he wants to hug his feet before the exam. Guess the exam questions and let her pass smoothly. For years in college, it seems that as long as Su Youngchin is around, she will have a special happiness. Time passed quickly, and 4 years passed. They are hailed as the most attractive couple since Q's founding school, and no one in 4 years can shake their feelings. It is said that colleges and universities are like men and women who are as fast as they are, but they have proved that there is love in this world that has been going on. On graduation day, she was photographed on a clearing in a bachelor's hat. The classmate saw Su Youngchin smile under the pear tree, your boyfriend is waiting for you. She licked her lips and went up to pick up the bachelor's hat and smiled, I graduated. The graduation ceremony time of each department is different. Su Youngchin's department held a graduation ceremony a few days ago. At the time, he said that she would give her a surprise after she graduated. She didn't take it for granted, thinking that she was giving flowers, but she didn't expect. Well, Su Youngchin nodded. The next second, he took out a box from his pocket and instantly said on his knees, Luo, are you ready to be Mrs. Su? This ring, he wanted to give her as early as 4 years ago, but because they are still students, it is only 4 years later. She knows how hard he has endured. In an instant, Luo dusted his face flushed, and his hands covered his face and looked at him secretly between his fingers. He shyly said, ready. Marry me. His deep eyes were covered with a glimmer of light, and his mouth was filled with a shallow smile. She extended her left hand and nodded. Good. The sturdy diamond ring slowly placed on her ring finger, confirming the happiness of her life. Wow, Luo's voice fell, and there were a large number of brothers behind Su Youngchin. They held colorful balloons in their hands and surrounded them with a true smile, blessing them. A month later they held a wedding in the romantic Maldives, they exchanged rings and made promises to each other. From now on, the son of the child is old. In this world, they lived in their 70s. On a voyage trip, the ship was accidentally wounded by the wind and waves, and both died. But before they died, they all smiled. They embraced the bed, surrounded by water coming in from the cabin. They are deeply gazing at each other's eyes, and the scenes reflected there are their lives. A happy and sweet life. Chapter 68 Su Youngchin. Thank you for your smile, I have been confused about my years. Su Youngchin. The first time I saw her was at a school afternoon, she came to the coffee shop where I worked occasionally, sitting in a window seat. The lazy sun outside the window spilled on her white face, and the colorful bracelet on her hand rang, it was so beautiful. But when she handed me a note, my heart was not so happy. She said that she likes me, it is really direct. I don't like direct girls, so my first impression of her is not so good. She said that she wants a cup of Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee. I don't know why, the ghost made a very bitter black coffee to her. I swear, I have never done this before, this is the first time. After she had had coffee, her face was not very good. I looked at her pale, paper-like cheeks, my throat was clear and the mouth was with a faint smile, and my heart didn't know why I slammed it and touched the softest position. It should have been from that time, I found this world scenery, except her, but it is not. She was shy when she saw me, the concentration when playing the piano, the screaming in the rain, and the kiss that almost made people want to stop. Everything has made me feel awkward in my heart. No, it's a storm. From small to large, I seem to be the focus of my eyes. But when I was cycling through the alleys near the campus, I found that she was like me, and people were unwilling to look at the scenery. I seem to be the same. Sometimes I don't want to sneak a peek at it. Over time, I found that care and concentration became a habit. A terrible habit. She got off the bus at around 7:20 every morning and went to a breakfast shop on the right-hand side to buy breakfast. Her favorite food is kimbap, the most hated to eat is like bread. I remember once, she got off at 7:30, and as a result, everything in the breakfast shop was sold out, leaving only bread. She angered her fork and said to the boss that she would never eat their store anymore. I don't know why she hates eating bread, but it seems that since I saw it, I don't like bread anymore. Her character is not single, sometimes heavier, sometimes shy. I remember that when she came to our class to block me, I actually saw it and saw the 7-color bracelet she had with that day. I don't know why, at that moment, I was so happy that I couldn't hear a word from the sweet classmates in front of me. Then she told me that she could block the peach for me. I don't know what my look was like at the time, but my heart is happy. I think this girl is different from others. It is really interesting. People can't help but want to keep coming. Later I told her to study hard, I don't want to lose a girlfriend in college. I don't know if she can't understand it. I agree with what she called a deal. To say that this life made me most moved, she appeared in the science class that day, when my heart seemed to jump out. The heart is like a mixture of 5 flavors, happy, moving, happy. She walked over to me, like a dazzling light, unprepared to shine into my heart. Hot and warm. I knew at that moment that the luckiest thing in my life was to meet her. Our story has not experienced any big winds and waves, but the plain years have made me feel very cherished. We will quarrel and have a cold war, but we will reconcile in less than 12 hours. This is our initial agreement, the ultimate heart. Days and nights, years and years, whether you need it or not, I have been there. Chunxue is born, Chunlin is at the beginning, and the spring breeze is not as good as you. Chapter 69 Small Theater. The bronze mirror is wonderful and clear. A teenager stood in front of the mirror, a white shirt, black bow tie, handsome to the square. System, the dog-dog drama of 40 chapters finally ended perfectly. We can finally take a break for us who can't eat the dog food. Let's start to enter the most interesting 10 questions and 10 answers. Please use the single mechanical applause to welcome the gold cold school grass, male face Su Youngchen. The system is very happy to use a single applause to applaud. Hello, Su Youngchen classmates. Hello there. Do you feel excited when you see the system? Caret Omega Caret. You have been with her for a long time, and the temper has changed. Of course, if you want to change from a system to a cat, I don't mind helping you. Sorry, the system error has been attacked by an unknown program, and an error has just occurred. The system immediately recognizes and restores the mechanical tone. Okay. First question, what was the feeling when you first saw her at the 90 Degrees Coffee House? People are very beautiful, and the 7-color bracelet is also beautiful. That is, the way of confession is too direct. If you really want to score, it should be a negative score. Cough, you gave a negative score, she knows. Oh, is it? A second negative score, a lifetime full score. The system uncomfortable spread the hands that do not exist, and caught a wave of dog food. Second question, why do you want to replace My Future Is Not a Dream on the original piano music with Exclusive Taste? I like. The system indicates that the male is a male god, so direct. Third question, is she your first love? Yes. It is the first person I fell in love with in my life, and the only one who fell in love. The fourth question, what kind of personality is she in your heart? Lou idiot, very road idiot, very road idiot. I remember another wedding on our French after marriage. She stood next to a toilet and ran from the toilet to my location and asked me where the toilet was. The system is very surprised, it turns out that there is such a weak world. The fifth question, who is the person you least like this plane? Do you still ask? Of course, Tang Yen. So the day before the college entrance examination, I specially asked someone to go downstairs and knocked on the drum for one night. In order to make him unable to get up, Q made a meager effort. The system feels that someone is getting more and more terrible, and they are all playing tricks. The sixth question, say the moment you think she is the most exciting thing for you. In the afternoon, the teacher said that a classmate had transferred to the science class. I was full of her in my head. This eager hope burned all the blood in the body and told me that the man was her. At that time, she was really beautiful. Nice. The seventh question, why do you want to take her to Aurora City? Because I want to take her to see the most beautiful night scenes, on Sunday night. The 8th question, what is the feeling of your sweetheart? After all, is she the set woman? Is she not a cannon fodder? Do you think I don't know if you privately changed the cannon fodder and her position? Sorry, the system error, resulting in unreasonable factors in this plain data, will give the host corresponding compensation later. The system recognizes it again, it says why you have to ask such a stupid question. The 9th question, why did you apply for Q, did you tell her? I want to see her surprised expression, then rushed over and hugged me, licking my shirt. The system swallowed the air, indicating that it did not like to eat dog food. 10th question, say the most touching love words to her, what would you say? Good morning, good night. The corner of his mouth was filled with a shallow smile, and the cool, watery voice took the warmest words in the world. I hope that no one can look back, and I will share my heart with a deep affection. I am now solemnly announcing the interview of Sul Yongshin, the male master of the high cold school grass, giving a single mechanical applause. The next second, a single applause sounded. Congratulations to the soul fragments into the space of the Lord God. 2 out of 100. Chapter 70 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 1. Host, welcome back. Hello. Luo is in a good mood. In the last world, although they can't live together, they die. Although my heart is still reluctant, but I don't need to experience the feeling of being separated, it's great. In the next second, the scene in the bronze mirror gradually became clear. The following is a summary of the data for this mission, please read carefully. Name, Luo Dust. Planar space, Cannon Ash Counterattack High Cold School Grass. Experience value, 300/10,000. Exchange value, 900, original 1200, piano skill 100, memory bread 200. Mission completion, 100%. Reward, a fragrance. I forgot to ask last time, is this something? Strong Chun medicine. Axie, why are you giving me this? The host can choose to reject. I want. You want to hang me reward, no way. Oops. I am so angry that the reward items for completing the task are very poor and the mood is not beautiful. The next second bronze mirror turns to the next page. System prompt, because the previous plane system was wrong when it announced its identity, the original woman is not sweet, but Luo Dingchen. Now that the system has been restored, in order to make up for the loss of the host, the system gives 1/10,000 of the portable space. Under any plane, the host can place items in the portable space at will. The volume should not be too large, do not accept living things. Where, I will say. That sweet looks like cannon fodder, the baby obviously looks like a female lord. The system you really should go to repair, this can be wrong. Luo stunned, good the female host was hard-pressed by the system, it was not intentional, she did not believe it. The system has made compensation, whether the host accepts, yes/no. Yes. Absolutely accepted. She said in the space, she knows, the complete golden finger. Just put one thing, she has to think about it. System prompt, the host portable space is full. For Mao. I haven't put it in full. Luo Dingchen said that it looks like a circle. The host put a scent of fragrance. WTF. Break the system and you bully the baby. The host will start the third task in 3 minutes. The task base panel is as follows. The system completely ignores her, and the bronze mirror flips again, showing the value of the next task. Experience, 300/10,000. Face value, 80/100. Physical strength, 90/100. Charm, 70 out of 100. Body, 70/100. PS, in addition to experience, all panel values are only the value of this mission, and have nothing to do with other tasks. I am going, the physical strength of this mission is so high. Then I suddenly can become a strong man. The next second, the bronze mirror enters the page. Task level, B. Complete the acquisition experience, 500, exchange value, 2000, items, teleported canvas shoes, only once. Female owner, Luo Dust. Male lord, spiritual. Male with, staying up late. Female, Wu Zhuyu. Cannon fodder, magic rain. Task content, back to the day before the death of the woman, get the love of the male master. System prompt, so the task is special, the host will get 2 items in the plane space, 1, heart, 2, exquisite ring. Heart, heart. Luo Dingfeng was shocked by the system. What does this heart mean? Is it impossible for this original owner to die, and the heart is gone? Yes. For a long time, the sound of the system slowly came from the chaos of nothing, seems to have a slight bleak meaning. The host accepts the original main memory import, please accept the host seriously. Oh, hello. Now even the inquiry is omitted, the system is so lazy. Chapter 71 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 2. Blinking again, she was lying on a crystal hail, her eyes were red, and there was a mist in her eyes. This story is really bleak. The original past life is the most favored little Emperor Ji of the Tianzu, because when he was a child, he would break the burning lantern. It was nothing to break a lamp, but the place where the lamp fell was actually in the world. The emperor was furious and took her to the mortal world. And just as she was preparing to cross the last love, the accident happened. In this world, she is a gold medal hunter for everyone, but her task is not completed. The reason why the original owner was so powerful was that she was caught on an orc island when she was 6 years old. The whole island was a fierce monster. There were more than 2,000 little dolls of her age, and only one of her survived. She didn't know who caught her, only knowing that the monster's blood had entered her body began to become strong. There are 3 races with strong spiritual power in the heavens and the mainland, the heavens, the orcs, and the witches. As an undefeated hunter, the original lord received the instructions of the beast master, let her go to the dead body of the dead man to find the body of the body has a mark of the beast, and then burn the body with a fire. This life will never be superborn. She did not know why the beast master was so ruined to a dead person, but because the other party gave her a considerable amount of compensation, she accepted the task under the trade-off. After all, rich people who buy and sell do not. The mysterious hail of the tomb of the dead man was exhausted in the very terrible iceberg. When the original owner arrived, he was exhausted, but he did not expect that this huge black ice was full of bloodthirsty monsters. When she thought she was going to be besieged by a bloodthirsty monster, the male lord appeared. He appeared in front of her in blood, and it was a peerless face that could not be described. A pair of ink-blue glutinous rice, such as the stars in the sky, the skin is white and shiny like a lustrous, the thin lips are reddish, and the whole body exudes the indifference of the stranger. I saw him unscrew the heart of the bloodthirsty monster by hand and swallowed it. When all the monsters fell to the ground, he walked up to her, and he was full of blood but still could see the white hand of the hand. All are dead, no fear. He was seriously injured and blood was flowing all over the body. The original master wrapped the wound for him and asked him about the situation here. The people in front of him were always confused, like a fool. In the evening, the original lord found the mark of his neck. He was the body of the beast master who was to burn with the fire. The beast is the only beast except the beast master. The original lord looked at him as blood, and she was sleeping next to her. I remembered the scene where he was standing in front of her and was torn by the monster. He eventually extinguished the fire and decided to give up the task. After he woke up, the original owner told him that the 2 of them had to leave the iceberg, otherwise they would die here. The spirit nodded, indicating that she was willing to follow her alone. Because he opened his eyes in this life, the first person to see is her. He protects her and kills the monsters all the way. This kind of killing also makes him exhausted. But he still protects her from death, and does not let her suffer half damage. Perhaps this moment, the original lord fell in love with him. The original lord knew that this man is not a living person because he has no heart. He took it with his heart and heart because he wanted to maintain his strength. The body that the beast master asked her to find was him, and he had already awakened and became a living dead without memory. Chapter 72 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 3. Finally, when they passed the hardships and walked out of the iceberg, the fainted. And just as he fainted, the witches of the witches appeared, and they were severely wounded by the powerful witches who were still ordinary people. She took her back to the Feng Yute of the witch and closed it to the water prison. Later, the original master knew that the beast was ruined for the witch to betray the orc. In a war between the orcs and the witches, the spirit of ruin is to protect the shackles from the power of the orc magic weapon, and to fall into hell. When he found him, he had been eaten by countless sorrows and no life. In order to save him, she used the ban of the witch and imprisoned his god, so that he could not live forever and get a chance to wake up. But after he wakes up, he must have a heart full of orc power. This heart needs to be cultivated from an early age, and the exact time is taken out. 2,000 small dolls are placed in the orc island in advance, and only one strongest heart is sought. The person who owns this heart is just a container in the eyes of Wu Zhu. 3 days after coming to Feng Yute, he opened the altar and peeled the original heart from her body and dropped her down. At this point, she thought that she had finished her life in the dust, and the moment she lost her heart, she realized that she was actually a small emperor. However, she is not completely dead. When she fell down to Feng Yute, she fell on a floating fairyland and was saved by an expert. But because she has no heart, she can no longer live. Finally, her obsession passed through the enchantment of time and came to the chaotic space, with the arrival of the host. Host, you have opened your eyes for 3 hours. The sound of the system sounds mechanically at the ear. She wiped the tears from her eyes and sat up. Looking around for a moment, there is no one left. System, have you given me the right heart? Otherwise, the host thought you could wake up. Hey, did the beast waking up? Why can't I? People are beasts, do you know what the beast is? I do not know. It seems that the next time I will specifically help the host to transmit to the plane of only the orcs. The system has a silent thought. Humph. The bad system is thinking about vicious tricks. This ring. This is the exquisite ring, although it was immortal when the original lord was robbed, but after her hard training, the martial arts and skills are very good. But the host. Even if the physical base is high, you are just empty. Lying trough. System, how do I feel that you have said nothing about me? The host is very useful, do you need to take back the exquisite ring? Do not. You are full of brains to take back this, take back that, don't think I don't know. The power of Linglong ring is very powerful, the host can be used at the time of crisis, but Linglong has a shortcoming. What? If it meets water, its function will temporarily fail. The system answered truthfully. Girl, are you awake? A soft voice rang in not far away. Luo dusted up and looked at the woman in front of her eyes. She wore a white dress with a white dress. The skin was like gelatin, and the white and pink in the snow and white, a pair of lips, and laughed. For a moment, she actually looked a little sluggish. The world has such a person who is so immersed in the country, that is, the eyes of the world, the bleakness of the world, and the endless story. Chapter 73 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 4. Who are you? Luo asked, blinking. My surname is, the name is like a worry. If you walk slowly to her, the pace is extremely light. The smile on her face was shallow, with a look of red dust. Luo Dingfeng looked at her up and down. Although she was very beautiful, she could see her age from talking and talking. She should be older than her. Thank you for your help. Luo said that he nodded his thanks. Although it is estimated that she did not save the original owner of this world has already returned to the heavenly palace as her little Emperor Ji. Today, I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. I know that you are Luo Jian, the Emperor's little Emperor Ji. He smiled and smiled without any concealment. Do you know? She was very surprised. It seems that this person is not small. I used to be a person of the Tianzu. For example, she took the next vein for her, put her palm on her heart, and changed her face. Sure enough, everything is not over. System, who is she? She was also a native of the Tianzu, but when the original owner was born, she was no longer in the Tianzu. Lying in the trough. Relatives in the distance. Not counting. She fell in love with the old Beastmaster, and betrayed the Heavenly King for the Beastmaster. The Tianzu shut the old Beast King into the Thunder Hell, she has been trying to save him. Old Beastmaster. Who is the current Beastmaster? The aging brother's spiritual cream. What? Then what you mean is that this person in front of me is the man, the mother. Yes. Okay, understand. You step back. The host really used the system and kicked it off. I still have a very important thing. In short, I would like to thank my sister for helping me. Luo said that he got up. If the worry did not stop her, but handed her a new set of clothes and smiled lightly, well, you are careful all the way. Feng Yute is in the west position, there is only one way for mortals to go up. Luo slammed the bottom of his heart, and the person in front of him seemed to be able to see her through. She asked slightly, what? Applicant made. After saying goodbye to sorrow, Luo Dingshan went to Fenjiyutai from the floating fairyland, and it took about 3 or 4 days. This physical strength is very good, she did not feel any fatigue after a day and night. As the worries tell her, the great prince of the Wu people is a person who is honest and loves the people. In order to let mortals learn from the witches and broaden their horizons, he will choose the maids that Tian Yute needs from the civilians every year to keep them in the witch life. We must know that the life expectancy of the Wu people is much longer than that of the mortal and the orcs. Help! Just as she was roasting the pheasant, there was a mourning in front. Luo dusted down the branches and walked forward, suddenly seeing a large wild boar attacking a person. The wild boar is red all over, just like the mutation. A man dressed in a scholar lying under his feet, looks like he is in his 20s. Luo was dusting while eating chicken legs, while hesitating to save him. How does she think that the wild boar seems to be waiting for her to save? Hey, the one who eats chicken legs over there, come and save me. He shouted at night and then whispered to the wild boar and said, tread on the tread and step on me. The wild boar screamed and the red pig's trotters were about to step on. In an instant, Luo slammed his eyebrows and rushed to the wild boar with the fastest speed. With a wave of his right hand, Linglong quits the golden light and makes it colorful. For a moment, the wild boar flew out half a meter away. I quickly got up late at night, watching Luo's clear eyes smile and said, the girl's life-saving grace is not a sign, is it good to be licensed? Chapter 74 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 5. Hey! Luo slammed the dust and looked up and down the person in front of him. He wore a light blue attire, and his thick eyebrows rose slightly rebelliously, with a pair of clear eyes like a dew, Ing Ting's nose, white skin, moderately thick red lips, this beautiful smile. If this looks like a man, it must be a beautiful woman. I have been waiting for you for half a year. Staying up late, with a shallow smile, gentle and incomparable, I counted with the Big Dipper, you are my fate. Wait, Luo couldn't listen to it, interrupted him, this Xiongtai, I wonder if you are wrong. Women Buddhism, how can it be wrong? You are a witch. Luo slammed his eyes and stunned his eyes. The exquisite ring on his hand swayed toward the woods next to him. A small wild boar was pulled straight out by her. Oh, why are you so cruel to my little spiritual pet? Stay up late and hugged the little wild boar in the pocket, touched his head, and said with a distressed look. Luo Dust chuckled, I just told you that the next time you play with your little wild boar, it will be realistic, or it will not inspire others' compassion. She couldn't help but feel a bit funny, this person is really stupid and cute. Where are you going to be a small marriage? Don't shout, can I have a name? I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Staying Up Late, what about you? She didn't want to say anything more, but she couldn't bear to refuse to look at the appearance of this young girl. Loot Dust. That one. Don't follow me, or I'm so angry. She lifted her right hand, and the exquisite ring surrounded the shredded golden light, and blinked at the night behind her. Staying up late, I have a look of exploration in my eyes. He did not follow her before going on, but stood in the same place, looking at her back, his mouth faint smile. Luo Dust, we will meet again. 3 days later, Feng Yute. Sure enough, she said that she caught up with the days when the witches chose a maid among the mortals. The elders of the witches need to examine whether the mortal is qualified to go to Feng Maitai. There are 2 aspects to be considered, appearance and physical fitness. Therefore, when Luo Dust lifted the boulder with one hand, she successfully obtained the qualification to become a maid to Feng Yute. After all, she not only looks good, but also pours the country. This aspect of physical fitness is still so good. Who can choose who is not chosen? System, when I just raised the stone, is it very handsome? I saw that the eyes of the group of people who were eating melons had to fall. Host, that is the physical fitness of this body, what is the relationship with you? Cut. Now this host is this body. Originally wanted to be with the system, I did not expect it to be so cute. The road to Fenjiyutai is an extremely long crystal ladder. The ladder is trapped in the clouds. When walking on it, there is a feeling of walking in the clouds. The Wu people have the lowest spiritual power, but they are the most spiritually close to the mortal. Therefore, Shang Fenjiyutai built a ladder. However, the heavens are different, and they are highly spiritual. An ordinary heavenly soldier casually kills the elders of the witch. Their palace is in the tall temple of the heavens, and if it does not fly, it will never go up. You 10 live in the east side of the room, and rest for 1 night today. I will arrange a dormitory for you to study and serve tomorrow. Do you understand? The solemn voice of the elders made the ordinary people dare not look straight into his eyes. Yes, elders. The holy land of the witch is not as luxurious as the celestial, almost all built with wooden stakes, giving an ancient and mysterious feeling. However, Luo Dian did not think that, in the place not far from the wing, there was a pair of intimidating eyes, staring at her. The man's body trembled slightly, and his mouth kept muttering, "Impossible, it's impossible for her. A mortal without a heart, how could it still be alive?" Chapter 75 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 6. The Wu people have an unwritten rule. Any mortal who is on Fengfengtai will not be able to drive it away, even if it is a prince or a witch. So even if she arrived, she could not immediately drive her away. Wu wished the grown-up, that maid is not the container we choose to give the heart to the devil. The maids around him looked at her with a look of horror. "Shut up." Squinted and the whole face became a little distorted. She bit her teeth. "Maybe, it's just a similar person. How can the big man's bones be counted today to come to Feng Yute? Indeed, she has never lost her bones. The person in front of me is the container that she had dug up the heart 3 years ago. But she has no aura around her body. How can a mortal who has not had a heart for 3 years be alive? This is absolutely impossible in the world. Is the beast who came to Fenjiyutai in the past few days to be a latecomer? Is he still there?" The eyes were stunned, and there was a hint of haze in the indifference. The rogue who said that he wants to come to the ruthless adult. Both thought about a disgusting saying, "Where, live in the West Wing. He can't have the star temple of the ruthless adult," then he points the spiritual power. It's halfway down when it's halfway, let alone the sacred gods that have been laid down by the savage adults. The face was cold, and the corner of the mouth was filled with a cold smile. "You will let go to find the mortal thing, cast a spell. Then put something in the late wind food. Then, take him going to the east wing. With the guidance of the cursed object, he will naturally find the mortal and put her." Both eyes looked at her eyes and immediately said that the mouth of the mouth would be raised. "Adults, a woman who is not clean cannot stay in the witch. Double, you are wrong." He smiled softly. "A woman who does something in a public position with a man can't stay in the witches. Blessing. Don't let outsiders say us, don't understand. Yes, adults. The twins are extremely sharp and the smiles are thicker. The East Wing room is a room for 2 maids, and Luo Dust is the same as another woman. This witch is a good treatment for mortals. Although there is no gold or silver in the house, it is neat and clean. The bed is made of ancient stone, with a little white in the dark green, which looks extraordinarily quiet. A quaint screen, 2 stations of the Kingsintai, the faint candlelight inside, lit up the entire room. "What is your girl's name?" The magic rain condensed his bed, and ran to the other side of the screen to help the dust. She turned and looked at the woman in front of her. She wore a turquoise dress, black hair tied with a pale green ribbon, a few silky naughty shoulders. It happened to be with the rounded cheeks, the big eyes of the bark, and the extra contrast. Luo Dust. She had a very light smile on her lips, and her first impression of the woman was not bad. Although people can't be seen, she thinks that a girl with a round face is always full of aura, and her heart will not be bad. "My name is Magic Rain, and we are good friends in the future." She smiled lightly, revealing a pair of faint pear vortex, cute and cute. Chapter 76 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 7. Good. Luo dusted his head and nodded. He packed up the bed and walked to the table and cooked a pot of tea. The hot water licked the tea for the first time, and the fragrant aroma remained in the cup. She handed the tea to the magical rain condensate. "Cough, good friend. Do you know where the Fenjiyutai powerful people live?" As a shining aura of her own woman, she said that she must at least know where the male lord is. "You want to ask where the mortal adults live?" There was a deep smile between the fascinating rain and the eyebrows. "Ah." Luo couldn't help but be shocked. "How do you know?" The question she asked was clearly euphemistic. The word could tell that she was asking where the evil was. "Because more than half of the maids here are coming to see the splendid adults." The magic rain squinted and smiled. "So, when you ask, I will know. Why do you want to see the ruthless adults?" "Because the fascinating adults are the most handsome, the most indifferent and most fascinating abstinence men of the day." The illusion of rain condenses his hands in front of him and makes a prayer-like look. Luo Dingchen looks at the past and feels that if she is in the modern plane, it is a flower-obsessed girl. No, she is also a crazy girl here. Abstinence. Luo Dingo smiled a little and smiled. "Do you really use this word?" "Yes." The magic rain squinted and blinked. the Star Hall where the dying adult lives, has only one child for so many years, and is still a boy, responsible for the trivial things of the adults eating and living. I heard that except for the witches, there are few women who can talk to the adults. Luo dusted a little, nodded, and whispered in his mouth, it seems that the position in his heart is not low. Ah, what are you talking about? No, nothing. She shook her head and continued to ask, where are those people who can see the magic everywhere? Adults. This is, Fantasy Rain thought and said, generally speaking, when the Wu people open the conference, or when it is a contest. After all, she yawned, while distracting the band on her hair and placing it on the table, she walked toward the bed on the side of the screen and said, I will sleep first, and you will go to bed early, and tomorrow. Want to allocate a sleeping hall? It is good. The night of the witches is very quiet and there is almost no sound. She slept very shallowly, until the door was opened with a slap, and she blinked and said, Who? The people were a little confused and fled with spiritual power. When Luo went to the front of the house, the figure of the man was already far away. She frowned, and her heart was a little uneasy. What's wrong, what happened? The rain was not awakened by the uninvited guest, but her, who woke up. Luo dusted his frown, lit the candle, and looked around the room, only to find that the band on the table was gone. System, who is that person, what do you want to do? Wu Zhuxi wants to harm you, and the man gets the wrong thing. A man who has a spell and Chun medicine is coming here, please be careful. I know, so the gold turned into rain. Yes. Luo dumped the dust and used the spirit of the exquisite ring to draw an enchantment in the wing. Because she is a mortal, the ability to enchant is very weak, but it is no problem to protect the magic rain. Where is the host going? With his own way to cure his own body, did he still think that I was the one who was taken away by her hands? Her eyes were swaying, and a whole body of indifference was smothered. Chapter 77 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi G, 8. Dust, how do you suddenly stop talking? The rain saw her eyes flushed, some worried and a little scared. Rain condensation, do you see this barrier with golden light? Okay. Anyone will come later, unless he breaks the enchantment, or you don't want to go out if you die. Luo looked at her and looked at her. The eyebrows whispered, do you understand? Listen. I understand. Fantasy Rain listened to what she said about the enchantment and felt a little scared, and nodded again and again. She lost her parents from an early age and she was helpless. This is the first time someone has set up her enchantment to protect her. Although she is very scared, she still carefully listens to the words of Luo. As soon as the voice fell, she opened the door and went to the darkness. System, where is the sleeping hall? Host, her sleeping hall is enchanted and guarded, although it is a different day from the ruthless gods, but you are immortal, if you go in, she will know. Who said that I am going in, I just want to hang out for a while. In the south. Her mouth was slightly raised, her eyes were slightly sullen, and her icy coldness was revealed. Wu Zhuyu's sleeping hall is in the south, and the famous Manhwa temple. She loved flowers since childhood, and the temple naturally has such a name. Luo dumped behind a stump outside the enchantment. It was not long before I saw two maids in front of me holding a nightingale and walking towards the Wanhua hall. System, I want to take out the scent of scent. Successfully removed the scent from the portable space. In an instant, a small box came to her hand. I thought the host would only use the exquisite ring to get some wind and waves. I didn't expect the host to be so embarrassed. The system took a small heart that didn't exist, and the host made it a little scared. People are not jealous and they are not stable. She lifted the exquisite ring slightly and used the most concentrated attention to freeze a small space around her. Later, she poured the fragrant scent into the peach blossom in the hands of one of the maids at the fastest speed, and then quickly returned to its original position. Although it was only a few seconds of small space condensation, when she returned to the stump, she was trembling, pale, and cold sweat on her forehead. Host, your heart rate is too fast, please no. Nonsense, baby knows. Whether you want to strengthen this ring, I will use it in less than a few seconds. The baby feels that he has to collapse. Linglong ring is an ancient artifact, you are now a mortal body, it is the limit to use it to condense space. Host, you are not satisfied. Oh, then if I am to restore the identity of the Tiandi Xiaodi, I will not have this situation when I operate the exquisite ring. Yes. Just as Luo's face was pale and weak, but still smiling at the two maids in front, their two simple conversations made her stand in the same place. Then you hurry to the silver ear lotus seed to give the witch a big man. I am still rushing to the door of the star temple to send peach blossoms to the ruthless adults. Okay. Wait a minute, system, I just got it wrong. The maid said that she would give the peach blossom to whom? The stupid host, you did not misunderstand, you put the wrong fragrance. Lying in the trough, is there a mistake? The maid is sick, nothing to sway. Do you concentrate on your work? Work can make people happy. Luo dust because of the forced use of space condensation, resulting in no strength at present, completely unable to catch up with the cheerful waitress. She was. Finish. Egg. Now. Chapter 78 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi G, 9. Outside the enchantment of the Star Temple, the maid just handed the peach blossom to the only child in the temple, Strange White. System, you are coming out, what to do now? No way, you can't go to the Star Hall. Why is it really so powerful? Of course, the most powerful sword array in the whole day and the mainland. Don't say that you are now a mortal body, even if the fairy little Emperor Ji may not be able to retreat. Luo Dust gently frowned, because of her own negligence, the system that thinks it is omnipotent is difficult. Host, the array of has been weakening. Why is it weakened? It should be the male lord who ate the scent of the scent that you misplaced. Fog grass, what to do? That. Yu Ning said, the spirit of abstinence. So he is in this respect, should not be, interested. Host, are you using the same scent of scent as the General Chun drug? Then what do you say? Otherwise, will you lend me the canvas shoes that are instantly moved by this plane? No. But the host can choose whether to exchange instant moves. Need 500 redemption value. I have a day. A few steps, you will charge me such a valuable exchange value, is your conscience really there? Instant moving is very precious, belonging to the third level items, the host can choose whether to exchange, yes/no. Row. You are enough. Do I have a choice? Change quickly, lest I think of my exchange value, my heart is uncomfortable. Originally only 900, now only 400 left. Hey, why don't you say that you need 900? Break the system. Deducting the exchange value of 500, successful redemption of instant movement, only once, the system does not disable the face that does not exist to make a helpless expression, if it is not the male lord because of eating fragrant, spiritual power influence, how the host may be able to move through the sacred sword array in an instant. The host is still too expensive. Luo dusted and then blinked, the system has sent her to the starry hall of the Star Temple. She couldn't help but look back and watch the sword staggered. Tens of long swords merged into a sturdy sword, and they trembled unconsciously. It is really terrible. Luo dusted slightly, and leaned against the moonlight to see the Temple of Stars. This is a palace made of water blue glazed stone. The white starlight is embellished like a star in the night sky. Perseverance is above the air. It's just a huge temple of the Milky Way. She looked at the sight in front of her eyes and couldn't help but marvel. The farther away from the sacred swords, the quieter the feeling of the Star Temple. Indeed, it is a child, there are only 2 people here. It makes sense that 2 people living in such a big palace will not be too extravagant. Luo dusted the dust slightly and walked down the stairs toward the bedroom. She gently opened the door, and the inside of the house burst into a strange fragrance, which made people's blood boil and dry mouth. This is not going to be fragrant. Yes, the host only smells a bit of aroma reaction so strong, not to mention the male owner has eaten it. Is such a scent of a legendary beast not feeling abnormal? The scent of scent is colorless and odorless before it is fermented, and no one can detect this plane. WTF. Who, in an instant, an icy sword of sacrifice was placed on her white neck without warning. Chapter 79 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi G, 10. The ruin only feels that the body is just hot, but now that the person is close to his eyes, his heart is unexpectedly jumping. This feeling has never been seen in his life. The woman in front of the woman had a long white dress, and the red and white embellished plum blossom set off the white and clear face. It was like a plum blossom, but it was not seen in luxury. She had a milky white jade bracelet in her hand, and with a little movement, she made a crisp, sweet sound. I saw her slightly lifted, and some panicked faces. Leaning against a bright moon, there is a light spirit, the skin is better than snow, and the beauty is not square. Luo Ding only felt the blood boiling, and if he was in the throat, he didn't come out. She slowly opened the eyes of the sacred sword, and instantly caught it. The person in front of him is wearing a moon-white item with a fine silver tone pattern. It is an indifferent and peerless face, a beautiful face, and a black eyelid under the eyebrows. The skin of the white scorpion, a pair of deep black scorpions that seem to be able to wear all the things of the past and present, if it is a cold star. So hot. Sure enough, this day is the most handsome and coolest and most fascinating ban on the mainland. Men. After all, he seems to be not so abstinent now. System, can you tell me how good the man is now to the original owner? The original owner is 10%. The system sounds like a sound, let her heart cool. Not to mention that they were born and died in the iceberg, and later she dug for his heart, even 10%. After the male owner changed his heart, the previous memory is gone. 10% is only because of a thought that the heart has come from the depths of the heart. He doesn't remember. I want to come too. In the memory of the original Lord, he did not have a heart in the past. He seemed to be a fool. And after he had a heart, he was the beast god, how could he remember her? Yes. Does he have a good feeling for the female partner? Female with 70%. Lying in the trough, this special is also high. This woman is going to be against the sky. Just as Luo Ding was still struggling with the system, the murderous voice interrupted her. Is it your medicine? He looked at her eyes, with a hint of hoarseness in the cold voice. How is it possible? Luo dusted his head and shook his head in a serious way. I am not such a person. The host lie like this, will the conscience not hurt? The system deliberately quoted the host often yelling at her words. Nope. My conscience is like you. When her clear voice like water came into his eardrum, it seemed like a soft hand eroded his heart 1 inch and 1 inch. It seemed that as long as he was inside, he could swallow all his reason at the moment. Luo looked at his thin lips and looked at him. He wanted to go forward, but he heard his cold voice, don't come over dash. He breathed in a hurry, watching the loosely licking the blue silk and the lips of the cherry sakura like water, only to feel that the desire in the body has gradually become uncontrollable. Coupled with a heart that is like a violent jump, if the woman in front of me is stepping forward, he does not know what he will do. The martial arts sword landed, his thin lips slightly backed 2 steps. Luo Dingchen looked at his white cheeks with a blush on his cheeks, and a little sweat on his forehead. There seemed to be a lot of deep thoughts between his slightly brows, but he was locked with his eyebrows. I am going to pour you water. Chapter 80 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 11. She poured a glass of water at the fastest speed and ran to him and handed him, first, drink some water first. The imaginary eyebrows are close together, only that the sound of the wiping spirit is like a dazzling light, rushing into the depths of his heart without warning, and even the heart continues to jump. He licked his thin lips and only felt that the closer she leaned, the faint fragrance of her body. Looking at her clear eyes, she stared at him, and the water in her hand inadvertently touched the jade bracelet on her wrist, and the bell was crisp. Drinking should be better. Luo smashed his eyes, his lips were slightly stunned, and a worried look looked at him. She did not know, such a gaze deeply attracted his heartfelt incitement. He raised his hand slightly, and his well-defined hand accidentally crossed her cool back when he took the cup. For a moment, all the reason was lost, and his deep eyes gradually blurred, looking at the woman in front of him. The lingering stretched out her right hand and directly looped over her waist. She pulled forward and locked her soft body firmly in his arms. She kissed her thin lips and kissed her, panic and urgency. Tossing and turning. Luo dusted the whole person, and the water glass in his hand slammed into the ground. His lips are hot and gentle, and he seems to be trying to control his own desires. The air is filled with the seductive atmosphere, and his lips and teeth have a touch of peach blossom, which instantly intoxicates her. Until the two kissed and panted, his cool fingertips untied the moment of her waistband, and the moment was sober. His right hand wraps around, the light blue light wraps around the belt around her waist, and her band is completely tied in the next second. Luo Dust is a little scared, calling him softly. Don't move. The ecstasy crossed the light of the right hand with the left hand, holding her waist in her hands, and locked it firmly in her waist with her spiritual power, then a little cold voice sounded, this is fine. At least, he won't make anything to go out. As long as you hold this person steadily, you can also let him use the spiritual power to eliminate the heat and distractions in the body. It's just that the restless heart seems to jump faster. Good feeling +5, the task completion is 15%. He closed his eyes and tried hard when he was holding a scarecrow with a light blue glow around his body. Luo Dust gently breathed in his arms, and the system sounds in his ears made her rationality recover instantly. Mad, I almost got, you add 5%. The system did not answer her because it didn't dare to look at it. For a long time, the aroma in the room gradually dissipated. The sinister right hand tipped around and let her out of her arms. I don't know why, for a moment, he actually felt that he was incomparable. What are you doing here? The right hand was lifted, and the entire star hall was instantly translucent. For a moment, she really saw his peerless face, and he was more fascinated than he saw in the moonlight. Looking for you. She lifted her slightly, with a smile on her lips. The waistband of the belt and his remnant faint power, and a light blue light suddenly appeared. The eyes of the eye are stunned, and the woman in front of me is very direct. Her crystal clear eyes do not see a trace of impurities, the sweet smile of the mouth, like a spring breeze, can warm people's hearts. Chapter 81 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 12. His gaze finally settled in the exquisite ring of her right hand, and the brow tipped slightly. The cold scorpion screamed, how did the ancient artifact exquisite ring choose a mortal master? Ah, Luo's dusty eyes with a hint of incomprehension, the ring can also choose people. Of course, the artifact recognizes the Lord. The soul sat down on the high side and sat down, looking at the sin of the front, but you have a mortal body without aura around you, even if you have an ancient artifact, you can't live the sword. Array, how did you come up unharmed? I have a system. Although my system is not very popular, but I have exchange value. Did I spend 500 exchanges on the value you made? Of course, this is just her inner activity, it is impossible to say it. I don't understand, maybe it's my strong willpower to come up. Luo said, shaking his head and shaking his head. There is nothing to say nonsense. The faint sorrow is obviously not a word. His deep scorpion glows with a fascinating cool voice, what are you doing here? This is the second time he has asked this question. Those who have been able to ask him the second question in the past few hundred years are no longer in this world. I said that I came to see you. Luo dusted thin lips and light teeth, eyes clear and worry-free is not like lying. Nonsense, she did not lie. Why? Asked the beautiful scorpion with a shimmering light. I don't understand why, he believes her in the depths of his heart. This is really not in line with his style. He has never trusted a person so quickly. Is it just because of the closeness of the skin that people can completely lose the sense of reason? Damn it. This feeling he is still a little addicted. Because the folks are rumored to be a powerful man, I have no parents since I was a child, because I am bullied by many girls because I look good. Aha, the spirit did not hold back and snorted, not because she said that she had strong mana, not because she said she had no parents, but because she said she looked good. Although it is really beautiful, but from the incomparably serious eyes and the waveless tone of the words, he made him feel a little funny, some lovely. Ah, what happened? Nothing, you continue. Luo Dust cleared his throat and continued, so I want to counterattack, no longer being bullied. After a few thoughts, I came to the witch and wanted to be a maid, the maid of the grown-up. I don't need a maid. His cold light was stunned and he refused directly with an unpredictable look. Although he is deeply reluctant to refuse. In case you need it. Luo said, I have a lot of benefits, such as taking care of your daily life, cooking, and planting flowers. These, my little boy can do it. He continued to refuse her coldly, without the slightest room for negotiation. I don't know why, seeing her red lips hydrated and lustrous, she was a little anxious, and her face was a blush, and her heart was a little happy. Suddenly I want to see if she is rejecting him, her look is like. But did not think. You can't do it just in that situation. Luo said that this is a gas, and he directly said what he wanted to say. But at the moment she said it, she regretted it. Which pot does not open the pot, is this just the case? The sinister voice, the mouth of the mouth means an unclear smile. Slowly get up and stand with your hands. Like the horn that blew the death, the gas field was so powerful that she slowly walked toward her. Chapter 82 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 13. Luo dusted habitually back 2 steps, with a trace of panic in his eyes. What do you want? Just the gentle lingering still makes her palms hot, and the body has almost no strength. Now he still has a faint exclusive atmosphere, step by step to her, so that her mixed mind cannot help but emerge. You said what I want to do. He smiled with a faint smile on his lips until she couldn't retreat, and the back was dead against the window before he stopped. I will call you to save my life. Luo smashed the dust, and his eyes widened, revealing an aura that ordinary people did not have. She is not afraid of what the spirit will do for herself, but she is afraid of what she will do with the evil. It is difficult to suppress the desire of the bottom of the heart to see the face of the anger of the gods. 3 nights in the middle of the night, I am guilty of the Star Temple. It is a crime of death. Usually it is to be beaten up by the soul and all the repairs, and the cold ice is bitterly affected by the ice, and finally the foam yute is dropped. Stop and stop dash, Luo Ding only feels that he is in a shackle, and his eagerness is not seen in an instant. She swallowed the swallow. I am a big man, I am still young, I don't know anything. I will say you a beast, there is no need to care for me with a mortal. I will leave, then I will go. Why are you scaring people, can she not go? Anyway, I have already earned 5% of the good feelings, and it is not a waste of money. She has spent so much exchange value. He had never felt the feeling of bullying a person before, and now she looked at her stunned look and smirked, and couldn't help but feel a soft thing in her heart. Her dark eyes curled up, her breath with a hint of aroma, and he instantly rang the tempting kiss. The next second, his heart beats uncontrollably. Moreover, the more you jump, the faster. Let's go. The ruin only feels that the breath is stagnation. If he is not willing to dare to go, he is afraid that he will kiss as hard as he did. Luo dusted the dust and moved it to the side. He lifted his foot and ran toward the door. He didn't even look at his head. He glanced at her back and looked at her back. I don't know why I felt like a déjà vu. It seems to have been the same, but in the memory of the memory, he was forgotten. He lifted his right hand, and the shattered blue light flowed at the fingertips, and the next second door was about to be closed. Wait, Luo turned back and gasped, and the whole man slammed into the door that was about to be closed. The eyebrows are slightly smashed, and the door is reopened. He looked at the fork in front of his eyes, and he ran out of the air, and suddenly he flashed a touch of joy. When you fold back, are you going to be thrown down by foam yute, or do you want to go to the cold ice? The inner delight and the coldness on the face are definitely 2 extreme states. That. Can you give it off? She gradually adjusted her breathing, licking her lips, and looking at him with a smile. Baby has no exchange value, okay? Already can't go down. You just didn't say that you have strong willpower, so you just came up. Now why bother to fear the sword that makes you feel unharmed? The beautiful scorpion stunned and looked at her. I saw her cheeks on her cheeks in an instant, and even the smudges on the ears were blushing. The feeling of being detached was really bad. She bit her lip and said, I don't have any willpower now. What can she do? She is also desperate. She wants to wipe out tears for her life. Chapter 83 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 14. The spirit is slightly lifted and the sky is not early, so she will not stay with her. He lifted his right hand slightly and placed it beside her head. For a moment, a blue light glowed around her body, surrounded by almost all of her blue spells, and the swords in front of her eyes gradually became clear. For a long time, until the blue light on her body faded away. He just put his hand down and said, This is my squad, and the average person can now go on his own. What, I can't remember. The spirit had not finished, and Luo Jianchen interrupted him. What I just flashed in front of me is indeed the map of the sacred swords, but too fast, she didn't remember it completely. I know, you are not an ordinary person. The sinister scornful voice, wait until I let the stranger take you down, you have to remember. In the sacred swordsmanship, there is a slight deviation, you are immortal, it is possible to die immediately. Luo Dian looked at his incomparably serious eyes, and hurriedly nodded his head and said, Well, I know. The ecstasy looked at her suddenly quiet, and her heart was inexplicably pleasant. Looking at her long lashes flickering, Sakura Snow unparalleled pure appearance, cannot help but let people love the pity. Good feeling +5, the task completion is 20%. Foggy grass can be. I said, it looks good to look good. Then can I still come up to play later? She bit her lip and wrapped her hands around her chest, seemingly waiting for the answer. That's a good look at the back of your swordsmanship. But I don't think you should come up. Why? Just said that she was not familiar with her back, how could she not let her go after a few seconds of painting? For Mao, she is not satisfied. After all, life is more important. There was a very light smile between his eyebrows, and others could not detect it. But this smile has not appeared on his face for hundreds of years. Today, he seems to have secretly laughed a lot back. It turns out that there is a kind of glamour that the mother said in the world, and you can see if that person can stay with you. He has only given 2 people in his life. One is a stranger, the other is her. Even Wu Zhuxi cannot come up casually. Mo Bai is relying on hard work and hard training, and she is using his spiritual power to directly inject her into the mind, which will cost him a lot of cultivation. But he was uncontrollable and did this. After the stranger brought her to the East Wing, she also looked at her with a meaningful look. After all, he has never seen someone who has never seen anyone unscathed. The ruthless adult not only did not blame, but also self-destructed to inject the tactics directly into her mind with spiritual power. He has never seen a degenerate adult like this to a person. Indulgence. Just arrived in the East Wing, Luo Dust saw a group of people surrounded a man. The magic rain saw her as if she had seen the straw, and flew straight to grab her arm. She looked up at their wing, and the enchantment was broken. It seems that as a mortal, she is really weak. Are you okay? Luo pummeled and frowned, and gently touched her head and asked. Nothing. The rain swayed and shook his head, but she grabbed the hand of her arm and was still shaking. It seems that she was really scared because of this matter. She couldn't help but see her eyes. She had already counted her to come to Feng Yute. If she was sitting still, she would once again become the fish on her chopping board. Chapter 84 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 15. Because of the seriousness of the situation, the elders let the maids return to the room for the time being to avoid any danger. After all, they are all mortal. When Luo was passing by, he glanced at the wind through the gap. He was lying naked on the ground, his eyes were full of blood, his eyes were prominent, and his whole body was violent. The whole person seemed to be eroded by drugs, and he could not vent his desires. The death of Chi Feng was terrible, and he wanted to put her to death, but he did not even soften the others. The medicinal properties of scented scent are 10 times stronger than those given by the female sputum. The sound of the system suddenly remembered, and I was shocked by the dust. Therefore, even if the spirit is really like a male of abstinence, he can't resist it. He is already quite powerful. She rarely sees the system exaggerating, it seems to be the first time. After returning to the wing, the magic rain was gradually calmed down. She simply said what happened last night, and soon after the fall of the dust, a man was desperately pounding their room. But because the room has an enchantment, the man can't get in. The sound is getting louder and louder, and the maids around are afraid to come out. The elders rushed in until the moment the enchantment was broken. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. This kind of man who took the medicine can really kill people alive. How do you know that there are bad people coming? The raindrops wiped away tears and looked at her frowning brow. Now think about her feeling scared. If it is not the enchantment of Luo Dian, she may already have. I also guess that your belt is gone, let me think that there may be danger. She is actually sorry for the rain, although she is a cannon fodder in this plane, but it is her friend, absolutely can't be bullied. An urgent horn broke the conversation between the two of them. God, Wu Zhu and the great emperor are coming. The rain rained and hurriedly took Luo's hand and went outside. When Luo Dust first saw Wu Zhuxi, the blood of the whole body could not stop boiling. She stood on the high platform of the sacrifice, wearing a purple and white robes, and a purple wand in her right hand, staring at her through layers of gaze. I saw Luo's dusty eyes squinting, facing her sharp eyes, and a faint smile on her lips. The pair of clear water eyes seemed to be saying, "Oh, I can't think of it." The person who has dug your heart by yourself can still stand in front of you. Are you scared at the moment? Wu wished the adults. The maids on the side saw her body shape a little sluggish and hurriedly reminded, the adults should sacrifice the temples of the maids. The Wu people believe in God, so even mortals should have their destination. The distribution of the temple to the maid also requires the guidance of the witch god. He took a deep breath and took up the purple wand in his hand. The sky was clouded and the lightning thundered. The red and purple light shone through the entire ritual stage, and the tumbling bell stood on the top, causing people to breathe. In an instant, the plaque with the name of the maid was used by the power of the gods to hide the names of the various halls. Fantasy rain condenses, enters and falls into the temple. The elders opened the plaque and said slowly, "Yeah, luck is so good." The magic rain condensed and jumped up, with a thick smile on his lips. "So happy." Luoyun Temple is the most beautiful and understanding of the two emperors of the Wu people. The second beautiful man of the Wu people, absolutely gentle as a spring breeze. Heyo, knight. Two princes. Luo slammed into the dust and silently shouted, it's just. The original male match is far away from the horizon, close at hand. It turned out to be the two kings of the witch. Chapter 85 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 16. The maids were assigned to one of the sleeping halls, and when they read the name of Luo Ding, they took a step forward. She lifted the purple wand of her right hand, and the brand that originally wrote the Union Temple instantly became the Manhwa Temple. Just as the elders opened the sign was surrounded by a very pale blue light. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Luo Dust, Star Hall. When the elders read these 6 words, all the people present were taking a breath. Among them, including Wu wished the adults, how your spiritual power will fail. The maids looked incredulously at the 3 words on the sign, a pair of seemingly insidious eyes. It's a sinister, she glanced all over her body, and the whole person stood still in the woods. Someone else may not have seen it, but she saw it. The faint blue glimmer is his spiritual power. Amazing adults, he doesn't always need a maid. Both of them used their right hand to cover their mouths and said with amazement, how come this time? Elders, the ruthless adults never need a maid. I think it is better to give the Wanhua Hall to the sacred spirit of the Ho. I just need a man. Look at the elder's distressed eyes and stand up to make the final struggle. She knows that as long as the evil does not appear, Luo Jian will not be able to go to the Star Temple. The elder's eyes instantly softened a little, and Wu Zhu's words set his heart. After all the maids who were assigned to the Star Temple by the witch god in the past will eventually re-sacrifice. Today, the 20 maids have only one out of the dust, and it is true that they do not have to reopen the altar. Well, the great emperor nodded and said, this is very good. The mortal adult must be the same as in previous years, no need. The big prince waits a little. A faint voice rang from behind. Mo Bai slowly walked up to the ceremony and said, the great emperor, the destructive adult once had a divination today. The image shows that the maid of the witch god who was assigned to the Star Temple today can be collected. When the stranger's voice falls, he will retire. She bit her lip and her face turned pale. Impossible swayed his head gently, whispering, how could he possibly let a maid enter the Star Temple? She always told herself that the blue light that had just been wiped out must have been wrong. But the white voice is like a stone hammer, and it is knocking on her heart. Wu wishing and adult both looked at the way the soul was not guarding, and hurried forward to hold her, and then looked at the big emperor, the great prince, the witch wished the adults to use the spiritual power to overdraw, the body is unwell, and you are expected to agree with us. Go back to the Wanhua Hall. Good. The big prince's eyes flashed a little bit of incomprehension, but did not go deeper, but looked at the maids under the ceremonial stage. From today, all of you are a member of the witches, must be diligent. Hard work can only prolong life and gain the power of the witches. Yes, Grand Emperor. Everyone did not know that in a dark place on the ritual ceremony, hiding a powerful beast, waiting for the moment when Luo Dust assigned to the temple. He never thought that he would step in first step than him, but even this would not change the results he wanted. When I returned to the East Wing, my ears were full of illusion of rain and condensation. It was the same sentence to return to and fro. That is. The beast died from the arrival of Feng Yute in the Star Temple, there is no maid to go. She is the first one. In fact, she would like to tell the magic rain, she is not only the first, but the last one. Chapter 86 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 17. Falling Cloud Temple. The second emperor seems to be in a good mood recently. Is it that he has seen the fate of the 7-star gossip and the divination? The waitress Anan asked him to make a pot of tea and smiled. Staying up late, I thought a little bit, and said with a deep smile, I didn't understand at first. Why is the marriage of a witch and the second emperor's fate immortal? But when I saw her, I would know what it means to be at first sight. Why did the second emperor take the opportunity to bring her to Feng Yute to cultivate feelings? Oh, I think too. Just. Report, the second maid assigned to the Union Temple today is waiting outside the door. Here is the list of all the servants of the temple, please see the second emperor. The child outside the door interrupted the words of staying up late. Staying up late just smiled lightly, without any blame, but took the list, hurry up and let them in, cool outside, don't freeze the people. The maid Anan smiled and followed the children to pick up the new maids. I slowly opened the list day and night, and looked at it line by line. But when I saw the 3 characters of Luo dust, he was all over the body, and there was a glimmer of light in the eyelids. How could it be the Star Temple? At the same time, Luo dust stood in front of the scorpion and looked at the sword that was flying in the sky, and looked distressed. System, do you say that the content of the array I wrote down can be safely passed? No. The system is very decisive and cold. Humph. You even looked down on me, waiting. This is for the baby, let you see how powerful your host is. As soon as the voice fell, she stepped into the battle of the gods. In an instant, she only felt that the whole body was surrounded by swords, and the infinite destruction of the air shrouded chaos, and the endless killing color covered Hongmeng. The air is filled with the feeling of cold and suffocating. The yellow mist, the bright golden light, the mysterious metamorphosis, the murder unlimited. Luo Ding took a deep breath, closed his eyes, extended his right hand on the ear, and tried to concentrate, so that the sword map in his mind gradually became clear. She stepped forward carefully and step by step, thinking that it was about to come out soon. The surrounding moments are smoky, murderous, and a group of black mists gather into a black and blue sword. Luo dusted the heart and jumped back. As everyone knows, the sword is like a stimulus, pointing in her direction and attacking. My Scorpio dash, she immediately raised the exquisite ring of her right hand, intending to die. I don't know, the next second. Surrounded by a powerful spiritual power, she glowed blue around her body, forming a transparent protective cover that encircled her. For a long time, the surrounding sword slowly dissipated, and the black mist gradually receded. Just as Luo is in a dilemma, he is going to move on, or when he is going backwards. The waist was gently pulled, and the whole person vacated, and she slammed it up, and a beautiful and cold face came into view. Essence dash, she screamed his name softly and her heart pounded. Yeah. It turns out that this is the legendary hero to save the beauty. It feels so good. Outside the Star Temple, he gently lowered her. Looking at her half-squinted, her lips are light and snarled, is it familiar? He knew that she was going to come to the Star Hall, which should have been a stranger to pick her up. But I don't know why, I always feel a little worried, and I finally decided to pick it up. I can't help but feel a little surprised. It turns out that being touched by one person is the feeling. Luo dusted the eyeballs and turned, and smiled, and said, when, of course. Chapter 87 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi G, 18, 4 paintings plus more. Then you will go back and show it to me. Looking at her cute look, she was slightly stunned. That, Luo Dian immediately transferred the topic, I think I should be familiar with the environment here. It's better to be able to make the spirits, the adults, the service is more comfortable. Scorpio, this has just been taken away from the Ghost Gate. Can you slow down and go tomorrow? Follow me dash, I looked at her face with a look of innocence, and a very light smile on her lips. I want to come through so many things from yesterday to today, she should be tired too. Call, she took a long sigh of relief and followed him. I always feel that just following him, I can feel special peace of mind. After walking for a while, the spirit stopped in front of the door of the partial hall. He gently opened the door and waved his right hand, and the entire hall suddenly became very bright. Luo dusted the whole person standing in the same place, looking at the scene in front of him, shocked. The white bed is inlaid in the center of the cloud of spiritual power, and the white bills surround it. The top of the head is a tassel that strikes and sways with the wind. The bed is covered with rich and colorful silk, such as the water, it is very soft. On both sides of the left and right sides, glazed lights made of moonstone are erected, and they are filled with a flash of light. What surprised her most was the ingeniously polished floor-to-ceiling mirror, which was surrounded by light white smoke, making the whole room like a fairyland. It's so beautiful. She turned to look at the spirit, where is this? Your room. His cool, watery sound came into the eardrum, giving her heart a jump. He didn't know what happened to him. She left after yesterday. One of his heart is still jumping, no matter how to suppress with spiritual power. There was such a room flashing in my mind. If she really wanted to come to the Star Temple, he suddenly wanted to build a room for her. One who saw her at first sight felt that she belonged to her room. Moon white and clean, light smoke. Really? Luo Dian was simply unbelievable, a pair of clear eyes squinting gently, very touched. Well. He looked at her misty eyes and nodded softly. Oh, she deliberately smiled and said, is the spirited man repaying my life-saving grace last night? This thank you, she did not accept it. Now think of it, if she was not there last night, the end of the ruthlessness may be the same as the late wind, terrible. Is the host forgetting the medicine he gave him? Just as she was thinking about it, the sound of the system appeared instantly, and she was interrupted naked. What? Isn't the medicine given to me? If I am the culprit, you are the initiator. We are obviously half a caddy, you still come to teach me. The system was brutally smashed back. Are you sure that it is a life-saving grace? The spirit is half squinting, and the exploration of the eyes seems to see her. Luo Ding quickly shook his head and said, I just said something. I didn't say anything. What can she do? When the twinkling eyes of the stars stared at her deeply, she only felt the heart pounding and the whole body was boiling. And she didn't know that there was no one in front of her face who looked at her cute and innocent cheeks, and her heart was faster than her. Well, take a rest tonight. The next second, he finally couldn't help but think about it. Turned around and held his hand and walked toward the door. Chapter 88 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 19. Happy time always goes very fast, although her good feelings are not up to half a cent, but in the days when the Star Hall is more than half a month, she can live as if she is at ease, even if she is in trouble. Every day 2 or 3 things are probably amazing. Adults, I picked up the gypsophila planted by you and gave me a pot of tea. Do you think it is delicious? Luo Dingchen handed a pot of aromatic tea to him, and asked with a smile. What's wrong, isn't it good to drink? The spirit was slightly lifted, and blinked, and there was a touch of helplessness in the eyes. The name is Xing Luo by Xing, and it only has the effect of returning to life. After 100 years of flowering, you must inject the spiritual power to dry the day under the scorching sun. Can be stored. You, just soak the pot of tea. I'm sorry. Luo said that he was apologizing. Or is it? Amazing. Adults, I just saw a few cute little rabbits in the temple, I will release it. What's wrong? Don't praise me, I know I am very loving. The spirit closed his eyes, as if he was calming his own mood. It took a long time to slowly open, that is the spiritual pet that I have cultivated for 182 years. After another 18 years, I can inject the spiritual power to see their initial grades. You, just put it. I'm sorry. Luo Jianchen once again apologized. Or yes. Emperor, I made a delicious meal with you at noon today, and I will try it. His eyebrows were slight and he looked at her face with a cute smile and a thin lips. What do you do? Oh, you can rest assured. Luo slammed his lips and smiled, the ingredients are me and I went to the mortal to buy this morning. Well, he nodded and got up and walked towards the dining room. This girl, finally settled a bit. When he ate the first bite, he took a deep breath and looked at Luo Ding. You put the green powder? What, poor you? The whole person jumped up and put down the tableware instantly. What green powder? Luo dusted his eyes and flashed slightly, licking his lips. I seem to put something green. Green powder. But that, isn't it seasoning? That is the green powder. This day and the mainland only have this bottle. Eat the magical medicine that can instantly increase the cultivation and spiritual power. Mo Bai looked at Luo Ding with a look of heart, a word explanation wrote. I am sorry. Luo stood up in the dust and moved to the side of the stranger, giving a feeling of being compulsory. Reasonable, this can't blame her. Who put such important things in the kitchen? Drink it. Ling Mao pointed to the pearl white jade soup that she put the green powder in front of her eyes. After drinking, go to the garden to rest the flowers, and then take the lead. Adults, the flowers and plants that have recently been injected with spiritual power are in an important stage of development. Poor to trim, not very good. The stranger shook his head and said. Oops, this is the flower he has carefully cared for more than a year, don't be so cruel to him. Well, too. The soul nodded, and the cold scorpion showed a faint look, then go back to the clouds and think about it. Yunchu Pavilion is the name she got for her room, the cloud at the beginning, the squatting house. Luo dusted a glimpse, thinking about eating and drinking enough to go back to his room to sleep is not bad. But looking at the big bowl of soup in front of her, she couldn't help but ask some troubles. What if I can't finish it? Would you like me to feed you? The faint scorpion glowed with a glimpse of a faint look. Drink and drink dash, the next second, Luo Dust lifted the soup bowl and drank a light. Chapter 89 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 20. On the next day, Luo Ding felt that he was not very comfortable. He always felt that it was a force that was not his own and was forced into the body. It was very uncomfortable. Mo Bai said that this kind of special spiritual power, although the green powder is only a kind of powder, it itself has spirituality. Coupled with staying in the Star Temple for a long time, naturally it is contaminated with a lot of spiritual aura. After listening to the stranger, she suddenly felt quite self-blaming. When I came to the Star Temple, I felt that I didn't do anything myself, and I still had a lot of trouble. Maybe he is happy, but he has also raised his good feelings. The road ahead is going through a long crystal ladder, and she likes the stairs very much. I always feel that walking on the top has a feeling of walking through the clouds, especially pure. Luo dust dash, a strange and familiar voice rang behind him. She turned slightly and saw the two kings of the witch who were slowly walking towards her. Long time no see. Luo Ding gently smiled, is planning to salute. Staying up late, but hurried forward, gently lifted her up and said, small marriages don't want to see this, I don't have to salute for you later. Looking at her skin like snow, clear and worry-free. Staying up late, she was reluctant to let her salute. After all, her little marriage should be protected. How can I do it? I am the maid of the witch, it should be. Luo looked at him with a slight movement and said, and, can the two emperors not call me a small marriage? If anyone else heard it, I thought it would be a trick. Really what is the same? She is now very upset about her own 20% goodwill. If it is heard by the spirit, it may be deducted from the brush. We were originally a fate of marriage. The brows moved around, and with a touch of smile, don't be shy, I will let the brother transfer you to the Union Temple in a few days. By the way, you can let you see you at the first sight and talk about us dash. Stop and stop, why do you call me to squat? Luo slammed the dust a little, and hurriedly said, and I don't go to the Union Temple, this is God's will, how can I change it? Moreover, does she have a task at work? When she left the Star Temple, she went far away. How does this staying up late look like a male match? It feels like she is a stepping stone on the road. Don't you like me to call you Dust? Staying up late did not take care of the words behind her, but smiled and said, I still feel that it is better to listen. The last time I heard the stranger shouting you, my heart is a little uncomfortable. He always thought that his little marriage should be his from beginning to end, but I don't know why she was not assigned to the Luoyun Temple. Because of this, he used to repair and rediverge, and the result was disturbed by unknown spiritual power. Don't, you still call me. Is it right? Staying up late with a faint smile, interrupting her words and touching her head, I also feel that it is better to listen. Luo Ding was scared by his actions, his foot slipped and almost fell from the crystal ladder. Between the electric and the flint, the right hand was lifted up and down, and she hugged her. I saw that she was surrounded by spiritual strength and only disappeared when she landed safely. Dip, you're okay. Staying up late only felt that his heart was jumping very fast, and one hand was still firmly in her waist. I was afraid that I had to take a step back and could not save her. The degree of good feeling is reduced by 5, and the task completion is 15%. What? Is he nearby? Yes. With the female. Chapter 90 The Imperial Beast of the Goddess of the Gods, 21, all the little angels who voted for me add more. Not far away, the corner of the mouth raised a smile, watching the scene in front of the opposite side of the road, it seems that your maid and the two emperors have a good relationship. A few days ago, I stayed up late to tell her that I was asked to go to the Union Temple as a maid. At that time, she still felt strange, but when she thought of the ceremony in the day of the sacrifice, the brand corresponding to the original dust was originally the Union Temple, and it was not strange. Staying up late to say that she is the fate of his fate. When I heard this sentence, the anxiety and boredom of these days disappeared instantly. In this case, she is also very good for helping. When the maids and the ladies saw Luo falling from the Star Temple, she hurriedly told me to go to the crystal ladder to see him. Looking up at the night, she was so excited and happy that she still remembered it. It's really a squint, and it's been married by such a mortal who has no spiritual power. He didn't feel ashamed, but he felt happy. He really lost the face of the witch. Well, the spirit stunned and blinked, the appearance of a mountain rain, the haze and the scorpion almost frozen people. He snorted and said, you just look for me this. Just now, he still felt strange, how could he invite him to meet, and now he is clear. But she really succeeded, because his heart at the moment is really not a taste. Looking at the look of her feelings of tenderness, the heart is as uncomfortable as the river. It seems that the next moment, an emotion called, can completely control his behavior. He asked himself, he couldn't help it. He looked at him with a black face and a burst of chill around his body. If you say a word in your throat, you can't say anything. She has never seen such a decisive look, as if a treasure was taken away from the general cold. Once upon a time, she thought she had the same face as his dead sister, and she would always be in his position. But now, she actually feels that she is even better than a mortal. No, she is not willing. On the other hand, Luo Dingchen heard the prompt tone from the system and the whole person was blind. Just as she was circled, another reminder of the system made her heart so quiet. -10, the remaining 60%. Sure. Oops, hurt each other. At least 5 for 10, everyone should not think too much. Luo Dust will push the night and light, and get up and say, 2 emperors, thank you for your help. But I think I said it very well. After that, she turned and walked over the crystal ladder. Now she has a feeling of being deducted in her mind, and she is completely indifferent to buying peach petals in the mortal world. Right now, it's better to go back to the Star Temple and knock on the side. Dip, the eyes of the knight flashed a faint sorrow, and he frowned slightly. Do you hate me so much? No. Luo turned to Dust, his eyes looked at his clear voice clearly and utterly, but I don't like you. Sometimes, when love has just become ignorant of sprouting, it should be decisively killed in the cradle. This is the best protection for yourself and for each other. The most annoying thing in her life is that you obviously don't like a person, but you don't refuse it. You are desperately accepting the other person's good for you. Then use a hot heart and love another person wholeheartedly. The result of this will only hurt the person who has been good to you. She hates such people and she will never be such a person. If you love, please love, if you abandon, please be thorough. Don't be jealous, hurt others. Chapter 91 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 22. Luo dusted all the way and ran to the direction of the Star Temple. I don't know why, the feeling of uneasiness in my heart made her feel a little suffocated. When I first entered the Xinjiang array and went to the main hall, the stranger suddenly appeared and stopped her. Dumping, he forced her out of the sword array, and there was some embarrassment between the eyebrows. The savage adult said, since you want to go to the Union Temple. Who said that I want to go? Luo dusted his lips, and there was a mist between his eyes. If it wasn't for staying up late, she might have fallen from the ladder, and now the wrist is still hurting. He even rushed her away. A feeling of grievances instantly rushed into my heart, my nose was sour, and almost fell into tears. I am also surprised to see this thing. Mo quietly asked her, what is your relationship with the second emperor, why the witch is telling you today that he is the fate of his fate? Mad, it must be the rumor. I am so angry, how can there be such a shameless person? Nonsense, she bit her lip, I am not me, not. As she said, she pushed hard to push the white and wanted to go forward. Dump, you don't leave. A white man grabbed her arm and pulled her back, you can't go. Why? She only felt a whisper in her heart, and she was inexplicably lost. Because the fascinating adults have changed the sacred swords, it is useless to inject the sword map into your body with spiritual power. Changed? I only felt that my head was awkward, and there was only a bit of anxious voice. But one of her hearts is like falling into the ice, so desolate. Why don't you want her? Why don't you even ask if you don't ask her? The host is not allowed. The system seems to have read her thoughts and sounded mechanically. Luo dusted his eyebrows slightly, and the clear scorpion shimmered. Her right hand lifted, and the exquisite ring glowed with a touch of golden light. The stranger's eyes were flashed by the golden light, and the moment of reaching out to block the light, Luo Dingchen has jumped into the battle of the gods. Oops, he looked at the figure that had disappeared in the sword array and snorted. The swordsman who has just changed the sword of the ruthless man, he has to be careful step by step on the Star Temple, not to mention the mortal body, and he has never seen the dust of the law. At this moment, Luo Ding dust, the whole body exudes a chill. Her eyes were cold and standing in the sacred swords, and the exquisite ring of her right hand was instantly golden because of the influence of Jinchi. Layers of floating debris surround her. She was slightly decapitated, and her eyes were faintly rejected. In front of the fairy wind, the dust was blowing, and the 4 swords were busy smashing. It seems that all the swords are arranged in turn, ready to attack her. In the next second, she looked at the sinister sorcerer's sword, and her mouth smirked with a very low smile, come on. In an instant, all the powerful swords are in her arms, and the red light is everywhere. The sword is full of black smoke, with a faint lightning flash. I saw the white light of the Xiangguang, the purple gas and the red clouds. Luo Ding only feels a stagnation of breath, and the powerful force protects her from the internal injury of Jinchi, but she can't protect her from the skin. Her eyebrows are tight, as far as possible to avoid the deadly attack of the sword. But after 2 or 3 times, she was already in white. The blood dripped down her white fingertips, and the big drops fell. The grey wind in the ear bursts, and the black mist that once appeared in the group once again converges into a black and white Xuanguang sword. The sword is very suffocating, with a dark red blood. It seems that as soon as you touch it, it will vanish. Chapter 92 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 23. She was cold and sullen, and her eyes were full of chills, looking at the mysterious sword in front of her eyes. The next second, the Xuanguang sword is like an avatar, arranged in turn, encircling her in the middle. The golden light on her body was indented 1 inch and 1 inch. Her face was pale, and the whole body was full of deep sword wounds. She closed her eyes and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Because of excessive blood loss, her breathing is extremely fast, and the foreground of her eyes is gradually blurred. She is so tired, so sleepy, I want to sleep. But she still supported her body and prevented herself from falling. System, I can't go. Host. In any case, she still has to explain to the system. Although most of the time its system is not very cute, it is always with her. In an instant, the surrounding cold light converges, and all the swords are moving in her direction and attacking. Hey, a loud voice swayed her eardrum. A powerful spiritual force instantly repelled the sword array, and the ear was actually the sound of ping ping pong. Every inch of light blue light is like a sword, colliding with the body of Xuanguang's sword. Luo Ding only felt that his body was soft, and his waist was pulled by an arm with vague anger, and instantly fell into a familiar embrace. She looked at her in her arms, and she had a cold haze in her throat. The heart was like a soul. I don't know why, looking at her pale, paper-like cheeks, the pain of a heart. It hurts and hurts. Half-sounding, they walked out of the sacred swords. The hot sun shone outside the star temple, and he held her blood on every step she walked through. Her white clothes have been stained with blood, and several deep wounds reveal the skin of the forest, like a hole in the blood. Like the next second, the blood will be drained. There was a thick scent in the surrounding air, but in the smell, there was a touch of her faint scent. Why are you suffering? He held her slowly on the ladder, his right hand still holding her waist, and the light blue light lingered between her left hand, wrapped in her side. Luo Ding only felt that the whole body was cool, and the wound seemed to have no tears like the tears, but the body still couldn't make up the effort. She opened her eyes laboriously, exhausted her last strength and stretched her right hand to grab his clothes and said, why, don't you? I only feel that the grievances in my heart are more painful than the wounds in my body. She worked so hard to get to his side. How can he say no, don't want it? The ruined look of her is a wet pear, and she is dying, but still smothering the look of his clothes. The heart is like being put in the heart of the sword, the pain is endless. He knew that he was distressed. It may also be said that he is emotional. Good feeling plus 20, the task completion rate is 35%. I'm sorry his voice was extremely light and slowly rang in her ear, I won't let you have anything. He has never said these 3 words in his life, but today he feels that he is willing to be so willing. It's all his fault. If it's not his heart, he's not willing to admit it. Instead, he will push her out of indifference, and she won't die in the sword. This fool is so stupid. But it is so distressing, pity, and people want to hold her in her arms all the time. For a long time, after the spiritual power stabilized her life for a while, he gently picked up the comatose and walked toward the inner hall. Chapter 93 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 24, for CLP plus more. System, are you still alive? Okay. And me? Okay. The system is very helpless to spread out the hands that do not exist, answering the host's problems. Lying in the trough. This can also be alive, and there are many panacea for their homes. No, he has spent half of his life repairing you. I go. Wait a minute, the system tells me honestly if he didn't save me. I have already returned to the heavenly family, when my little Emperor Ji. Yes. Why should he save the baby? Baby wants to die. The baby wants to go back and become a little Emperor Ji who is coming back to marry you. When a mortal is so special, it is weak. Also being bullied by a variety of women, this plane should be SSS. Host, please don't cry. Humph. Tattered system. Dip, are you awake? A familiar voice came from the ear. Luo dusted his face and frowned. He opened his eyes hard and looked at the stranger at the bedside. His heart suddenly lost. The fascinating adults went to the alchemy room to help you with some medicinal herbs, and soon came back. Mo Bai seems to see through her looking eyes, gently touched her head. Dip, you have to hurry, stand up. Although Luo Dingchen came to the Star Temple for a short time, he was also his only friend in the Wu people. When she slammed the sword, she couldn't help herself, and she almost lost her life. He felt sorry for her. Well, Luo nodded and felt that the whole body was still weak, but the wound on his body seemed to be no longer painful. Suddenly remembered the system, and she said, the spirit of death to save her, scattered half-life repair. A beast used such a decisive method for a mortal, such a man is really unpredictable. System, if he does not practice half-length, I will die, right? No, but it will hurt, after all, the injury is very heavy. So he just doesn't want to make me feel pain. Is it repaired? Well, his cultivation is the spiritual power to heal the wound quickly. But this is a kind of anti-day ban, which requires a lot of repairs. She always thinks that he is a person with a cold face and a warm heart. What are you thinking? The sound of the chilling sound came from the ear like a water, and she lifted it slightly, only to find that the original whiteness has disappeared. All blame the system, nothing to chat with her, she is distracted. Hashtag, is it clear that you are looking for this system to chat? Hashtag. She shook her head gently, and smiled and said, no, nothing. You are really not afraid of death. The mortal body dares to scream at the sword. The spirit of the medicine was carefully fed to her mouth, and the eyebrows were slightly raised, and the face was a little serious. She would never know how he felt when he saw her standing in front of her blood. The feeling of distress to suffocation, she will not understand. Luo looked at his wrinkled eyebrows and blinked in confusion. In fact, she knows that he is a little angry. No, it should be very angry. I didn't think so much at the time, I thought I had to explain it quickly. Luo Ding took a deep breath and looked at him seriously. He blinked slightly and ran into her clear watery scorpion. Her face was still pale, but her face was pure, and her cheeks, with a shallow smile, could not help but make him jump. It seems that if you look at it more, it will make you eternal. Good feeling plus 15, the task completion is 50%. Chapter 94 Forbidden Beast, God's Favorite Pet, Xiaodi Ji, 25. What do you want to explain clearly? The spirit is slightly blinking, and the eyebrows are all about exploration. He really wants to know what she looks like in a pure face. What is she thinking? I have nothing to do with the two emperors, they are all rumored, cannot believe. Luo Ding slightly dagger, long eyelashes trembled, white cheeks with a touch of blush. I don't know why, when she said this, she was a little embarrassed. I blame that, I only know that I have to play tricks in the back, and I have the ability to come forward. As a witch, although the spiritual power is weak, it is a little spiritual. I am afraid that she is just a mortal body. Really? Looking at her eyebrows, the corner of her mouth raised a very light smile. Well, I know. Looking at the way she tried to explain, she couldn't help but feel that she was a little cute. Luo Dian looked at his somewhat faint words, but his heart was somewhat lost. Suddenly I feel that even though I am here because of a task, I can see that the person who wants him to fall in love with me always wants to be close. She didn't know why, only the person who cares about each plane, the shimmer in the eyelids are particularly similar. Still be brave. Emperor, she took a deep breath, licking her lips, and the voice of the clear spirit was heard throughout the cloud, I like you. With a 50% feeling of goodwill, she believes that the other person will feel it for herself. Even if it is only a little bit, it will give her the motivation to continue to move forward. A sigh of relief, a pair of deep eyelids firmly locked her lips, and the heart slammed straight. He lifted his right hand and feinted the light blue light between his fingertips. Half-sounding, the spirit sword flew in from the door and was firmly grasped by him. Luo dusted his body and looked at the stagnation in front of him. She swallowed a bit of nervousness, blinked her eyes, and looked at the sword of the spirit in front of her eyes. This, she just confessed to it, as for the sword. I don't like to refuse, she is thinking about other ways, don't be so determined. This sword will be carried on the body. If there is still a sword, it will guide you. The sword is an ancient artifact, and it is the same as the exquisite ring in your hand. But all artifacts are weapons, but it has been sealed, so it is very docile now. However, it also recognizes the Lord, it depends on whether you have any fate with it. The spirit stunned and blinked, and the blue light shook, and the sword of the spirit changed to the front of Luo Ding. Luo dusted his hand slightly, and looked up and down at the blue glimmer of the sword in front of him. Give me? Yeah. Gently nodded and nodded. He didn't want to watch her suffer a little bit of injury, and the sacred swordsman was laid by him. He naturally knew the way to crack. In the past, he didn't understand what it was, and what was distressed. But when she was standing in front of herself with a wound, he knew. How much power he has, how much protection should be given to her. Is it a token of love? Luo Ding took the sword in his hand and shook it. The sword did not resist, but it was a warm feeling from the palm of his hand. It is different from the sword in the Sword of the Gods, and its blade is not suffocating, but it has a touch of faintness on the body. I don't want to practice well, what are you thinking about? The sensation only felt that when she said these 4 words, her heartbeat was faster. The ear is gradually warm and hot, which he can't dissipate with spiritual suppression. I miss you. She smiled lightly, and a pair of blind eyes looked at him in a clear and worry-free manner, holding his heartstrings tightly. Good feeling plus 10, task completion is 60%. Chapter 95 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 26. Have a good rest. His right hand waved, and the light blue spirit wrapped her white bed. Luo Dian looked at his rushing pace, unconsciously laughed out, the wounds were pulled a little pain, but the heart was happy but not happy. It turns out that the beast is so ruined and shy, it's like this, a little cute. She slept and slept very well. The whole body is surrounded by aura, with a touch of scent. I don't know if it is because the spiritual cultivation is too strong, or the joy of her heart has overshadowed the pain. The next day, she was ready to get out of bed. I know that when she just walked to the door, she ran into the sorrow of the oncoming. Oh, Luo slammed the dust, and his body was surrounded by light blue spirits. The aging wrinkled and frowned, what to do when you get out of bed, still so rash. He doesn't know how to say her, blame it, and feel bad. Don't blame it, it hurt so bad yesterday, I will get out of bed today. I don't see the weather good, I want to go out and get a shower. Luo Dingo seriously nodded and looked at him. In fact, she just can't sleep. I want to go out and shake, after all, I can meet and chat with an acquaintance. If you can meet him, then it would be better. Host, the Star Temple has only 2 people besides you, which acquaintance do you want to meet? The system can't listen to her imagination every day, and interrupted her indifferently. I don't think I can meet a stranger. You are not afraid of being sad and sad. For the time being, walking around, it is not good for the recovery of the body. The evil put the medicine in his hand on the table, first drink. Her entire Yunchu pavilion was infused with spiritual power, so as long as she stayed inside, the wound would hardly hurt. I saw her eyebrows gently picking up, and God knows how hard the medicine of the ruthless family is. The tears she drank yesterday will fall. She is not sure if this is a good medicine, but the bitterness is true. When she saw her face in a state of incompetence, when she drank the medicine bowl, he smiled softly at the corner of his mouth. It's like this ordinary day, not bad. At this moment, there are only 4 words in the heart of the dust, true. Of. It is good. Bitter. Give. Seeing her cleverness in the medicine, he handed the peach nectar from the other hand to her. Yeah. Luo dusted his eyebrows and shivered, and a flash of light flashed through his eyes. She raised her hand and took the peach nectar. Thank you for your ruthlessness, adults. You don't have to call me an adult. He stood up with his hands, a pair of dark, deep eyes, flashing dazzling golden awns, standing so casually, but with a distinguished attitude. Ah. She stood in front of him, a whole head shorter than him, looking at his cheek and raising his head. Call me to be ruined. I saw him leaning slightly, his eyes staring at her eyes, and her left hand pressed her head up slightly. The right hand slowly lifted up, and the cool fingertips touched her forehead and softly said, "The burnt is very fast." She glanced at her face and her face was red. Time seems to be fixed in an instant, and the air is filled with a quiet and beautiful atmosphere. She held her breath and stared at the person in front of her eyes, only to see the confession of the savvy facial features. People are not willing to blink. Oh, a little. He touched her head gently, and with a touch of exaggeration in his eyes, "A few days ago I am going to the temple of the temple, you don't run around in the clouds. Chuj, wait for me to come back." Chapter 96 The Imperial Beast of the Beastly God, the Little Emperor G, 27, for the little angel who voted today. If the spirit knows that he will almost lose his life's love, he will not leave her half-step. The temple of the temple is the sanctuary of the orc. The beast of the present is the spiritual cream of the brother. They have a lot of similarities, such as the people they love in their lives are their common sister Ling Yao. The original master of the sacrifice sword is Ling Yao, not a spirit. 100 years ago, a great battle, Ling Yao was solved because of the seal of the spiritual sword, for the peace of two younger brothers, for the orcs. She sacrificed her sword and resealed the sword, eventually dying in the secluded smoldering fire. The reason why the seal of the sacrifice sword was forced to be unblocked was because the spirit saved the individual unintentionally, and that person was the wish of the present witch. Only, the spirit has not known about this. Because he has already replaced another pair of skins, living under the face of others. In the past, the orcs and the witch were deadly enemies. In order to stand out among the people who were competing for witchhood, they were seriously wounded and successfully mixed into the orcs with bitterness. Just to open the seal of the sacrifice sword, let the orc self-destruct. However, she failed after all. Ling Yao's sword for the sake of this is a great conspiracy, and he painted a sad ending. In the moment when Ling Yao sacrificed his sword, he used a change of ban on her, and changed her face to Ling Yao. Because of that, she was deeply in love with the evil of saving her life. And all this, the evil does not know. He always thought that it was a little thought that Ling Yao stayed in this world. He loved her sister, so after Ling Wu vowed to destroy the witch, he took the power of the orc magic weapon and the gods, and fell to hell. Ling Frost once said that the spirit has blinded his eyes and heart, and he no longer recognizes this younger brother, and it is necessary to let him never live. Nowadays, the reason why the evil is going to the temple is because it is the 100-year-old day of her sister Ling Yao. At the same time, Manhwa Temple. Wu wish the adults, the devils have left the Wu people, we have to take this opportunity to give that luo to the dust dash, the maids both hooked their lips, immediately reported the news. I saw that I was cold and sturdy, and my hands were tightly clenched into fists, and the more I grip, the tighter I was. Although she did not see the evil spirits how to treat Luo Jian, but she stayed at the Star Temple, she hated her. In the past few days, the astrology has changed greatly. When she uses the bones to calculate, she knows that Luo is dying to death, and she is crazy when she is happy. The other party is so stupid that she will not kill her, how exciting it is. But it didn't take long for her heart to fall into the 18th floor of hell. Because she knows that the evil is actually to save a mortal, and she has spent half of her life preparing. She hates that she hates Luo. She wouldn't want to lick her heart again, let her hang on to hell. Of course, I have to torture her slowly, so that she is not as good as death. Blinking, the corner of his mouth with a sinister smile. But what if we don't go to the Star Temple? Nothing. His eyes gloomy and looked at the stars in the temple not far from the window, there is no evil, and the swordsmanship will be weakened. I can sacrifice the heavens to close the circuit of the sword array for a short time. By the way, the next heavy rain. Why is it raining? The maid asked incomprehensibly. She has an ancient artifact exquisite rain in her hand. I learned from the oldest elders of the Wu people that Linglong is afraid of water. She snorted and her eyes were full of lore. Chapter 97 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 28. Booming, a thunderous thunder rang through the entire Star Temple. Luo dusted the heart and jumped from the nightmare. It was the dream. She was wearing a big red robe standing in the land of the Nether, with a smile on her lips and an enchanting. Under the rain outside the window, the wind blew in a burst, hitting the white window. A piece of rain fell on the glass table by the window, and she draped a coat to the window. Before he reached the window, he dropped two black men from the sky. The dark red blood around them is about to reach out and grab her. Between the electric and the flint, they were pushed out by the power of the enchantment outside the cloud. Luo dusted back 2 steps and did not dare to act rashly. If you can walk through the sacred swords, you will definitely not be ordinary people. Whoever dared to stare at the Star Temple? The stranger not far away descended from the sky at the fastest speed, and fell outside the Yunchu pavilion. He held the sword and surrounded the white light, lighting up the entire Star Temple. The copper bell at the waist of the black man was ringing, and he calmly said, "Kill him." No hesitation, decisive decision. Dip, remember not to come out no matter what happens. The white space was voiced and the words were brought to the dust in the Yunchu pavilion. After all, he got up and jumped and struggled with the black man. System, is it awkward? Yes. What should I do? Calm, let me think about it. It is not dangerous to stay in the Yunchu pavilion. There is an enchantment set by the magic. They are all over the swords, they will be afraid of enchantment. The system is not responding to her, after all, this is what she has to experience. Luo dusted his teeth and looked at the heart of a window that was struggling to hang over the sky. My goal is her, how can she hide and let the stranger fight for herself? After some smothering, the two black men lost their hearts, and the white body was white and the sword was clouded. A lyrical sword is as dazzling as a star, killing the enemy by surprise. The blacks were injured to varying degrees. They did not expect a child in the Star Temple to have such a repair. The copper bell rang again, and the sky above the temple was purple and red, like blood stained. In the next second, all the blood was gathered toward the black man's hilt. A sword that has no life, is instantly bloody. You are actually a Wu nationality, the stranger was shocked, and the person in front of him looked coldly, who is the courage to open a blood curse in the Star Temple. He originally thought that the other party or the orc, or the people of the heavens. I never thought that they were actually witches. You will never know it in your life. The next second sword rushed toward the stranger. In an instant, Mo Xiaobai's lyrical sword in his hand was blocked, but he was still knocked to the ground. A sweet mouth, a spit of blood spit out. Luo dusted his eyes cold, the left hand held the sword of the sacrifice, the right hand exquisitely ringed, the door of the Yunchu pavilion was instantly opened. The light blue light is more and more strong, and it seems that she is telling her with her mind that she must never go out. Dumping, not allowed to come out. Mo Bison sensed the move of Luo Dust, pulling the hoarse voice and shouting with the only spiritual power. No stranger dash, her voice trembled slightly, her eyes moistened instantly. She never thought of someone who only knew a few days, and she would die for her. Even so, she can't retreat. Your goal is me, why bother with other people? Her cold scorpion whispered, the right hand was a little bit of golden light, and the pale blue enchantment disappeared. Chapter 98 Forbidden Beast God's Favorite Pet Xiaodi Ji, 29. Self-investment net. The black man snorted, and the sword of blood and light instantly gathered into a red light, full of suffocation. After losing the enchantment protection, she was drenched by the downpour and the golden light of her right hand was gradually dimmed. Oops! Luo slammed his eyebrows and told her before the system sounded, and the exquisite ring water would be temporarily ineffective. She didn't have time to think about it. The left hand waved a sacred sword and exudes a light blue scent, blocking her in front of her body, and even a breath of soulfulness in the air. It is the sword of the spirit. The black-shirt man who slammed back, exclaimed, the dying adult has left the sword of the sacrifice to you. Luo dusted the other side of the sky, hurriedly ran to the white side, and helped him up. How, okay. I saw no strange blood on my face, my body was cold, and my breath was extremely weak. He bit his teeth and said with a difficult voice, you shouldn't come out dash. But I can't come out, you will die. Luo was sour and dusty, looking at the dying whiteness, tears fell directly. She is not strong, but when she really faces death, she will be afraid and panic. The soul has been broken up by 1/7 of him, and it has been repaired as a waste. It is already a mortal body, cough. Mo Bai has not said 2 words, and spit a blood. He is not afraid of death, he is worried that Luo cannot escape. The ruthless adults must explain to protect her, he did not do it. He feels that he is really useless. You don't talk, the spirit can save you, he will save you. Luo dusted his head and shook his head and cried, don't leave me alone dash. At this moment, the Star Temple is like a on earth. The lightning in the sky is like a blood stain. Stupid, the fascinating adult must have been on the way back. The stranger looked coldly at the 2 fronts that had driven the blood curse and injected all the spiritual power into the sword. The clothing man, biting his teeth and holding up his body, will protect him behind his own body. Dive, live, you must live. Luo dusted a glimpse of the body, not yet reacted, the red light of the glare of the whole body immediately hit their direction. The stranger rushed into the last glimmer of strength, and the handle was lifted. The lyrical sword began to rise, gathering all the spiritual powers of his life, and resisting death. In an instant, the sword of blood and light is like a death mark, directly penetrating his heart. No stranger dash, Luo screamed and screamed, but he could only watch him die in front of himself. At this moment, she couldn't see the red light of the sky. She couldn't see the black man in front of her, and she couldn't see her slowly moving toward her. She only felt a bang, and her eyes were desperate. Hey! If you don't die, what do I mean? Her eyes were cold to freezing, and her hands clenched her fists. This life, from the chaotic world, came to all time and space. She has never hated a person so much, hating that even if she kills her, it is difficult to understand the hatred of the heart. Half-sounding, behind him, a voice full of ridicule and laughter came. He took a pair of umbrellas, wore a pale pink skirt, and looked at the ground soaked, like a poor man. She said, "Luo Dust, you have to remember, because you are dead." Chapter 99. The Imperial Beast of the Sorcerer, the Little Emperor G. 30, voted for the little angel plus more. Host, you wake up. The general sound of the system machinery came from the mind. But at this moment, she didn't want to wake up at all. It's so cold, like the cold in the ice. She frowned and tried to open her eyes. It is a white man's that introduces the eye. Where is this? Ice, and this is the secret of the building. What do you mean, the evil does not know here? Yes. Luo Ding only felt a squat, and if she stayed here, she would soon be frozen to death. System, can you answer me a question? I am not asking how to go out, I want to ask. He is dead. The system has long sensed her thoughts, and she has given her the answer before she finished. Although this answer is somewhat cruel. Time seems to have passed for a long time. Luo Ding's head is a blank. She did not talk to the system, did not speak. For a long time, she raised her hand slightly, wiped away the tears from her face, and took a deep breath and whispered, "I will definitely avenge you for a stranger." The host still thinks about how to go out. It will be better to have ice water poured in every hour, and then retreat after filling. After I fill it up, will I not drown? The time card is very accurate, you will not die, but it is not as good as death. The system's tone is faint and somewhat distressing, although very mechanical. But she can feel it from her heart, and the system is worried about her. It is really a torture of torture, tormenting you, but not letting you die. Luo is dusty, is it still comfortable here? Are you cold or cold? Ha 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 ha, around the squeaky disgusting voice, but can't see her. You can do this? She snorted, leaning against the ice wall on the side, and the corner of her mouth outlined, "It really makes me disdain." You is a bit stunned. She thought that Luo Dust would be very panicked and prayed for her. But now she is not afraid of it, the cold eyes and the smile of the corner of her mouth can be shocked into her heart anyway. As if her soul is like this person in front of the fear. I think you can still have a hard time. She lifted her right hand and the purple wand fell on the ice. The next second ice water invaded her direction. The moment the water passed over the toes, she only felt the whole body tremble, and even the heart was frozen. If you ask me, I will make you die better. The voice of the cockroach mixed with ice water into her eardrum. Her body was banned by witchcraft, so she could not break herself. Unfortunately, she closed her eyes and said with a disdainful smile, "I want to die a little uncomfortable." Luo Dust, do you think that the evil will come to save you? You don't think, I tell you. He will be so special to you, but because the heart in his body is yours. Say the deepest things in my heart. Yes, it's just the heart. It's just because the body has this sly woman's heart, it will make an exception to her twice, only to her, a little better. I have to say that when I said that the words were ruined, I still touched the depths of her heart. Does he know that the Star Temple has an accident? Does he know that he is dead? Does he know that she is dying? At this moment, the water of the cold ice has already passed over her waist, and the strong chill is like a sharp sword, coming to her. Chapter 100. Forbidden Beast. God's Favorite Pet. Xiaodi G. 31. The ear can still hear the sharp and harsh sound of the ear, but the moment the cold water is poured into the mouth and ears, she can only feel the suffocation and the feeling that the throat tube reaches the heart freezing. After a while, when she felt that she was about to die, the cold water slowly receded, and she was physically weak and fainted directly on the ground. Ha 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 dash, slowly consume the power he transmits to you, because you don't deserve it. There is no strength in the dust and even blinking, let alone the opening. I saw a faint gleam of light blue on her body, and the anger was full. That is the spiritual power of death, how can she have a mortal possession? She waved her right hand, and it was only after half an hour that she entered the water of the ice, and it came in again. The water has spread all over her body, not yet waiting for the dust to react. Right now she is lying down, the feeling of the nose and ears pouring into the water, let her suffocate instantly. Host, you're in the heavens has slowly gathered. The sound of the system sounded again, letting her feel a touch of warmth. Do you mean that I am going to die? Yes. The body seems to be less cold and the consciousness is almost blurred. At this moment, she couldn't see her, she couldn't see Feng Yute, and she couldn't even see the temple of the gods where her was. There is only one cold and arrogant figure in front of him. He seems to have tried his best to not eat or drink and go here. If she dies, how desperate he should be. Oops, the hostage of your gods in the heavens is gradually weakening. WTF. What the hell? What happened again? The world is very strange now, it's so hard to die. And just in a place not far from him, the magical rushing into the darkness of the Manhwa temple directly with the technique of teleportation. I seem to feel something, go to the dark door, see him very fast and hurried forward and smiled, there is a ruin you come to me. Let's get off, he exudes a chilly out of his body, and doesn't seem to say that a word can make people tremble. Empirical, this is my secret, you can't. He lifted his squat slightly, and the cold eyes were all bloody. He didn't look back and went straight to the dark. He was very fast, and the guards inside couldn't even see anyone. He saw a figure whizzing past. Dumping, when he saw the dark prison filled with water, a girl in white closed her eyes in the water. The ribbon on the clothes rippled with the water, and it was as beautiful as the lily in the wind. But at this moment, his heart is as painful as a needle. He said how much power he had and how much protection he would give her, but he reneged. In the next second, the secret moment was surrounded by the light blue light, and the spirits jumped down, and all the ice water quietly receded. He steadily embraced the girl with only a hint of breath in her arms, and all the spiritual power in her body surrounded her. I saw her eyebrows move, and the right hand gently licked his clothes corner with only the strength. We are going home. His cool, watery voice came, gently picking her up. Half squinted at the cold ice in front of me, and walked toward the door with a dead face.